The Four Ancient Books of Wales by William F. Skene, first published in 1868. This e-book edition was created and published by Global Grey on the 9th of May, 2018, and updated on the 19th of July, 2023. The artwork for the cover is Tintern Abbey, painted by Carl Gustav Garris. You can download this book on the site globalgraybooks.com/4 Ancient Books of Wales ebook.html. Global Grey 2023 globalgraybooks.com. Contents. Introduction. The poems contained in the Four Ancient Books of Wales. 2. The literature of Wales subsequent to the 12th century. 3. Sources of the early history of Wales. IV. State of the country in the 6th century, and its history prior to AD 560. V. State of Britain in AD 561. Gildas wrote, and kings of the line of Dyfi. 6. Men of Godwin and the Picts. 7. The races of Britain and the place of the Picts among them. 8. The Celtic dialects and the probable character of the Pictish language. 9. The Celtic topography of Scotland, and the dialectic differences indicated by it. Cumbria and the men of the North. Xi. Recent criticism of mythological poems examined. 12. Recent criticism of historical poems examined. 13. True place of the poems in Welsh literature. 14. Result of the examination of the poems, and their classification. Historical poems containing allusions to events prior to AD 568. Poems referring to early traditions. B. Poems referring to Arthur the Gwledig. C. Poems referring to Gwydion ap Don and his Gwydil and the Brithwyr. D. Poem referring to Gwydno and Gwyn ap Nudd. Poems referring to early traditions which belong to a later school. F. Poems relating to cities of the Cymry and their legendary heroes. 2. Historical poems containing allusions to events subsequent to AD 560. G. Poems referring to war between sons of Llywarch Hen and MWG Mardreffyd. H. Poems relating to Gwalog ap Lunog. Poems relating to Urien Reg. J. Poems relating to Urien and his son Owen. K. Poems relating to the Battle of Arderedale the Godwin. Poems and poems relating to Cadwallon. N. Predictive poems relating to Cadwalladir. O. Poems connected with Powys. P. Poems which mention Henry, or the son of Henry. 3. Miscellaneous poems from the Black Book of Carmarthen. Q. Poems attributed to other early bards are anonymous poems on religious subjects. S. Poems relating to Escalon. IV. Miscellaneous poems from the Book of Aneirin. T. Poem containing ancient proverbs. V. Miscellaneous poems from the Book of Taliesin. U. Poems relating to the life and opinions of Taliesin. V. Poems relating to Jewish history. W. Poems relating to legends of Alexander the Great. 6. Miscellaneous poems from the Red Book of Hergest. X. Poems attributed to Llywarch Hen. Y. Poems beginning Eryminid. Z. Poems on various subjects. Introduction. The poems contained in the Four Ancient Books of Wales. The dissolution of the religious houses in Wales in the reign of Henry VIII, and the dispersion of their libraries, led to many Welsh MSs, which had been preserved in them, passing into the hands of private individuals, and collections of Welsh MSs soon began to be formed by persons who took an interest in the history and literature of their country. The principal collectors in North Wales were Mr. Jones of Gelly Livdy, whose collection was formed between the years 1590 and 1630, and Mr. Robert Vaughan of Hangert, author of a work termed British Antiquities Revived, published in 1662, who died at Hangert 4 years after, in 1666, and in South Wales, William Herbert, Earl of Pembroke, who formed a collection at Raglan Castle in 1590, and Sir Edward Mansell, whose father had received a gift of the Priory of Margam and Glamorgan, in 1591. The collections of Mr. Jones and Mr. Vaughan became united at Hangert, an arrangement having been made between them that the MSs collected by each should become the property of the survivor, Mr. Jones having predeceased Mr. Vaughan. The united collection, consisting of upwards of 400 MSs, remained at Hangert till within the last few years, when it was bequeathed by Sir Robert Vaughan of Hangert to W. E. Wynne, Esquire of Penarth, in whose possession it now is. In the following century various collections were made, and among others some valuable MSs became the property of Jesus College, Oxford. The collection of the Earl of Pembroke at Raglan Castle was destroyed by fire in the time of Oliver Cromwell, and a similar fate overtook 2 of those later collections, which had become the property of Sir Watkin Williams Wynne, and were preserved at Winestay, but which were likewise destroyed by fire. Other collections passed into the British Museum, and the principal collections of Welsh MSs are now the Hangert collection at Penarth, those in the British Museum, the MSs at Jesus College, and those belonging to Lord Mostyn, Mr. Panton of Plas Gwyn, and others. In the Hangert collection were preserved 3 ancient MSs, termed the Black Book of Carmarthen, the Book of Aneirin, and the Book of Taliesin, containing a considerable collection of Welsh poetry bearing marks of antiquity, and in the Library of Jesus College's AOS, which contains similar poems, termed the Red Book of Hergest. These poems are some of a historic character, and others not so, and are attributed, either by their rubric, by the title of the MS, or by tradition, to four bards termed Merden, Aneirin, Taliesin, and Llywarchen, who are supposed to have lived in the 6th century. Two of these MSs are still in the Henry collection, and of one of them we know the history. The Black Book of Carmarthen belonged to the Priory of Black Canons at Carmarthen, and was given by the treasurer of the Church of St. David's to Sir John Price, a native of Breconshire, who was one of the commissioners appointed by King Henry VIII. The other is the Book of Taliesin, and it is not known how it was acquired. The Book of Aneirin is now the property of Sir Thomas Phillips of Midlothian. The Red Book of Hergest is said to have been so termed from its having been compiled for the Wands of Hergest Court, Herefordshire, and seems to have come to Oxford from the Margam collection in South Wales. It is these four MSS, the Black Book of Carmarthen, written in the reign of Henry II, 1154 to 1189, the Book of Aneirin, AMS, of the latter part of the 13th century, the Book of Taliesin, AMS, of the beginning of the 14th century, and the Red Book of Hergest, AMS, compiled at different times in the 14th and 15th centuries, that are here termed the four ancient books of Wales. And it is with the ancient poems contained in these four MSs that we have now to do. Numerous transcripts of these poems are to be found in other Welsh MSs, but undoubtedly it is in these four MSs that the most ancient texts of the poems are to be found, and, in most cases, those in the other MSs are not independent texts, but have obviously, with more or less variation, been transcribed from these. The contents of these MSs remained little known till the publication of the Archaeologia Britannica in 1707, by Edward Hood, who had examined all the collections which were accessible, and the account which he included in his work of the Welsh MSs attracted some attention towards them, but none of the poems were printed till the middle of the century, when the publication of the Poems of Ossian by James Macpherson, and the sudden popularity they acquired, gave a temporary value to Celtic poetry, and led to a desire on the part of the Welsh to show that they were likewise in possession of a body of native poems not less interesting than the Highland, and with better claims to authenticity. In 1764, the Reverend Evan Evans published his specimens of the poetry of the ancient Welsh bards, and though they mainly embraced poems written in the 12th and subsequent centuries, translated in the style of Macpherson's Ossian, he annexed a Latin dissertation, De Bardis, in which he printed 10 of the stanzas of the great poem of the Godwin, and a stanza from the Avalina, as specimens of the older poems, with Latin translations. He was followed by Edward Jones, who, in his musical and poetical relies of the Welsh bards, published in 1784, printed a part of the Godwin, 3 of the poems of Taliesin, viz. The Battle of Argyll-Wyfane, the Battle of Gwynystad, and the Mead Song, 1 of the poems of Llywarchen, with metrical translations, and part of the Avalina, with a more literal prose translation by Mr. Edward Williams. He was likewise assisted in his work by Dr. W. Owen, afterwards Dr. Owen Pugh, who, a few years afterwards, published 5 of the poems of Taliesin in the Gentleman's Magazine for the years 1789 and 1790, being the Ode to Gwalog, the Death, Song of Owen, the Battle of Dyffryn Geraint, the Battle of Gwynystad, and the Gorgon Cynfallen, with English translations. These translations, however, were too diffuse and too much tainted by a desire to give the passages a mystic meaning, to convey a fair idea of the real nature of the poems. In 1792, Dr. Owen Pugh published the Heroic Elegies, and other pieces of Llywarchen, with a much more literal English version. The work contains a pretty complete collection of the poems attributed to Llywarchen, but it is not said from what MS the text was printed, while the notes contain collations with the Black Book of Carmarthen and the Red Book of Hergest. One at length, in the year 1801, the text of the whole of these poems was given to the world, through the munificence of Owen Jones, a furrier, in Thames Street, London, who, in that and subsequent years, published the Myverian Archaeology of Wales, containing the chief productions of Welsh literature. He was assisted by Mr. Edward Williams of Glamorgan and Dr. Owen Pugh, but though the text of almost all of these poems is given, it is not said from what particular MSs they were printed, and no materials are afforded for discriminating between what are probably old and what are spurious. The text is unaccompanied by translations. If the publication of the Poems of Ossian thus drew attention to these ancient Welsh poems, the controversy which followed on the poems drew forth an able vindication of the genuine character of the latter. Sharon Turner, in his History of the Anglo-Saxons, the first edition of which appeared in 1799, founded upon some of these poems as historical documents. He quoted the death song of Geraint as containing the account of a real battle at Longporth, or Portsmouth, between Cerdic, the founder of the kingdom of Weser, and the Britons. He referred to the poems of Taliesin on the battles of Argyll, Llywelyn and Gwynostred as real history, and he considered the great poem of the Goddardin by Aneirin as describing a real war between the Britons and the Angles of Ida's kingdom. This drew upon him the criticism of the two chief opponents of the claims of Ossian, viz., John Pinkerton and Malcolm Lang, who declared that these Welsh poems were equally unworthy of credit. In consequence of this attack, Turner published, in 1803, his vindication of the genuineness of the ancient British poems of Aneirin, Taliesin, Llywelyn Hen, and Myrddin. In this elaborate essay he endeavored to demonstrate two propositions. First, that these four bards were real men, and actually lived in the 6th century, and, secondly, that, with some exceptions, the poems attributed to them are their genuine works. He dealt, however, with the historical poems alone as sufficient for his purpose, and did not enter into any critical analysis of the poems as a whole. This vindication was, in the main, considered to be conclusive as to the poems being the genuine works of the bards whose name they bore, and it appeared to be now generally accepted as a fact, that a body of genuine poetry, of the 6th century, existed in the Welsh language which threw light upon the history of that century. A new view was, however, soon taken of their real meaning, and some years after, the Reverend Edward Davies brought out, in his work called The Mythology of the British Druids, published in 1809, his theory that there was handed down in these poems a system of mythology which had been the religion of the Druids in the pagan period, and was still professed in secret by the bards, their genuine successors. The Goddardin, he endeavored to show by an elaborate translation, related to the traditionary history of the massacre of the Britons by the Saxons at Stonehenge, called the Plot of the Long Knives, and he appended to his work a number of the poems of Taliesin, with translations to show the mystic meaning which pervaded them. This theory was still further elaborated by the Honourable Algernon Herbert, in two works published anonymously, Britannia after the Romans, in 1836, and the Neo-Druidic Heresy, in 1838. He took the same view with regard to the meaning of the Goddardin, and he combined with much ingenious and wild speculation regarding the post-Roman history of Britain, the theory that a lurking adherence to the old paganism of the Druids had caused a schism in the British Church, and that the bards, under the name of Christians and the guise of Christian nomenclature, professed in secret a paganism as an esoteric cult, which he denominated the Neo-Druidic Heresy, and which he maintained was obscurely hinted at in the poems of Taliesin. It would probably be difficult to find a stranger specimen of perverted ingenuity and misplaced learning than is contained in the works of Davies and Herbert, but the urgency with which they maintained their views, and the disguise under which the poems appeared in their so-called translations, certainly produced an impression that the poems of Taliesin did contain a mystic philosophy, while, at the same time, the Goddardin of Aneirin and the poems of Llywelyn Hen were generally recognized as genuine historical documents commemorating real historical events. The Reverend John Williams, afterwards Archdeacon of Goddardin, an eminent Welsh scholar, and a man of much talent, announced, in 1841, a translation of the poems of Aneirin, Taliesin, and other primitive bards, with a critical revision and re-establishment of the text. But, although these poems had occupied a large share of his attention, I believe he never seriously prepared the materials for his edition, and he died in 1858, without having done anything towards carrying it out. I have frequently heard him give as a reason the great difficulty involved, and time and labor required, in restoring the genuine text. What he meant by this we can see in the last work he published, Therm Gomer, where, Part 2 page 33 sec, we have several specimens of how he meant to deal with the text. His plan obviously was to restore the orthography of the words from the existing text in the Myvyrian archaeology to what he conceived must have been their form when the respective poems were composed. His mind, too, appears to have been influenced in no slight degree by the school of Davies, and he was too ready to attach a mystic meaning to the text. In 1850, some time before the Archdeacon's death, a learned Breton, the Vicomte du La Villemarque, published his poems Des Bards Bretons du Vie, siècle, traduits pour la première fois, avec les textes en regard revue sur les plus anciens manuscripts, and he, too, proceeded upon the same idea of restoring the original text. In his preface, after noticing the oldest copies of the poems, which he says formed the basis of his edition, he adds, après les travaux d'égalation, il restait à reproduire les textes avec l'orthographe convenable, mais laquelle suivre, and he fixes upon the Breton orthography as the most ancient, and in this, which he terms l'orthographe historique, presents us with the text of the poems which he translates. These poems are mainly the historical pieces, and he considers with Turner that they contain fragments of real history. A more unfortunate idea than that of thus arbitrarily restoring the text never formed the basis of an important work, and while it has destroyed the value of Villamarca's edition, it lessens the regret we should otherwise feel that the Archdeacon never carried his announced intention into effect, to present the poems in a different shape from what they appear in the oldest transcripts, and to clothe them with a supposed older orthography, is to confound entirely the province of the editor with that of the historic critic, and to exercise, in the character of the former, functions which properly belong to the latter, while it deprives him of the proper materials on which to exercise his critical judgment. Such restoration necessarily proceeds on the assumption by the editor that the poems are the genuine works of those to whom they are attributed, and existed in the same form and substance at the era at which their reputed authors lived, while the application of historical criticism to the poems as they now exist may lead to very different conclusions. It supersedes entirely the important work of the critic, by assuming the very questions which he has to solve. The true function of the editor is to select the oldest and best MSs, and to produce the text of the poems in the precise shape and orthography in which he there finds them, neither to tamper with, nor to restore them, but to furnish the critic with the materials on which he can exercise his skill in determining their true age and value. 2. These remarks have likewise some bearing upon two very remarkable works which have inaugurated a new school of criticism of these poems, and subjected their claims to tests which they had not hitherto undergone. These two works are, first, The Literature of the Cymry, by Thomas Stevens, published in 1849, and, secondly, Taliesin, or The Bards and Druids of Britain, by D.W. Nash, published in 1858. The main object of Mr. Stevens' work is to treat of the language and literature of the 12th and 2 succeeding centuries, but it embraces likewise the poems attributed to the bards of the 6th century, in so far as he maintains that they are falsely so attributed, and are really the works of later bards. Mr. Stevens' work is written with much ability, and is, in fact, the first real attempt to subject these poems to anything like a critical analysis. He opens one of his chapters, to which he has put the title, Poems, fictitiously attributed to Myrddin, Taliesin, Aneirin, Lewarch, Mugent, and Gillidan, with the following sentence: Reader, be attentive to what I am about to write, and keep a watchful eye upon the sentences as they rise before you, for the daring spirit of modern criticism is about to lay violent hands upon the old household furniture of venerable tradition, and he certainly fulfills this promise, for he maintains that, with some exceptions, these poems contain allusions, and breathe forth a spirit and sentiment, which demonstrate that they were composed subsequent to the 12th century, and he endeavors to indicate their real authors. Of the poems attributed to Aneirin he appears to admit the Gododin to be genuine. He considers the whole of the poems attributed to Myrddin, including even the Avalana, which Turner maintained to be genuine, to be spurious, and the work of later bards, and endeavors to point out their real authors, hesitatingly in the text, but more decidedly in the title to one of his chapters, where he has the Avalana and Huna, composed by Prided Wymoke, the Gordoda, composed by Gruffydd Oberyn and of 77 poems attributed to Taliesin, he admits only 12 to be historical and as old as the 6th century. His admission that some of these poems are as old as the 6th century of course neutralizes any argument drawn from their orthography and grammatical or poetical structure, unless he can show that the poems he maintains to be spurious differ materially in that respect from those he admits to be genuine, and his attempt to indicate their real authors breaks down in so far as the Avalana and Hoena, and other poems contained in the Black Book of Carmarthen, are concerned, for the poems in that MS must have been already transcribed in the 12th century, and Prided Wymoke belongs to the succeeding century, so far as he shows that several of these poems contain direct allusions to events which occurred after the period when they are said to be composed. His criticism is successful, and may be received as well-founded, but in his attempt to show that allusions, hitherto supposed to apply to events contemporaneous with the alleged date of the poem, were really intended to describe later events, which is, in fact, the main feature of his criticism, he is not equally successful. His reasoning appears to me to be quite inconclusive, the resemblance is faint and uncertain, and the argument carries no conviction to the mind. For instance, in the poem attributed to Taliesin, Thermd Curd Wy Blair, where the lines occur, a battle against the Lord of Fame in the Dales of Hafren, against Brochwell Powys, he loved my song. It is a fair and legitimate inference that it could not have been composed prior to the time of Brochmael, who is mentioned by Bede as having been at the Battle of Caerleon. the true date of which is 613. But when the following lines occur in the subsequent part of the same poem, three races, wrathful, of right qualities, Gwydil, and Brython, and Romani, create war and tumult, it is not satisfactory to be told that they refer to the ecclesiastic dispute between Giraldus and King John respecting the see of St. David's. It is therefore not without reason that the reader is exhorted to keep a watchful eye upon the sentences condemning the poems upon such grounds. Mr. Nash, in his work, deals with the poems attributed to Taliesin only, and in the main he follows up the criticisms of Stephens. He goes, however, a step beyond him, as, without directly asserting it, he implies that none of the poems are older than the 12th century. If he does not really assert that no earlier date can be assigned to them than the date of the oldest guess, in which they are found, of the historical poems, he sums up his criticism thus, without, therefore, venturing to decide that these songs to Urine were not rewritten in the 12th century, from materials originally of the date of the 6th, and that there are no poetical remains in the Welsh language older than the 12th century, we may nevertheless assert that the common assumption of such remains of the date of the 6th century has been made upon very unsatisfactory grounds, and without a sufficiently careful examination of the evidence on which such assumption should be founded. Writers who claim for productions actually existing only in emesses of the 12th all origin in the 6th century, are called upon to demonstrate the links of evidence, either internal or external, which bridge over this great intervening period of at least 500 years. This external evidence is altogether wanting, and the internal evidence, even of the so-called historical poems themselves, is, in some instances at least, opposed to their claims to an origin in the 6th century. What he calls the mythological poems he entirely rejects, and appears to place them even in a much later age than Stephens has done. While Mr. Nash's work must be admitted to be written with much ability, certainly the merit of candor cannot equally be attributed to it. It is less an attempt to subject the poems to a fair and just criticism than simply a very clever piece of special pleading, in which, like all special pleading, he proceeds to demonstrate a foregone conclusion by the usual partial and one-sided view of the facts, assuming whatever appears to make for his argument, and ignoring what seems to oppose it, while he makes conjectural alterations of the text when it suits his purpose, and the real sense of the poems which form the subject of his criticism is disguised under a version which he terms a translation, but which affords anything but a faithful or candid representation of their contents. I consider that the true value of these poems is a problem which has still to be solved. Are we to attach any real historical value to them, or are we to set them aside at once as worthless for all historical purposes, and as merely curious specimens of the nonsensical rhapsodies and perverted taste of a later age? Whether these poems are the genuine works of the bards whose names they bear, or whether they are the production of a later age, I do not believe that they contain any such system of Druidism, or Neo-Druidism, as Davies, Herbert, and others attempt to find in them, nor do I think that their authors wrote, and the compilers of these ancient MSs, took the pains to transcribe, century after century, what was a mere farrago of nonsense, and of no historical or literary value. I think that these poems have a meaning, and that, both in connection with the history and the literature of Wales, that meaning is worth finding out, and I think, further, that if they were subjected to a just and candid criticism, we ought to be able to ascertain their true place and value in the literature of Wales. The criticism to which they have hitherto been subjected is equally unsatisfactory, whether they are maintained to be genuine or to be spurious, mainly because the basis of the criticism is an uncertain and untrustworthy text, and any criticism on the existing texts, in the shape in which they are presented in the Myvyrian archaeology, is, comparatively speaking, valueless, and because the translations by which their meaning is attempted to be expressed, are either loose and inaccurate, or colored by the views of the translators, those who deal with the poems as the genuine works of the bards whose names they bear, and view them as containing a recondite system of Druidism, or semi-pagan philosophy, present us with a translation which is, to say the least of it, mysterious enough in all conscience. Those, again, who consider them to be the work of a later age, and to contain nothing but a mere farrago of nonsense, have no difficulty in producing a translation which amply bears out that character. The work of the editor must, however, precede that of the critic. An essential preliminary is to give the text of these poems in the oldest form in which it is to be found, and in the precise orthography of the oldest MSs, and to present a translation which shall give as accurate and faithful a representation of the meaning of the poems as is now possible as the basis of the work of the critic. The object of the present work is to accomplish this. The contents of the four MSs, here called the Four Ancient Books of Wales, are printed as accurately as possible, those of the first three completely, and as much of the last as contains any of these poems. It is in these four MSs that the oldest known texts are to be found, and in order to secure a faithful and impartial translation, I resolved, in order to avoid any risk of its being colored by my own views, to refrain from attempting the translation myself, and to obtain it, if possible, from the most eminent living Welsh scholars. With this view, I applied to the Reverend D. Sylvan Evans of Llanymodwy, the author of the English and Welsh Dictionary and other works, and the Reverend Robert Williams of Rhydycroesau, author of the Biography of Eminent Welshmen and the Cornish Dictionary, both distinguished Welsh scholars, who most kindly acceded to my request. Mr. Evans has translated for me the poems in the Black Book of Carmarthen, the Book of Aneirin, and the Red Book of Hergest, and accompanied them with valuable notes. Mr. Williams has translated for me the poems in the Book of Taliesin, and I beg to record my sense of the deep obligation under which they have laid me by the valuable assistance thus afforded. But while these eminent scholars are so far answerable for the translations, it is due to them to add that they are not responsible for any opinions expressed in this work, except those contained in their own notes, and that, by permitting their names to be connected with this work, they must not be held as sanctioning the views entertained by myself, and to which I have given expression in the following chapters, or in the notes I have added. 3. 2. The literature of Wales subsequent to the 12th century. Prior to the 12th century, there are not many poems which claim to belong to the literature of that period, besides those attributed to Taliesin, Aneirin, Llywelyn, and Myrddin. The Black Book of Carmarthen contains a few attributed to Cuchulainn, Elaith, and Megant, and the Red Book of Hergest, one to Tysilio, son of Brochweilis of Frog. But the number of such poems is so small, that, if the poems attributed to the bards of the 6th century really belong to that period, there is an interval of several centuries, during which such a literature either never existed or has perished, till the 12th century, from which period a mass of poetic literature existed in Wales, and has been preserved to us. Of the genuine character of that poetry there seems to be no doubt. In order, then, to estimate rightly the place which the poems attributed to the bards of the 6th century ought truly to occupy in the literature of Wales, it will be necessary to form a just conception of the character of her later literature subsequent to the 12th century, as well as to grasp the leading facts of her history during the previous centuries in their true aspect. In the 11th century, two events happened which seem to have had a material influence on the literature of Wales. The one was the return of Rhys ap Tudor, the true heir to the throne of South Wales, in 1077, and the other was the landing of Gruffydd ap Cynan, the true heir to the throne of North Wales, in 1080, on the death of Edwyl, the last of the direct line of the Welsh kings, in 994, leaving an only son in minority, and of Meredith, Prince of South Wales, in 994, leaving an only daughter. The government of both provinces of Wales fell into the hands of usurpers. Cynan, who represented the North Wales line, fled to Ireland in 1041, where he married a daughter of the Danish king of Dublin, and after two fruitless attempts to recover his inheritance by the assistance of the Irish, died in Ireland, leaving a son Gruffydd. Rhys ap Tudor, the representative of the South Wales line, took refuge in Armorica, whence he returned in 1077, and, laying claim to the throne of South Wales, was unanimously elected by the people. Gruffydd ap Cynan invaded Anglesey with a body of troops obtained in Ireland, and having been joined by Rhys ap Tudor, their combined forces defeated the army of Trahearn, then King of Wales, their opponent, at the Battle of Carno in 1080, where that prince was slain, and Rhys ap Tudor and Gruffydd ap Cynan were confirmed on the thrones of their ancestors. The return of these two princes to Wales, the one from Ireland, where he had been born and must have been familiar with the Irish school of poetry, and the other from Armorica, where he probably became acquainted with Armoric traditions, created a new era in Welsh literature, and a great outburst of literary energy took place, which in North Wales manifested itself in a very remarkable revival of poetry, while in South Wales it took more the shape of prose literature between 1080 and 1400. Stephens enumerates no fewer than 79 bards, many of whose works are preserved, and the Red Book of Hergest concludes with a body of poetry transcribed apparently by Lewis Glencothi, and attributed to bards, 45 in number, who lived in a period ranging from 1100 to 1450. One of the earliest of these bards was Cyndil, commonly called Prydyd Mar, or the Great Bard. He was bard to Madag ap Meredith, Prince of Poets, who died in 1159, and two elegies on his death, by Cyndil, are contained in the Black Book of Carmarthen. There is every reason to believe that the latter part at least of this MS was transcribed by him. The influence produced upon Welsh literature by the return of Rhys ap Tudor to South Wales was of a different description, and it is probably from this period that the introduction into Wales of Armoric traditions may be dated. The appearance of the History of the Britons, by Geoffrey of Monmouth, was the first open manifestation of it. This work, which is written in Latin, at once attained great popularity, and made the fabulous history which it contained, with the romantic tales of Uther Pendragon, and Arthur with his Round Table, familiar to the whole world. There is prefixed to this history an epistle dedicatory to Robert, Earl of Gloucester, son of Henry I. It must therefore have been compiled prior to his death in 1147. In this epistle he states that Walter, Archdeacon of Oxford, a man of great eloquence and learned in foreign histories, gave him a very ancient book in the British tongue, Quondam Britannici Sermonis Librum Vedistissimum, giving an account of the kings of Britain from Brutus to Cadwallader, and that he had, at the Archdeacon's request, translated it into Latin, and he concludes his history by committing to his contemporary, Geradoc of Llancarvan, the history of the subsequent kings in Wales, as he does that of the kings of the Saxons to William of Malmesbury and Henry of Huntingdon, whom he advises to be silent concerning the kings of the Britons, since they have not the book written in the British tongue, Librum Britannici Sermonis, which Walter, Archdeacon of Oxford, brought out of Britannia Britannia, and which being a true history, he has thus taken care to translate. William of Malmesbury's history is likewise dedicated to Robert, Earl of Gloucester, and is brought down to the 28th year of Henry I, or 1125, in which year it appears to have been written. Henry of Huntingdon's History of the English is dedicated to Alexander, Bishop of Lincoln, and the first part terminates with the death of Henry I in 1135, in which year it appears to have been written. Geoffrey must therefore have finished his translation, if his account be true, or compiled his work, if it is original, before these dates, but as in his epistle dedicatory he invites his patron to correct his work, so as to make it more polished, it is possible that there may have been additions prior to the one finally given forth as the completed work, which this epistle and postscript accompanied. That there was such a person as Walter, Archdeacon of Oxford, seems now admitted, but whether the talc of the Welsh book, brought from Brittany and translated into Latin, is a reality or one of those fictions occasionally prefixed to original works, is a question of very great difficulty, and it will be necessary to inquire whether any light is thrown upon it by the Welsh versions termed Brut y Brenhinod, or the History of the Kings. Two of these versions are printed in the Myvyrian Archaeology. The second is obviously a translation from the Latin edition, as we now have it, to which it closely adheres, and is there termed Brut Geoffrey ap Arthur. The first is said to be taken from the Red Book of Hergest. The narrative is shorter and simpler. The epistle dedicatory is not prefixed to it, and it contains at the end of it this postscript: I, Walter, Archdeacon of Oxford, did turn this book out of Welsh, Cymraeg, into Latin, and in my old age I turned it a second time out of Latin into Welsh. The editor considers this version to be the original Welsh book brought by Walter the Archdeacon from Brittany, and conjecturing that it belongs to an earlier period, and may have been written by Tysilio, son of Brochweel, who is said to have written a history and to have lived in the 7th century, he has without any authority termed it Brut Tysilio. It is the text from which the Reverend Peter Roberts translated his English version termed the Chronicle of the Kings of Britain, translated from the Welsh copy attributed to Tysilio, and published in 1811. Now, though the text of the so-called Brut Tysilio is distinctly stated both by the editor of the Myvyrian Archaeology and by Roberts to be taken from the Red Book of Hergest, no such text is to be found there. The text of the Brut y Brenhinod in the Red Book is the same as the second version termed Brut G ap Arthur. There are two later MSs, in the Library of Jesus College, containing a text similar to that of the Brut Tysilio, and from which it was probably taken. They are exactly alike, but the one bears to have belonged to David Powell of Aberystwyth in 1610, and is a MS of that period, and the other to have been written by Hugh Jones, keeper of the Ashmolean Museum, in 1695, and seems to be a copy of it. Another copy is said to be preserved in the library at Downing in North Wales, having this note attached to it: Walter, Archdeacon of Oxford, translated this part of the Chronicle from Latin into Welsh, and Edward Kyffin copied it for John Trevor of Trevelyan, AD 1577, and a copy is likewise contained in the Book of Bassingwork, the property of Thomas T. Griffith, Esquire, Wrexham, which appears to be in the handwriting of Gudin Owain and to have been written in 1461. This is the oldest known transcript of this version of the Brut. In the British Museum, MS, Cod, Cleop, B.V., there is a copy of the Brut which differs from this, but approaches more nearly to it than to the Brut G ap Arthur. It has been written about the end of the 13th century, and it has the epistle dedicatory, in which the book given by Walter is termed Livia Cymric. But in the postscript it is stated that the Cymric book which Walter gave him had been translated by him from Latin into Cymric, and again by Geoffrey from Cymric into Latin. The text in the Red Book is, as I mentioned, closely allied to Geoffrey's Latin version, but there is no epistle dedicatory, and the postscript here again varies from the others. It states that the book Walter had was a Breton book, LLYFRB or VTVN, which he translated from Breton into Cymric, O Bridenec ig Cymric, and which Geoffrey translated into Latin. The only other MSs, which have been accessible to me are those at Hangert. There are several copies, some complete and some imperfect, but only one that has the postscript. It is the same text, or nearly so, as that in the Red Book, but varies in the postscript. It states Walter's book to have been a Cymric book, which he translated from Cymric to Latin, and which Geoffrey likewise translated from Cymric to Latin, and again from Latin to Cymric. There are thus three different Welsh texts, one represented by the first text in the Myvyrian Archaeology, by the two late copies in Jesus College, the Downing MS, and the Book of Bassingwork, a second by the Cottonian MS, in the British Museum, and a third by the second text in the Myvyrian Archaeology, by the text in the Red Book of Hergest and the Hangard MS, but all differ in the account given of the original MS. By one it is said to have been Latin, by another Cymric, and by a third Breton. So far we may extricate some facts. All the MSs of the first text agree that it was a translation by Walter the Archdeacon from Latin to Welsh. On the authority of the Hangard MS, we may pronounce the third to be a translation into Welsh, by Geoffrey of Monmouth, of his Latin edition. The second text probably represents an intermediate stage of the work. All seem to imply that Walter's book was at all events in Latin before it reached Geoffrey, but whether the original was in Breton, in Cymric, or in Latin, or whether there ever was an original, there is certainly no text, either in Welsh or in Latin, which now represents it, and all of these texts must be placed in the first part of the 12th century. The MSs, containing the Welsh versions usually have a translation into Welsh of the History of Troy, by Dares Phrygius, prefixed to it. Those which represent the first and second texts have a chronicle termed Brut Wyseason, annexed to it, which is expressly said by the Cotton MS, to be the work of Caradoc of Langcarven, and gives a chronicle of events in the history of Wales, interspersed with notices of the Saxon history, but the text in the Red Book is followed by a chronicle containing the Welsh events only, and to which, in a later hand, the title Brut Wytywysogen has been attached. The Red Book of Hergest likewise contains the text of several prose tales and romances connected with the early history of Wales. They are 11 in number, and have been published, with an English translation, by Lady Charlotte Guest, in 1849, under the title of the Mabinogion, from the Livercock o Hergest, and other ancient Welsh manuscripts, with an English translation and notes. It is justly remarked in the preface of this collection that some have the character of chivalric romances, and others bear the impress of a far higher antiquity, both as regards the manners they depict and the style of language in which they are composed. So greatly do these Mabinogion differ in character, that they may be considered as forming two distinct classes, one of which generally celebrates heroes of the Arthurian cycle, while the other refers to persons and events of an earlier period, and it is not difficult to assign each tale to one or other of these two classes. To the older class belong, the tale of Wael, Prince of Dyfed, the tale of Branwen, daughter of Lir, the tale of Manwadden, the son of Lir, the tale of Math, son of Mathenwy, the contention of Ludden Leavleys, the story of Cilhwach Olwen, the dream of Rhonabwy. To the second class belong, the tale of the Lady of the Fountain, the story of Peredur, son of Evroc, the story of Geraint, son of Urban, the dream of Max and Guladig. Though the whole of these tales have been published under the title of Mabinogion, that name is applied in the Red Book solely to the first four, which form, in fact, one romance. The name of Arthur only occurs in the last two of this class, and it is in his earliest aspect. They are probably older than the Bruts, as the substance of the tale called the Contention of Ludden Leavleys occurs in the earliest form of the Brut, and is omitted in the later. The tales included in the second class certainly belong to the full-blown Arthurian romance. As early as the date of the Black Book of Carmarthen, some of the Welsh traditions appear under the form of short triads, and that MS contains a fragment of what were probably the earliest, the Triads of the Horses. AOS, in the Hangert collection, which has apparently been written as far back as the year 1300, contains two sets of triads, one termed Triad Arbenic, chief or excellent triads which are religious, and another, called Triad Arthur a Seguir, triads of Arthur and his warriors. and in the Red Book of Hergest are two sets of triads, one called Triad Ynys Brydain, or Triads of the Island of Britain, which contain these Triads of Arthur, with many others, and the other an enlarged edition of the Triads of the Horses. They are both published in the Myverian Archaeology, Volume 2 page 1, and to these may be added the Bonhet y Saint, or genealogies of the saints, which are usually found along with them, such as a sketch of the literature of Wales subsequent to the 12th century, of which we know something of the history, but a branch of its literature still remains to be noticed which has exercised a powerful influence upon the history of the country, the true source and history of which, however, is wrapped in obscurity and encompassed with doubt. One of the editors of the Myverian Archaeology, and a chief contributor of its contents, was Edward Williams, of Flintstone in Glamorgan. He maintained that there had existed at an early period, when bardism flourished as an institution of the country, 4 chairs or schools of bards, and that one of these chairs still remained, the chair of Glamorgan, of which he was himself the bardic president, and he adopted the bardic title of Iolo Morganwg. He declared that the succession of bards and bardic presidents could be traced back to 1300, that the traditions of bardism had been handed down by them in the chair of Glamorgan, that Llewellyn Sion, who was bardic president in 1580, and died in 1616, had reduced this system to writing under the title of the Book of Bardism, or the Druidism of the Bards of the Isle of Britain, which he professed to have compiled from old books in the collection of MSs, at Raglan Castle. Iolo Morganwg published, in 1794, his poems, lyric and pastoral, in which he gave to the world some account of this system, and a work which he had prepared for the press, termed Cyfrnach Beard Ynys Brydain, in the Welsh language and from the MS, of Llewellyn Sion, was published after his death by his son in 1829. A further installment, termed Bardus, was printed, with a translation, for the Welsh, MS, Society in 1862. Among the contributions made by him to the documents printed in the Myverian Archaeology, were the so-called Historical Triads, Volume 2 page 57, which have been so much founded upon in writing Welsh history, and the Triads called the Wisdom of Cadach, Volume 3 page 1, and the Triads of the Bards of Britain and Institutes of the Bards of Dyfnwal Moelmud, Volume 3 pages 199 and 283. A volume of documents prepared by him as an additional volume of the Myverian Archaeology, was printed after his death, with a translation, for the Welsh MS, Society, in 1848, termed the Iolo Manuscripts. But the most important document which issued from him, and which has exercised the greatest influence on the popular views of Welsh literature, was the prose tale or Mabinogi, termed Hames Taliesin, and containing the so-called personal history of that bard. A fragment of the Welsh text was given in the first volume of the Myverian Archaeology, but the whole tale, with a translation, was published by Dr. Owen Pugh, in 1833, in the Cambrian Quarterly Magazine, Volume 5 page 198. In his introductory remarks he states that the compiler, Hopton Thomas Phillip, wrote this piece about the year 1370. He lived in Morganwg or Glamorgan. The same tale was published by Lady Charlotte Guest in 1849, in the 3rd volume of her Mabinogion, and she states that her copy was made up from 2 fragments, the one contained in AOS, of the Library of the Welsh School in London, written in a modern hand, and dated in 1758, the other from AOS, belonging to Iolo Morganwg. The fragment in the Welsh School Library was probably that printed in the Myverian Archaeology, and the MS, belonging to Iolo Morganwg, that used by Dr. Owen Pugh, as the latter states in his introductory remarks. Of the narrative part but one version exists. Iolo Morganwg himself states that the romance entitled Hames Taliesin, i.e. the history of Taliesin, was written so late at least as the 14th, or rather the 15th, century, and that he used the expression 15th century in the loose sense of the century from 1500 to 1600 as plain, as he likewise states that Hopton Thomas Phillip flourished about 1560. This is the same Hopton Thomas Phillip who, Dr. Owen Pugh says, wrote it about 1370, but there is no real difference between them as to his true age, for in his Cambrian biography, published in 1803, 30 years before, Dr. Owen Pugh, then Mr. William Owen, has the following: Hopton Thomas Phillip, a poet who flourished between AD 1590 and 1630. At that time, therefore, the compilation of the Hames Taliesin was not placed further back than the end of the 16th or beginning of the 17th century. The prose narrative contains a number of poems stated to have been composed by Taliesin in connection with the events of his life, but these will be noticed when we come to deal with the poetry attributed to that bard. It is a peculiarity attaching to almost all of the documents which have emanated from the chair of Glamorgan, in other words, from Iolo Morganwg, that they are not to be found in any of the Welsh MSs contained in other collections, and that they must be accepted on his authority alone. It is not unreasonable, therefore, to say that they must be viewed with some suspicion, and that very careful discrimination is required in the use of them. 3. Sources of the early history of Wales. In order to discriminate between what is true and what is fabulous in the early history of Wales as presented to us in the historic literature subsequent to the 12th century, and to disentangle the fragments of real history contained in them, so as to enable us to form something like a true conception of its leading features, it is necessary to test it by comparing it with the statements in contemporary authorities of other countries, and by referring to such earlier native documents as have come down to us. Of the latter class there are only 3, and it is requisite that we should form a right conception of their authority. The first are the works of Gildas, who wrote in Latin. They are usually considered as consisting of 2 pieces, the Historia and the Epistola, but they may be viewed as forming one treatise. Questions have been raised upon the lives of Gildas, as to whether there was 1 or 2 persons of the name, an earlier and a later, but, viewing the question in its literary aspect, it is of little consequence, for the treatise is evidently the work of one man, and there is evidence in the work itself of his date. The writer states that he was born in the year in which the Battle of Baden was fought, and that he wrote 44 years after, for according to the oldest Welsh annals, the Battle of Baden was fought in the year 516, which would place the composition of the treatise in the year 560, and the Irish annals record the death of Gildas in 570, 10 years after. Only 3 MSs of Gildas are known to have existed, and the oldest of these has since perished. It was in the Cottonian Library, Vit. AV, but fortunately the text of Jocelyn's edition of Gildas in 1568 was printed from it, and, according to Mr. Petrie, so correctly that it may be taken as representing it. 5. The other 2 MSs are in the public library at Cambridge, DD, I-17 and FF, I-27, the one of the end of the 14th or beginning of 15th centuries, and the other of the 13th century. The first is said to have belonged to the monks of Glastonbury, and the second to the monks of Durham. This latter MS inserts various passages which are not to be found in the other MSs. Thus the other MSs mention that the Saxons were invited superbud Arano, and the Durham MS inserts the words, Gerthragerno Britanorum Duce. Again, where the other MSs mention the Obsessio Budonici Montis, the Durham MS inserts Qui Prop Sabrinum Ostium Habiter. The work of Gildas had early found its way to the Northumbrian monks, as Bede evidently uses it in his history, and they are probably answerable for the additions contained in this MS. It has been remarked that the account given by Gildas of the departure of the Romans from Britain, and the events which followed, are inconsistent with the statements of contemporary Greek and Roman authors, but this appears to me to arise solely from Gildas having misplaced the only document directly quoted by him, which has forced upon his narrative a chronology inconsistent with the true sequence of events, and which, unfortunately, has likewise influenced Bede's history. Gildas narrates 2 devastations by the Picts and Scots, after each of which they were driven back by the Roman troops. Then he states the final departure of the Roman army, followed by the occupation of the territory between the walls by the enemy. When he quotes this document, which purports to be a letter by the Britons, addressed Acciator Consuli, imploring assistance against the Barbari, who drive them to the sea, while the sea throws them back on the Barbari, he understands by these Barbari the Picts and Scots, and places after this latter the invitation to the Saxons, who first drive back the Picts and then unite with them to subjugate the Britons. Now the exact date when this letter must have been written can be at once ascertained, for Aetius was consul for the 3rd time in 446, and the dates of the other events have been fixed in accordance with this. But while this postdates these events when compared with the other authorities, the sequence is the same, with the single exception of the place occupied by this letter. We know from Zosimus that the Roman army really left finally in 409. We see, from Constantius' Life of St. Germanius, that the Saxons had already, in alliance with the Picts, attacked the Britons in 429, and Prosper, a contemporary authority, tells us that in 441 Britannia usque ad hoc tempus varius cladibus evenitibus clada, indicionum Saxonum redigunter. It is impossible to mistake this language. The Saxons must have completed their conquest 6 years before the letter was written, and it follows that the Barbary to which it refers must have meant the Saxons, and that it was an appeal to the Romans to assist them against the Saxon invaders. The language of the letter, 2, which seems exaggerated and inapplicable to the incursions of the Picts and Scots from the north, is much more natural if directed against the steady and permanent encroachment of the Saxons from the east. Take the letter from its present place, and place it after the narrative of the Saxons turning against the Britons and attacking them, and the order of events at once harmonizes with the other authorities, while the necessity for post-dating them in Gildas no longer exists. It was no doubt his misapprehending the meaning of this document, and misplacing it, which led to the arrival of the Saxons being supposed to have taken place after it, and to the date of 447, the succeeding year, being affixed to it by Bede. The second document is the work usually termed Nennius History of the Britons, and it is very necessary that we should form a right conception of this work, and a correct estimate of its authority. The Origines, of Isidorus of Seville, who died in 636, and which must have been compiled some considerable time earlier, soon became widely known, and led to works being written in many countries upon their early history, in which the traditions of the people were engrafted upon it, either in the same century, or the beginning of the next. A work was compiled in Britain, termed Historia Brittonum. The author of it is unknown, but the original work appears to have been written in Welsh and translated into Latin. It seems to have acquired popularity at once, and become the basis upon which numerous editions were made from time to time. The original work appears to have belonged more to the north than to Wales, or at least the latter part of it, as the events of that part are mainly connected with the north, and it terminates with the foundation of the Anglic kingdom of Northumbria by Ida. Soon after was added what is termed the genealogia, being the descent of the Saxon kings of the different small kingdoms, but here too Northumbria predominates, and most of the events mentioned in it are connected with its history. It must have been compiled shortly after 738, as that is the latest date to which the history of any of the Saxon kingdoms is brought down, and it too bears the marks of being a translation into Latin from Welsh. An edition of the Historia seems to have been made in 823, the 4th year of Mervyn Ferrich, King of Wales, by Mark the Anchorite, when that part at least of the text which contains portions of the life of Germanus, and probably the legend of St. Patrick, must have been inserted. Another edition in 858 bears the name of Nennius. The original work was very early attributed to Gildas, but latterly the whole work bore the name of Nennius. The oldest MSs are of the 10th century, and are 3 in number. They represent 2 different editions of the work. The Vatican MS bears the name of Mark the Anchorite, and contains the date of 946, and the 5th year of King Edmund. It is remarkable enough that this was the year in which that king conquered Cambria, and made it over to Malcolm, King of Scots. It would seem as if this conquest had brought it first under the notice of the Saxons, and this conjecture is further strengthened by the fact that the Paris MS exactly corresponds with this, and that this MS, alone, of all the numerous MSs which have come down to us, has the names of the Saxon kings in the Saxon and not in the Welsh form. The MS, which represents the other edition, is one in the British Museum, Harl 3856. It contains in it the date of 796, but there are additions to it not found in any other MS, which must have been compiled in the year 977. These are, first, a later chronicle of Welsh events, from the year 444, and though the last event recorded is in 954, the Anni have been written down to 977. The second is a collection of Welsh genealogies, commencing with that of Owen, son of Hywel Dda, King of South Wales, who reigned from 946 to 985, both in the paternal and maternal line, from which we may infer that the writer was connected with South Wales. The chronicle was made the basis of 2 much later chronicles, in which the events are brought down to 1286 and 1288, and the whole have been edited under the name of Annales Cambria, but the 2 later chronicles have in reality no claim to be incorporated with it, as the differences are not various readings of one text, but later editions. The great value of this chronicle arises from the fact that it was compiled a century and a half before the Bruts were written, and it detracts from that value to add to it later editions taken from chronicles compiled as many years after the Bruts, and which are obviously derived from them. It is also the source from which many of the entries in the Welsh Brut y Saeson and Brut y Tywysogin have been translated. It is obvious that both the chronicle and the Welsh genealogies were additions intended to illustrate the genealogia attached to the Historia Brittonum, and to bring the Welsh history down to the date of the compiler. The chronicle inserts the events in the genealogia in the very words of the latter, and when the genealogia enumerates 4 Welsh kings as fighting against one of the kings of Bernicia, the Welsh genealogies give the pedigree of these 4 kings, in the same order. The Historia Brittonum was translated into Irish by Gialla Keomhan, an Irish Senachie, who died in 1072, and various Irish and Pictish editions were incorporated in the translation. The work, therefore, as it existed prior to the 12th century, may be said to consist of 6 parts. First, the original nucleus of the work termed Historia Brittonum. Second, the Genealogia, added soon after 738. Third, the Memorabilia. Fourth, the legends of St. Germanus and of St. Patrick, added by Mer in 823, the latter being merely attached to his edition, and incorporated in that of Nennius. Fifth, the Chronicle and the Welsh genealogies, added in 977, and, sixth, the Irish and Pictish editions, by Gialla Keomhan. 6. The MSs of Nennius amount to 28 in number, and of the later MSs, several seem to have been connected with Durham. To the monks of Durham many interpolations may be traced very similar to those in Gildas. In some MSs, they are written on the margin, and in others incorporated into the text. Thus, when the Myrfresicum is mentioned, the Durham commentator adds, Quod inter nos Scotisca state. The result of my study of this work is to place its authority higher than is usually done, and, used with care and with due regard to the alterations made from time to time, I believe it to contain a valuable summary of early tradition, as well as fragments of real history, which are not to be found elsewhere. The third native authority prior to the 12th century is the Ancient Laws and Institutes of Wales. They were published by the Record Commission of England in 1841, and the oldest of them, the Laws of Haldda, are of the 10th century. Such are the native materials upon which, along with the old Roman and Saxon authorities, any attempt to grasp the leading features of the early history of Wales must be based. IV. State of the country in the 6th century, and its history prior to AD 560. The state of Wales and the distribution of the Cymric population, between the termination of the Roman dominion and the 6th century, so far as we can gather it from these ancient authorities, does not accord with what we should expect from the ordinary conception of the history of that period, but contrasts in many respects strangely with it. We are accustomed to regard the Cymric population as occupying Britain south of the wall between the Tyne and the Solway, as exposed to the incursions of the Picts and Scots from the country north of the wall, and inviting the Saxons to protect them from their ravages, who in turn take possession of the south of Britain, and drive the native population gradually back till they are confined to the mountainous region of Wales and to Cornwall. We should expect, therefore, to find Wales the stronghold of the Cymry and exclusively occupied by them, the Saxons in the centre of Britain, and the country north of the wall between the Tyne and Solway surrendered to the barbaric tribes of the Picts and Scots. The picture presented to us, when we call first survey the platform of these contending races, is something very different. We find the seaboard of Wales on the west in the occupation of the Gwyddyl or Gael, and the Cymry confined to the eastern part of Wales only, and placed between them and the Saxons. A line drawn from Conway on the north to Swansea on the south would separate the two races of the Gwyddyl and the Cymry, on the west and on the east. In North Wales, the Cymry possessing Powys, with the Gwyddyl and Gwyn and Mona or Anglesey. In South Wales, the Cymry possessing Gwent and Morganwg, with the Gwyddyl and Dyfed, and Brecknock occupied by the mysterious Brychan and his family. On the other hand, from the Dee and the Humber to the Firth of Forth and Clyde, we find the country almost entirely possessed by a Cymric population, where ultimately a powerful Cymric kingdom was formed, but this great spread of the Cymric population to the north not entirely unbroken. On the north of the Solway Firth, between the Nith and Loch Ryan, was Galloway with its Gallowittle, in the centre the Great Wood, afterwards forming the forests of Ettrick and Selkirk and the district of Weedale, extending from the Ettrick to the range of the Pentland Hills, and north of that range, stretching to the River Carone, was the mysterious Mannog Otterden with its Brithware. On the east coast, from the Tyne to the Esk, settlements of Saxons gradually encroaching on the Cymry. A very shrewd and sound writer, the Reverend W. Basil Jones, now Archdeacon of York, struck with the strange distribution of the population in Wales, has, in his essay, Vestiges of the Gael in Gwynedd, revived a theory first suggested by Edward Lhuyd that the Gael preceded the Cymry in the occupation of the whole of Britain, and that these Gael in the western districts of Wales were the remains of the original population, seen, as it were, in the act of departing from the country before the presence of the Cymry. But, though maintained with much ingenuity, it runs counter both to the traditions, which indicate their presence, and to the real probabilities of the case. Till the year 360, the Roman province extended to the northern wall which crossed the isthmus between the Forth and the Clyde, and the Cymric population was no doubt coextensive, but in that year barbarian tribes broke into the province, which the Roman authors tell us consisted of the Picts, Scots, and Saxons, and, though driven back, renewed their incursions from time to time. The Saxons, of course, made their descents on the east coast, and Gildas tells us that the Picts came back alone, the Scots assertioner, implying that they came from different directions, while all authorities concur in making Ireland the head quarters of the latter. The Saxons made their descents on the east coast, the Picts from the north, and the Scots from the west. Gildas tells us that the Picts finally occupied the country up to the southern wall pro-indigenous, and settled down in the northern regions, and Nennius, in his account of the arrival of the Scots in Ireland, adds 4 settlements of them in Regenibus Britannia, one of which he expressly says was in Demetia, or South Wales, and terms the people expelled by Cuneta and his sons, Scotti. The Scots, therefore, probably effected a settlement on the west coast of Wales, as they did on that of Scotland, and these foreign settlements in the heart of the Cymric population of Wales and the north seem more probably to have been permanent deposits remaining from the frequent incursions of the so-called barbaric tribes on the Roman province, than vestiges of an original population, relieved from the erroneous chronology applied by Bode to the events narrated by Gildas, into which he was led by the false place occupied by the letter to Aetius. The statements of Gildas harmonize perfectly with the facts indicated by contemporary Roman and Greek authors. The barbaric tribes who broke into the province in 360 were driven back by Theodosius in 368, and the province restored to the northern wall. Then follows the usurpation of the title of Imperator by Maximus in 383, who takes the Roman troops over to Gaul. This is succeeded by the first devastatio by the Picts and Scots, when the Britons apply to the Romans for assistance. Stilicho sends a single legion, who drive them back and reconstruct the northern wall. Claudian records the defeat of the barbarian tribes, which he names Picts, Scots, and Saxons, the fortifying the wall, and the return of the legion, which was recalled in 402. Then follows the second devastatio by the Picts and Scots, and the second appeal for assistance, and a larger force is sent, by whom they are again driven back. The Roman troops then elect Marcus, after him Gratian Municeps, and finally Constantine, as Imperator, who likewise passes over to Gaul with the troops in 409, after having repaired the southern wall. Then follows the third devastatio by the Picts and Scots, and Honorius writes to the cities of Britain that they must protect themselves. The Picts settle down in the region north of the wall, the Scots return to Ireland, soon to reappear and again effect settlements on the western seaboard. The Saxons are appealed to for help, but unite with the Picts to attack the Britons, and finally bring the greater part of the country under their subjection in 441, and the Britons vainly appeal to Aetius for assistance in 446. Such is a rapid sketch of the events which brought about the destruction of the Roman province, when the statements of Gildas are brought into harmony with those of the classical writers, and which produce the relative position of the different races presented to us soon after the final departure of the Romans. Passing over the legends connected with Vortigern, as involving an inquiry into his real period and history, which has no direct bearing upon our immediate object, and would lead us beyond the limits of this sketch. The first event that emerges from the darkness which surrounds the British history at this period, and which influenced the relative position of the different races constituting its population, is the appearance of Cuneta, his retreat from the north, and the expulsion of the Gael from Wales by his descendants. We are told in the Historia Brittonum that the Scots who occupied Dyfed and the neighboring districts of Gower and Sigilli expulsi sunt a Cunetae filiae sedges, and in the Genealogia that real Cunus Magnus Rex apud Britones renabit, id est, in Regener Gunadote, quia ad Vasilias, id est, Cunedag, quim filiae sui, quorum numerus octuerat, venerat priuste part sinistrili, id est, de Regener que vocator managuadum, centum quadragentus exanus antiquum malcum renerit. A Scotus Quimingentissima clade expullerant abistus reginibus, as Malkin was the first king to reign in Gwynedd after the Scots were driven out, and he was fourth in descent from Cuneta. It is clear that the expression, that they were expelled a Cuneta cum filiae sedges, is used somewhat loosely, and that the actual expulsion must have been effected by his descendants. In point of fact, we know from other documents that the real agent in the expulsion of the Scots from Gwynedd was Caswallon Lochir, the great-grandson of Cuneta and father of Malkin. If 4 generations existed between Cuneta and Malkin, this interval is well enough expressed by a period of 146 years, but an unfortunate date in the Chronicle of 977 has perplexed the chronology of this period. and led to Cuneta being placed earlier than is necessary. The chronicle has, under the year 547, mortalitas magna in qua possit Maelcon rex Cunedot, and if Maelcon died in 547, a period of 146 years from the beginning of his reign would take us back to the 4th century, and place Cuneta towards the end of it. But we know from Gildas that Maelcon did not die in 547, as he was alive and rapidly rising to power when Gildas wrote in 560, and the date in the chronicle seems to be a purely artificial date, produced by adding the period 146 years to the beginning of the century. Gildas mentions that Maglacunus or Maelcon had, some time previously, retired into a monastery, from whence he emerged not long before he wrote, and this is probably the true commencement of his reign. A period of 146 years prior to 560 brings us to 414, and some years before that must be considered the true era of the exodus of Cuneta, with his sons, from Managuadadin. It thus coincides very closely with the period of the occupation of territory between the walls by the Picts on the final withdrawal of the Roman troops in 409. Cuneta is termed in all Welsh documents Gwledig, a name derived from the word Gwlad, a country, and signifying ruler. The same term is applied to Maximus, who is called in Welsh documents, Maxim Gwledig. It is therefore equivalent to the title and position of imperator conferred upon him by the troops in Britain. After Maximus, and before the Roman troops left Britain, they elected 3 imperators, the last of whom, Constantine, withdrew the army to Gaul. We know from the Notitia Imperii that the Roman legionary troops were mainly stationed at the Roman wall and on the Saxon shore, to defend the province from inroads of the barbarian tribes, and when the Roman army was finally withdrawn, and Honorius wrote to the cities of Britain that they must defend themselves, the Roman troops were probably replaced by native bodies of warriors, and the functions of the Roman imperator continued in the British Gwledig. If this view be correct, the real fact conveyed by Nennius' intimation, that Cuneta had left the regions in the north called Managuadadin 146 years before the reign of Maelcon, is that in 410, on the Picts conquering the land up to the southern wall, the Gwledig had withdrawn from the northern to within the southern wall. In the Welsh documents, there is also frequent mention of the Gosgord or retinue in connection with the Gwledig, which appears to have usually consisted of 300 horse. It was certainly a body of men specially employed in the defense of the borders, as the triads of Arthur and his warriors. A document not subject to the same suspicion as the historical triads mentions the 3 Gosgords of the passes of the island of Britain, and the Gosgord Moor or Gosgord of the Wall is also mentioned in the poems. It seems to be equivalent to the body of 300 cavalry attached to the Roman legion, 3 times that number, or 900 horse, forming the horse of the auxiliary troops attached to a legion. The next Gwledig mentioned is the notice by Gildas, in a part of his narrative that indicates a time somewhat later, that the Britons took arms Duce Ambrosio Aureliano, a man of Roman descent, whose relations had borne the purple. The term Aurelianus is Gildas equivalent for Gwledig, as he afterwards mentions Aurelius Cananus, and both are known in Welsh documents by the names of Emrys Gwledig and Sinan Gwledig, and Ambrosius must have been connected by descent with prior imperators created by the Roman troops. Gildas then adds that after this nunc savas, nunc hosts, vincebant usque ad annum, obsessionis bodonissimontis, and the date of this event is fixed by the chronicle attached to Nennius, which places it in the year 516, in which year Gildas was born. The period between the success of Ambrosius and the siege of Badon Hill is filled up in the Historia Britannicum with the account of 12 battles fought by Arthur, of which that of Badon Hill is the last. In the oldest form of the text he is simply termed Arthur, and the title only of Dux Bellorum is given him. It says, Tunc Arthur pugnabit contra illas, i.e. Saxons, in illis debus cum regibus Britanorum, sed ipsi Dux erat Bellorum. He was not Dux or Rex Britanorum, but Dux Bellorum, a title which plainly indicates the Gwledig. That he bears here a very different character from the Arthur of romance is plain enough. That the latter was entirely a fictitious person is difficult to believe. There is always some substratum of truth on which the wildest legends are based, though it may be so disguised and perverted as hardly to be recognized, and I do not hesitate to receive the Arthur of Nennius as the historic Arthur, the events recorded of him being not only consistent with the history of the period, but connected with localities which can be identified, and with most of which his name is still associated. That the events here recorded of him are not mentioned in the Saxon Chronicle and other Saxon authorities, is capable of explanation. These authorities record the struggle between the Britons and the Saxons south of the Humber, but there were settlements of Saxons in the north even at that early period. 7. And it is with these settlements that the war narrated in the Historia Britannicum apparently took place. The Historia Brittonum records among the various bodies of Saxons who followed Hengist to Britain one led by his son Octa and his nephew Ibissa, to whom he promises Regionesque sunt in Aquilum juxtamurum qui vocator Guel, the name given by Nennius to the northern wall. They arrive with 40 ships, and after ravaging the Orkneys and circumnavigating the Picts, they occupy Regiones plurimus usque ad confinia Pictorum. The Harleian MS inserts the words ultrafrenesicum mare, to which the Durham MSs add quad internos Scotisca state, to show that the Firth of Forth is meant. That they may have had settlements beyond the Firth is very probable, but the regions next the wall, as far as the confines of the Picts, can mean nothing but the districts lying between the Forth and Clyde, through which the northern wall passes, as far as the river Forth, which formed at all times the southern boundary of the kingdom of the Picts. These regions are nearly equivalent to the modern counties of Stirling and Dumbarton. All Welsh traditions connected with this war invariably designate Octa and Ibissa, or Eosa as they termed him, and their successors, as Arthur's opponents, and we shall see that the localities of his 12 battles, as recorded by Nennius, are all more or less connected with the districts in the vicinity of the northern wall. The first battle was in Ostum Fluminus quod Dicitor Glen. There are 2 rivers of this name, one in Northumberland, mentioned by Bode as the river where Paulinus baptized the Angles in 627, and the other in Ayrshire. It rises in the mountains which separate that county from Lanarkshire, and falls into the Irvine in the parish of Loudon. It is more probable that Arthur advanced into Scotland on the west, where he would pass through the friendly country peopled by the Cymry, than through Bernishnisha, already strongly occupied by bodies of Angles, and it is at the mouth of the latter river, probably, that he first encountered his opponents. It accords better, too, with the order of his battles, for the second, third, fourth, and fifth were super aliud flum quod dicitor Douglas a estate in Reginar Linus. Here must have been the first severe struggle, as 4 battles were fought on the same river, and here he must have penetrated the Regiones juxtamurum, occupied by the Saxons. Douglas is the name now called Douglas. There are many rivers and rivulets of this name in Scotland, but none could be said to be in Reginar Linus, except 2 rivers, the Upper and Lower Douglas, which fall into Loch Lomond, the one through Glen Douglas, the other at Inverglas, and Care, both in the district of the Lennox, the Linus of Nennius. Here, no doubt, the great struggle took place, and the hill called Ben Arthur at the head of Loch Long, which towers over this district between the 2 rivers, perpetuates the name of Arthur in connection with it. The 6th battle was super flum quad vocator Bassus. 8. There is now no river of this name in Scotland, and it has been supposed to have been somewhere near the base rock, the vicinity of which it is presumed may have given its name to some neighboring stream. The name base, however, is also applied to a peculiar mound having the appearance of being artificial, which is formed near a river, though really formed by natural causes. There is one on the Uri River in Aberdeenshire termed the base of Inverary, and there are 2 on the bank of the Carone, now called Dunipace, erroneously supposed to be formed from the Gaelic and Latin words Duni Passus, or hills of peace, but the old form of which was Dunipace, the latter syllable being no doubt the same word base. Directly opposite, the river Bonny flows into the Carone, and on this river I am disposed to place the 6th battle. The 7th battle was in Silva Caledonus, id est, cat coit Celadon, that is, the battle was so called, for cat means a battle, and coed Celadon the wood of Celadon. This is the Nemus Caledonus that Merlin is said, in the Latin Vita Merlini, to have fled to after the battle of Ardoreth, and where, according to the tradition reported by Fortin, v3c 26, he met Kentigern, and afterwards was slain by the shepherds of Meldrudis, a Regulus of the country on the banks of the Tweed. Propopitum Dunmiller. Local tradition places the scene of it in Tweedale, where, in the parish of Drumalzere, anciently Dunmiller, in which the name of Meldrudis is preserved, is shown the grave of Merlin. The upper part of the valley of the Tweed was once a great forest, of which the forests of Selkirk and Ettrick formed a part, and seems to have been known by the name of the Coed Celadon. The 8th battle was in Castello Ginion. The word Castellum implies a Roman fort, and Ginion is in Welsh an adjective formed from Gwen, white. The Harleian MS adds that Arthur carried into battle upon his shoulders an image of the Virgin Mary, and that the Pagani were put to flight and a great slaughter made of them by virtue of the Lord Jesus Christ and of Saint Mary his mother. Henry of Huntingdon, who likewise gives this account, says the image was upon his shield, and it has been well remarked that the Welsh ysgwyd is a shoulder and the squid a shield, and that a Welsh original had been differently translated. Another MS adds that he likewise took into battle a cross he had brought from Jerusalem, and that the fragments are still preserved at Weedale. Weedale is a district watered by the rivers Gala and Harriet, corresponding to the modern parish of Stow, anciently called the Stow in Weedale. The name Weedale means the Dale of Woe, and that name having been given by the Saxons implies that they had experienced a great disaster here. The church of Stow being dedicated to St. Mary, while General Roy places a Roman castellum not far from it, indicates very plainly that this was the scene of the battle. The ninth battle was in Hergest according to the Vatican, Legionis according to the Harleian text. The former adds qui Britannis Carlium dissiter. It seems unlikely that a battle could have been fought at this time with the Saxons at either Caerleon on the S or Caerleon on the D, which is Chester, and these towns Nennius terms in his list not Caerleon or Caerleon, but Caerlegion. It is more probably some town in the north, and the memorabilia of Nennius will afford some indication of the town intended. The first of his memorabilia is Stagnum Luminoi, or Loch Lomond, and he adds non vatit ex eo ad mer nisi unum flum quad vocator luem, that is the Leven. The Irish Nennius gives the name correctly Limhoon, and the Balamote text gives the name of the town, Cathragan Liamhan, for Limhan, the town on the Leven. This was Dumbarton, and the identification is confirmed by the Bruts, which place one of Arthur's battles at Alclad, while his name has been preserved in a parliamentary record of David II, in 1367, which denominates Dumbarton Castrum Arthuri. The 10th battle was in Litor Fluminus quad vocator Trurut. There is much variety in the readings of this name, other MSs, reading it Trath Truroit, or the shore of Truroit, but the original Cymric form is given us in two of the poems in the Black Book. It is in one Trurud, and in the other Trathu Trurud. There is no known river bearing a name approaching to this. Trathu, or shores, implies a seashore or sandy beach, and can only be applicable to a river having an estuary. An old description of Scotland, written in 1165 by one familiar with Welsh names, says that the river which divides the Reina Anglorum a Scatorum a Current juxta opidum distrivelin was Scotus vocal de Froch. Britannis Werd. 9. This Welsh name for the fourth at Stirling has disappeared, but it closely resembles the last part of Nennius' name, and the difference between Rud, the last part of the name Tryrud, and Wered is trifling. The original form must have been Grud or Gwered, the G disappearing in combination. If by the Treath of Tryrud the links of Forth are meant, and Stirling was the scene of this battle, the name of Arthur is also connected with it by tradition. For William of Worcester, in his itinerary, says Rex Arthurus Custodi but la Round Table in Castro de Stirling a Litter Snowdon West Castle. The 11th battle was fought in Monteque Dissiter End, that is in Minot End, or Edinburgh, and here too the name is preserved in Sed's Arthuri, or Arthur's Seat. This battle seems not to have been fought against the Saxons, for one MS, adds Cathragonum, and another contra Illusque nos Catlabregina Pelamis. They were probably Picts. The 12th battle was in Monte Batinus. This is evidently the Obsessio Montes Budonis of Gildas, and was fought in 516. It has been supposed to have been near Bath, but the resemblance of names seems alone to have led to this tradition. Tradition equally points to the northern Saxons as the opponents, and in Ossus Alelor, who is always named as Arthur's antagonist. There is no doubt that a leader of Octa and Abyssus Saxons is intended. While at this date no conflict between the Britons and the West Saxons could have taken place so far west as Bath, the scene of the battle near Bath was said to be on the Avon, which Lyerman mentions as flowing past Baden Hill, but on the Avon, not far from Linlithgow, is a very remarkable hill, of considerable size, the top of which is strongly fortified with double ramparts, and past which the Avon flows. This hill is called Bowden Hill. Sibbald says, in his account of Linlithgowshire in 1710, on the Bowden Hill are to be seen the vestiges of an outer and inner camp. There is a great cairn of stones upon Lochcote Hills over against Bowden, and in the adjacent ground there have been found chests of stones with bones in them, but it is uncertain when or with whom the fight was. As this battle was the last of 12 which seem to have formed one series of campaigns, I venture to identify Bowden Hill with the Mons Badonicus. According to the view I have taken of the site of these battles, Arthur's course was first to advance through the Cymric country, on the west, till he came to the glen where he encountered his opponents. He then invades the regions about the wall, occupied by the Saxons in the Lennox, where he defeats them in 4 battles. He advances along the Strath of the Garonne as far as Dunipace, where, on the Bonny, his 5th battle is fought, and from thence marches south through Tweedale, or the wood of Silladon, fighting a battle by the way, till he comes to the valley of the Gala, or Weedale, where he defeats the Saxons of the east coast. He then proceeds to master 4 great fortresses, first, Caerleon, or Dumbarton, next, Stirling, by defeating the enemy in the Trath o' Triwrid, or Carse of Stirling, then Minot End, or Edinburgh, the great stronghold of the Picts, here called Cathbregan, and, lastly, Bowden Hill, in the center of the country. Between these strongholds, the Bruts probably relate a fact, in which there is a basis of real history, when they state that he gave the districts he had wrested from the Saxons to three brothers, Urine, Lew, and Aeron. To Urine he gave Reged, and the district intended by this name appears from a previous passage, where Arthur is said to have driven the Picts from Alclyde into Muirif, a country which is otherwise termed Reged, and that they took refuge there in Loch Lomond. Loch Lomond was therefore in it, and it must have been the district on the north side of the Roman wall or moor, from which it was called Muirif. To Lew he gave Lodonsis or Lothian. This district was partly occupied by the Picts whom Arthur had subdued at the Battle of Mynedand, and this is the Lothus of the Scotch traditions, who was called King of the Picts, and whose daughter was the mother of Kentigern. And to Aeron he gave a district which they call Scotland or Pryden, and which was probably the most northern parts of the conquered districts, at least as far as Stirling. In 537, 21 years after, the Chronicle of 977 records, Gwyth Camlin in Gwa Arthur a Medrot Corwyr, the Battle of Camlin, in which Arthur and Medrot perished. This is the celebrated Battle of Camlin, which figures so largely in the Arthurian romance, where Arthur was said to have been mortally wounded and carried to Avalon, that mysterious place, but here he is, simply recorded as having been killed in battle. It is surprising that historians should have endeavored to place this battle in the south, as the same traditions, which encircle it with so many fables, indicate very clearly who his antagonists were. Medrot or Modred was the son of that Lew to whom Arthur is said to have given Lothian, and who, as Lothus, king of the Picts, is invariably connected with that part of Scotland. His forces were Saxons, Picts, and Scots, the very races Arthur is said to have conquered in his Scotch campaigns. If it is to be viewed as a real battle at all, it assumes the appearance of an insurrection of the population of these conquered districts, under Medrot, the son of that Lew to whom one of them was given, and we must look for its site there, on the south bank of the Carron. In the very heart of these districts, are remains which have always been regarded as those of an important Roman town, and to this, the name of Camlin has long been attached. It has stronger claims than any other to be regarded as the Camlin where Arthur encountered Medrot, with his Picts, Scots, and Saxons, and perished, and its claims are strengthened by the former existence of another ancient building on the opposite side of the river, that singular monument, mentioned as far back as 1293 by the name of Furness Arthuri, and subsequently known by that of Arthur's Owen. In thus endeavoring to identify the localities of these events connected with the names of Cunetta and of Arthur, I do not mean to say that it is all to be accepted as literal history, but as a legendary account of events which had assumed that shape as early as the 7th century, when the text of the Historia Brittonum was first put together, and which are commemorated in local tradition. The state of Britain in AD 560 when Gildas wrote, and kings of the line of Dyfi. Gildas, in his epistle, written probably from Armorica, draws a dark picture of the state of Britain. The colors may be overcharged and the lines deepened, but, exaggerated though it may be by a Christian zeal, which may have driven him from the country, his language, if there is any reality in it at all, implies a great departure from the Christian faith, and a deep corruption of manners. The expressions which he employs regarding the state of the Princess of Wales are but an echo of what is used by other writers regarding the more northern Cymry. In the oldest life of Saint Kentigern, Lew, or Lothus as he is there called, whose daughter was his mother, is described as Ver Semipaganus, and Jocelyn, who used older documents, calls him Secta Paganissimi, and describes the infant church, which had been founded shortly before at Glasgow by Kentigern, as being oppressed by quidem tyrannus vocabulum morcan, that he viri dei vitam atque doctrinum sprevat atque dispexit, and that after his death his cognity obliged him to take refuge in Wales, where, under Caswallon Lochier, the father of Meilgan, Kentigern founded the monastery of Llanelwy, or St. Asaph's. He also says of the Picts, Picti veroperis per sanctum ninonum ex magna part, hostia per sanctus Kentigernum a columbum fidem susseparant, Denin apostasium lapsi, iterum per predicationum sancti Kentigerni, non solum Picti, seta a Scoti, a populi numeri in diversus finibus Britannia constituti, ad fidem conversi vel and fide confirmity sunt. There is here indicated a widespread apostasy from the Christian church founded by Ninian, which drove Kentigern from Glasgow, and which, on his return from Wales, he was mainly instrumental in healing. His expulsion from Glasgow must have taken place between 540 and 560, as he was a considerable time in Wales and returned in 573. It therefore closely followed the Battle of Camlin. Arthur was preeminently a Christian leader. The legends connected with the battle in which he carried the image of Saint Mary on his shield, and the cross he obtained from Jerusalem, indicate this. Medrot was the son of that their semi-paganist Luorloth, and his insurrection with his Pictish and Saxon allies seems like the outburst of a pagan party. The arrival in 547, no long time after, of Ida, the Anglic king, and the consolidation of the Saxon settlements on the eastern seaboard of the north into the Anglic kingdom of Bernicia, stretching first from the southern wall to the Tweed, with Bainborough for its capital, and pushing its way north until it eventually reached the Firth of Forth, must have strengthened the increasing paganism, both by the direct subjugation of British and Pictish population by a pagan king, but also by the insensible influence of the vicinity of a pagan power. A struggle seems to have taken place between the Christian and pagan elements in the country, in which the latter at first prevailed, but which terminated in the triumph of the Christian party, and the consolidation of the various petty states into regular kingdoms under its leaders. Gildas, in his epistle, addresses 5 kings by name, and of those he sufficiently indicates the locality of 3. The first is Constantine, whom he terms the tyrannical whelp of the unclean lineness of Damnonia, Amundula and Damnonia tyrannicus Catullus, and who must have reigned in Devon and Cornwall. The second is Aurelius Cananus, whom he addresses as thou lion's whelp, Quechua Leonine. His title of Aurelius is equivalent to Guladig. The third was Vortipor, whom he calls thou foolish tyrant of the Demetians, Tyrannus Demeterum, and who must have ruled over Dyfed and the regions in South Wales rescued from the Scots by Cuneta and his sons. The fourth was Cunerdlace, whom he addresses as thou bear, thou rider and ruler of many, and guider of the chariot which is the receptacle of the bear, Ars multorum cessor orgacurs receptaculi ursi. And the fifth was Maglacunus, whom he calls thou dragon of the island, Insularis Draco. This was Mielgan, who, we learn from the genealogia, ruled in Gwynedd, and was called the Island Dragon, from Mona or Anglesey, from which his father Caswalla and Lahir had expelled the Gwedo. The 2 kings, whose possessions are not indicated, probably possessed the 2 eastern kingdoms of Powys and Gwent, and Conan, the former, as the genealogies attached to Nennius call Brochwale Powys, who fought in 613, son of Sinan Cananus. It is plain, from the language of Gildas, that Maglacunus was one who swayed between Christianity and paganism, and was rapidly rising into power over the other kings. He describes him as having deprived many tyrants as well of their kingdoms as of their lives, as exceeding many in power, and strong in arms, and that the King of Kings had made him, as well in kingdom as in stature of body, higher than almost all the other chiefs of Britain. He also describes him as in the beginning of his youth oppressing with sword, spear, and fire, the king his uncle, then repenting and vowing himself before God a monk, and taking refuge in the cells where saints repose, and then being seduced by a crafty wolf out of the fold, and returning to evil, slaying his brother's son and marrying his widow, and he concludes by an urgent appeal to him again to repent and be converted. There is a curious legend preserved in the old Welsh laws. It is as follows: after the taking of the crown and sceptre of London from the nation of the Cymry, and their expulsion from Loegr, they instituted an inquiry to see who of them should be supreme king. The place they appointed was on Strathmiel Gwynedd Aberdyfi, and there too came the men of Gwynedd, the men of Powys, the men of South Wales, of Rhiannon, Morganwg, and of Cysilwg, and there Meildav the elder, son of Anhuachanachan, chief of Moelis Gideon and Merionid, placed a chair composed of waxed wings under Meilgwn, so when the tide flowed no one was able to remain excepting Meilgwn because of his chair, and by that means Meilgwn became supreme king, with a Burfra for his principal court, and the Jarl Matherval, and the Jarl Denover, and the Jarl Caerleon, subject to him, and his word paramount over all, and his law paramount, and he not bound to observe their law. p. 412. The Dyfi or Dyfi flows into the sea in Gardigan Bay, and terminates in an estuary which divides north from South Wales. On the north shore of the estuary rise the hills of Meirinnith. On the south shore is an extensive and dreary moss, extending to the Gardigan hills in the background, and interspersed with a few green knolls rising here and there. Between this moss and the estuary is a flat sandy beach, left dry far into the estuary at low water. The moss is called Corsfachno, the sandy shore Strathmielgwn, and here some transaction took place, some struggle hidden under the disguise of this fable, by which Meilgwn made himself supreme over the other 3 kings of Wales. This struggle, I take it, was the Gwyth Corsfachno, or the affair of Corsfachno, of the bards. But the true field of the contest between the Christian and semi-pagan chiefs was further north, where the great struggle for the mastery took place not long after. The Chronicle of 977 records, in 573, Bellamarmterad, about 9 miles north of Carlisle, on the western bank of the River Esk, are 2 small rising grounds or knolls, called the Nose of Arthuret, and still further north is a ravine, in which a stream called the Carwinilo falls into the Esk. On the north side of that stream the ground rises till it reaches an elevation terminating abruptly in a cliff which overhangs the river Little, and on the summit of this cliff is a magnificent native stronghold, with enormous earthen ramparts, now called the Moat of Little. Arthurid is the Rodwood Arterid, or Pass of Arterid, forming the great western pass leading from the Roman wall into Scotland. Carwindalo is Carwendelu, or the city of Gwendelu, so called from the adjacent stronghold, and here, in 573, was fought the great Battle of Arterid, between Gwendelu, whose name is surrounded by bardic tradition with every type and symbol of a semi-pagan cult, and on the other side 3 leading chiefs, who each became the founder of a kingdom, Maelgwn Gwynedd, Rhydderch and Eden, son of Gaffrin, called Fradog, or the Treacherous. The importance of this battle may be inferred from the part it plays in bardic tradition, from the exaggeration with which it is attended when 80,000 Cymry are said to have been engaged in it, and, historically, from the results which followed. Rhydderch established himself in Alclyde, or Dumbarton, as the first monarch of the kingdom of Cambria, or Strathclyde, embracing all the petty Cymric states from the Derwent to the Firth of Clyde, and recalled Kentigern from Wales to resume his ecclesiastical primacy over that region. As Bishop of Glasgow and Eden was solemnly inaugurated King of Dalriada by St. Columba in the island of Iona. 11. The establishment of these kingdoms seems to have terminated the functions of the Guledig, and more thoroughly separated the north, or Wygogld, from Wales, or Cymru, Rhydderch being now the monarch of the one, and Maelgwn Gwynedd of the other. But when we read in Boat of Eden, the petty king of the small Scottish state of Dalriada, invading the kingdom of Bernish in 603 at the head of an immense and mighty army, it is difficult to avoid the suspicion that he was for the time the Dux Bellorum, or Guledig, in the north, and had ranged under him the whole Celtic force of the country. Maelgwn, however, by this time must have been dead, the latest date assigned by any writer for the termination of his reign being 586. According to the Bruts he did not transmit his kingdom to his son, and the subsequent history, as given by Welsh authorities, is as follows. Maelgwn was succeeded in the sovereignty of Britain by Ceredig, and in Gwynedd, or North Wales, by Iago, son of Beli, his great-grandson. Under Ceredig, the Cymry were finally driven by the Saxons across the Severn, and confined to Cornwall and Wales. Ingo was slain in 603 by Cadfael, and was succeeded in North Wales by his son Cadfan, who joined Brochwel, prince of Powys, and defeated Ethelfrith, king of Bernish, on the banks of the Dee, in the year 607. Edwin, the son of Ella, had taken refuge with Cadfan, and was brought up along with his son Cadwallon, who succeeded his father in the same year that Edwin obtained the throne, that is in 617. Cadwallon was, after 2 years, expelled from his throne by Edwin, who defeated him in a great battle, and driven to Ireland, but after some years he obtained assistance from Solomon, king of Armorica, returned to Britain, and encountered Penda, king of Mercia, whom he defeated and took prisoner, but, having afterwards united with him, they jointly attacked Edwin, and defeated and slew him. During the reign of Oswald, Cadwallon joined Penda in the war against him, which resulted in Oswald's defeat and death. He likewise took part in the war with his successor Oswy, when Penda was slain in 657, and died after a reign of 42 years. This brings us to the year 659. Cadwallader succeeded him, and reigned 12 years, when the plague broke out in Britain, before which he fled to Armorica. The plague lasted 11 years, and these 2 periods bring us to the year 682. Cadwallader applies to Alan, king of Armorica, who sends his son Ivor, and his nephew Inair, with a large force, who carry on the war against the Saxons for 28 years, while Cadwallader himself goes to Rome, where he dies. The date of his death is variously given in the Bruts as May 12, 687, May 12, 688, and 12th day before the calends of May 689. It is necessary to give this narrative simply as we find it in the Bruts, without attempting to adjust it to the true history, as has been done in later authorities. The Brut y Brenhino terminates with the death of Cadwallader. The Brut y Tywysogen states that Ivor carried on the war for 58 years, and was succeeded in 720 by Rhodri Molyneux, son of Idwal Eirch, son of Cadwallader. This narrative will not stand the test of a comparison with older authorities, and the attempts to bring them more into harmony have not been very successful. The connecting links are of course the battles, which are likewise recorded by Bede. The first battle, or that fought with Brochwel on the banks of the Dee, is mentioned by Bede without the date being given, but both the Chronicle of 977 and the Irish Annals of Tiernack agree in assigning it to the year 613. It is plain, however, from Bede's narrative, that the Britons were not the victors, but were defeated, and the death of Iago, son of Beli, is placed by both chronicles in the same year. The Welsh Chronicle records in 616 the death of Sir Reddick, so that it is probable that a king of that name did succeed Maelgwn in the sovereignty over all Wales. In the following year the Chronicle records, at Gninsapit Renair, which likewise indicates the year of Cadwaladon's accession, who thus appears to have succeeded Ceredig in the sovereignty of Britain, while his father Cadfan had succeeded Iago in 613 in the kingdom of Gwynedd, and his not having possessed the sovereignty of all Wales will account for his not being mentioned in the Chronicle. The Welsh Chronicle records, in 629, Obsessio Cadwalani Regis in Insula Glennoch, which may indicate the war between him and Edwin. Bede narrates that, after a reign of 17 years, Cadwalla, king of the Britons, rebelled against Edwin, being supported by Penda, a most warlike man of the royal race of the Mercians, and that a great battle was fought in the plain called Heathfelth, when Edwin was killed, on the 12th of October 633, and all his army either slain or dispersed. This battle is called by Nennius Bellum Meson, in which he says Edwin and his sons were slain ob exercitu Cadwalani Regis Gwynedd Reginis, and the Welsh Chronicle records, in 630, Guth Miser and Aib interfectus estate at Concum duibus filii sui, Cadwallon autumn victor fut. Tiernack places it in 631, and says that Edwin was slain at Chon Regi Brittonum a Panta Saxano. Bede tells us that a great slaughter was made of the church or nation of the Northumbrians, and that Cadwalla ravaged the whole country for a long time. The kingdom of Dara had devolved upon Osric, son of Edwin's uncle Elfric, and the kingdom of Bernishnisha upon Eanford, the son of Ithelfrid, who had, during Edwin's life, lived in banishment among the Picts or Scots, but Cadwalla saluted them both. Osric the next summer, and Eanford after Cadwalla had ruled over Northumberland for an entire year. Bede then tells us that after the death of his brother Eanford, Oswald advanced with an army, small indeed in number, but strengthened by the faith of Christ, and that the impious commander of the Britons, Infandus Brittonum Dux, was slain, though he had most numerous forces, at a place called Denises Burn near the Roman wall. It has been assumed that this Infandus Brittonum Dux was the same Cadwalla who had defeated Edwin, and that the Bruts misrepresent his history and continuing his reign through those of Oswald and Oswy when he was in reality slain in 634. But it is remarkable that while Bede names Cadwalla on every occasion when he has to record his previous acts, he does not do so here, but says simply that the Dux Brittonum was slain. Nennius calls this battle Bellum Catsqual, that is Catus Gual, the battle at the wall, and says the commander slain was Catgablan, Rex Gwynedd Reginis, while he calls Cadwalla, Catgawalon, and Tiernack still further varies the name, for in 632 he records a battle by Cathlan, in quo Oswald Mac Edelfraith Victor Erede Cathlan Rex Brittonum cessidit, while he had named Cadwalla Chan in the previous year. There seems, therefore, some indication that the Cadwalla who defeated and slew Edwin, and the Dux Brittonum who was slain by Oswald, were different persons, and the probability is that the two kings, Cadfan king of Gwynedd, and Cadwallon king of Wales, reigned during some years together, that their real names approached each nearly in sound, and that it was Cadfan, the father, who was slain in 634, while the Bruts are in this instance not unworthy of credit in representing the reign of Cadwallon, the son, as lasting many years longer. There is every reason to believe that he continued in successful hostility to the Angles at least as long as the war with Penda lasted, and the remark of Bede that the occupation of Northumbria by Cadwallon was looked upon as so unhappy and hateful, that it had been agreed by all who have written about the reigns of kings to interdict the memory of those perfidious monarchs and to assign that year to the reign of the following king, Oswald, shows that there was a strong desire to suppress as much as possible the acts of Cadwallon. It is therefore not unlikely that Cadwallon assisted Penda in the war when Oswald was slain, and in the war between Oswy and Penda, in 655, when Penda was eventually slain. It is stated by Bede that Penda had 30 legions with him, led on by 30 commanders who had come to his assistance. Tiernack, in narrating the same event, calls them reges, and Nennius says that the reges Brittonum interfecti sunt, qui exerent, cum regi pantha in expeditioner, but that solus autem catgabale rex gunidot reginis cum exercitu evicit noc consurgens. That the Britons largely assisted in this war is therefore plain, and by catgabale here probably Cadwallon is meant. His death 4 years after, in 659, as stated by the Bruts, seems to me, therefore, quite in accordance with probability. No such view, however, can be taken of the two subsequent reigns. In them, as stated by the Bruts, there are the obvious marks of fabrication. Cadwallader goes to Rome, where he dies on the 12th day before the calends of May 689. Sudwila, king of the West Saxons, a Saxon by birth and descent, likewise goes to Rome, where he dies on the 20th of April 689, and the actions of Ivor, Cadwallader's successor on the throne of Wales, precisely correspond with those of Ina, Cydwela's successor on the throne of Wessex. There are, therefore, the obvious signs of artificial construction here, and the process seems to have been this. The plague or pestilence before which Cadwallader is said to have fled to Armorica really took place, as we learn from Bede and Tiernack, in 664, and it did not last for 11, but for only 1 year, and Nennius states explicitly that Cadwallader died in it. Demipsi, Uscid, Renabit venit mortalibus hominum, Catchwillert renam apid Britons post patrem suum aeon ioperiat. As Uscid or Oswy died in 670, there can be no doubt that the plague in 664 is meant, but in the Chronicle of 977, it is advanced nearly 20 years, and there we read, in 682, Mortalibus magna fudem Britannia in qua Catchwillert filius catgualon the Bedite. When this chronicle is woven into still later chronicles, instead of in qua Catchwillert filius catgualon the Bedite, we read, pro qua Catwallader filius catwalon in minorum Britanniam offugit, and Geoffrey of Monmouth adds the pilgrimage to Rome, and his death there. The steps are plain enough. First, the plague and the death of Cadwallader in it, advanced from 664 to 682, and secondly, the death denied, and Cadwallader said to have retired to Armorica, and thirdly, the incident which really terminated the life of Cydwela of Wessex adopted and applied to that of Cadwallader. The motives which led to this fabrication are probably the same with those which led to the consensus of English historians to suppress the acts of Cadwalla. Cadwallon was evidently a powerful king and had waged, in conjunction with Penda, a successful war against the Angles of Northumbria. For 1 year he had actually been in possession of the kingdom, and his successful career of upwards of 20 years must have raised the courage and the hopes of the Cymry to the highest. Then came the disaster of 655, when Oswy crushed the combination against him, when Penda and most of his British auxiliaries were slain, and Cadwallon only escaped with his life, and died 4 years after. The result of this victory was that Oswy brought the Britons into subjection under him, a subjection which continued during his reign and that of his successor Ecgfrith, till the latter was slain in the Battle of Dunnichen in 686, and as, in the case of Northumbria, the year of Cadwalla's occupation was added to the reign of Oswald, so the 20 years of this subjection was added to the reign of Cadwallader. The fact that he had died in the pestilence was not altered, but the date of it was advanced from 664 to 682, and, subsequently, the death was denied, and he was said to have retired to Armorica, whence the Cymry looked for him to return and re-establish the supremacy over the Angles lost by the disaster of 655. When the Battle of Dunnichen terminated this subjection, Bede records that, Nulla pars Britannum, some but not all, recovered their liberty, and this part was the kingdom of the northern Britons of Cumbria. For the Chronicle of 977 records no king of Wales between the death of Cadwallader in 664 and that of Rhodri in 754, when it has the entry, Rotri Rex Britannum moritor, but during that period records the deaths of the kings of Strathclyde, in 722, Belli Filius Elfrin moritor, and, in 750, Tudaber Filius Belli moritor. This interval was filled up by the fictitious reign of Ivor, the events of which were taken from those of Ina, the successor of Cydwela. Rotri, or, as he is usually termed, Rhodri Molyneux, was the first real king of Wales after the death of Cadwallader, and when the Chronicle of 977 records, in 722, Bellum Hedlapid Cornunces, Guith Gartmaylock, Cat Penkin Apodextrales Britons a Britons Victors Furent in Istus Tribus Bellis, it probably narrates the successes which led to the termination of the subjection of the Britons to the Saxons, and the re-establishment of the Welsh kingdom in the person of Rhodri. He died in 754, and was succeeded by his son Conan or Sinan Tindicwi, whose death is recorded by the Welsh Chronicle in 816, Sinan Rex Moritor, in whom the direct line of Cadwallader failed, and the marriage of his only daughter placed a new family on the throne. Her husband was Morvan Frich, king of Manna, or, as he is designated in the Savosi, Odir Mun, from the land of Manna. 6. Manna Godden in the Picts. The name of Manna was applied by the Welsh to the Isle of Man. Thus, in Nennius, Trace Magnus Insulis habet, quermuna vergit contra Armoricus evocator niscuth, secundicida estate in umbilico maris inter Hibernium a Britannium evocator nomen egis Eubonia, id est, Manna. Thus the Latin form was Eubonia, the Cymric, Manna, but it appears from Nennius that this name of Manna was also applied to a district in North Britain, when he says that Cinetta with his sons venerat prius de part sinistrally, id est, de regenerque vocator Manna guadadin. The Irish name for the Isle of Man is Manand or Mannan, and it appears from the Irish annals that a district on the north was likewise known by that name, as they record in 711 a slaughter of the Picts by the Saxons in Campo Manand, or the plain of Mannan, as distinguished from the island. It is, of course, difficult to discriminate between the two places, and to ascertain whether an event recorded is taking place in Manna or Mannan belongs to the island or the district. Events which really belong to the one are often attributed to the other, and the fact that there existed a district bearing this name, having become comparatively forgotten, has led to the presumption in almost every case that the events recorded in connection with the word Manna or Mannan belong to the island. It may help us to discriminate between the two to refer to the legendary matter, both Irish and Welsh, connected with this name of Manna or Mannan. From Manna in Welsh is formed the word Manaud, and from Manaud the personal name Manawdan. From Mannan in Irish is formed the personal name Manannan. Manawdan in Welsh and Manannan in Irish are synonymous terms. In a curious tract in the Irish MS, termed the Yellow Book of Lecan, is the following account of the different persons bearing the name of Manannan. There were 4 Manannans in it. It was not in the same time they were. Manannan Macalat, a druid of the Tuath de Danann, and in the time of the Tuath de Danann was he, Warbson, so indeed, was his proper name. It is he, the Manannan, who is in Erin, and it is of him it is called Emin Ablach. 12 And it was he that was killed in the battle of Killeen by Ilan Bradruad, son of Cathair, son of Nuad of the Silver Hand, in defending the sovereignty of Connaught. And when his grave was dug, it was there sprang forth Loch Warbson over the land, so that from him is named Loch Warbson. This was the first Manannan, Manannan Maxer, king of the Isles and of Mannan, in the time of Canair, son of Adersacoil, was he, and it was he made the espousal of Tuaid, daughter of Canal Calamrickley, the foster child of Canair, and from him is named Tuagan Pear. Manannan Maclear, i.e. a celebrated merchant was he between Erin, and Alban, and Mannan, and a druid was he also, and he was the best navigator that was frequenting Erin, and it was he used to know through science, by observing the sky, the period that the calm or the storm should continue. And of him, the one Manannan nomen abner adios scodiae britones dominum maris vocavarat in filium maris esse dexerunt ut deum adio ad arabitor agentibus ut deum quia transformat se in multis formas per gentiliterum. Manannan Macetgne was the 4th Manannan. He it was that came to avenge the children of Usnech, and it was he that had sustained the children of Usnech in Alban, and they had conquered what was from Mannan northwards of Alban, and it was they that drove out the 3 sons of Nathal, son of Morgan, viz. Iothach, and Tuathach, and Moni Lamgarb, from these lands, for it was their father that had dominion of that country, and it was the children of Usnech that killed him. Yellow Book of Lecan, Trin, Col, Dub, H2, 16. An account of Manannan Maclear is found almost in the same words in Cormac's glossary, and by other Irish traditions he is made the same person with Manannan Macalaad, as in the following stanza in an old Irish poem. Manannan, son of Lear, from the lake, fought many battles. Warbson was his name. After hundreds of victories, of death he died. Both of them belong to the mythic people termed in Irish traditions, Tuatha De Danann, the second people who are said to have colonized Ireland, according to the oldest traditions, which seem to have furnished the account in Nennius, were the Nemedians or children of Nemed. They were driven out of Ireland by the pirates called the Famoir. They left in 3 bodies, commanded by the 3 grandsons of Nemed. Simon Breek, son of Starn, son of Nemed, went to Thrace with his band, and from him descended the Ferbog. Jobath, son of Darbhanel, son of Nemed, went to the north of Europe, and from him descended the Tuatha De Danann. And Brighton Mael, the son of Fergus Leithdearg, son of Nemed, went to Dover and Iardiver in Alban, and dwelt there with his posterity, and this colony is mentioned in the Albanic Dwan, where the Nemedians are said to have been the second people in Alban. The 3rd colony in Ireland were the Ferbog, and the 4th the Tuatha De Danann, who came from the north of Europe to Alban, and remained 7 years in Dover and Iardiver, whence they went to Ireland. There they found the Ferbog and drove them out, a part of whom, according to Irish tradition, passed over into Mannan, Ely or Isla, Rickraw, and other islands. The Irish Nennius mentions this occupation of Mannan and other islands by the Ferbog, and it is obviously the same event which is stated in the Latin Nennius as one of the 4 settlements of Scots in Britain. Bulgaut cum sui tenu ebonium insulum a alias Cercetor. The only other Irish traditionary notices of Mannan are that Cormac Elfrida, a king of Ireland, said to have reigned in the 3rd century, was so named from having banished the Ulad, or Picts of Ulster, from Ireland, and driven them to Mannan, and that an ancient Irish tract in the Book of Balamote mentions Cabalbri Cruthanshua Ithacus Manain, that is, king of Pictland in Alban and of Mannan. According to Welsh traditions, Manawyddan was the son of a British king called Llywelyn. It is hardly possible to doubt the identity of the Manannán mac Lir of the Irish legends, and Manawyddan ap Lir of the Welsh, and the epithet Llydydd indicates that he was not of a people speaking a pure Cymric dialect. There are three very significant words which are applied in Welsh to indicate the mutual relation of languages. These are, Sefydd, where two tribes have a common speech, Llydydd, or half-speech, where is a certain amount of deviation or dialectic difference, and Anghyfydd, the opposite of Sefydd, where the languages are considered as foreign to each other, and the epithet of Llydydd indicates that Lir belonged to a race who spoke a peculiar dialect of Cymric. One of the kings in the list of shadowy monarchs of Britain, contained in the Bruts, is Lir. He is the King Lear of Shakespeare, and the father of Gonerilla, Regan, and Cordelia, but Credulid, who is the same as Cordelia, is by other traditions the daughter of Ludlaw Erind. There seems, therefore, to have been the same juggle between the names Lir and Lud in the Welsh legends as between Lir and Elaith in the Irish. Cuneta is said in the genealogia to have gone with his sons from a regio in the north called Manawyddan, and in the Welsh genealogies attached to Nennius his eldest son Typopon is said to have died in Reginar Vocator Manawyddan. According to the Bonhedwy saint there were three holy families of Britain. The second was the family of Cuneta. The third was that of Brighton. He is said to have been the son of Enlech or Olech, a Gwydielian, who married Marchel, daughter of Tudor, king of Garthmadryn, the region afterwards known by the name of Brecknock, which took its name from Brighton, and to have had 24 sons and as many daughters. It has been supposed that there were more persons than one of the name, and the families of different Brightons have been combined by tradition in one, but be this as it may, some of the sons are connected with Manna, and several of the daughters with the men of the north. Thus Rundramrud and Ron, two of the sons, are said to have been slain by the Saxons and Picts, and to have founded churches in Manna. Another son, Arthun, was buried in Manna, and Ron had a son Nevid, who is said to have been a bishop in Waigogled, where he was slain by the Saxons and Picts. Of the daughters, Nefyn was the wife of Sinvarc, and mother of Urine. Gwar was the wife of Elidur Llydanwen, and mother of Llywarch Hen. Leon was the wife of Gaffrin, and mother of Eden. Nefyd was the wife of Tadwal, and a saint at Lech Silidan in the north. Grigan Godu was the wife of Cadrid Colchvanid, and Gwen was the wife of Lir Marini, and mother of Caradoc. These were all of the Gwir Waigogled, or men of the north, and Corthor Simorth, another daughter, was wife of Brynach Wydel, the father of Darenwy, and one of the Gwydl of Gwynedd. In the Cognatio de Brachan, in the Cotton Library, Vesp. A14, the sepulchre of Brighton is said to be in Insula Vocata in Isbrachan Gay Estate Juxtamanium. Lastly, we have in a poem, which is not in either of the four books, but is placed by Stephens in the 10th century, mention of the Brithwyr duo Fana, or Black Brithwyr from Manna. That these notices of Manna or Mannan in the Irish and Welsh legends do not all apply to the same place seems plain enough, and it remains to find a clue to disentangle them. That the second of the four Manannans belongs to the island, and the fourth to the region in Alban, seems obvious. The first and third, whether they are to be viewed as the same or different Manannans, equally belong to the legend of the Tuatha De Danann, and as they occupied a district in Alban, it is probable that they are associated with both island and region. The Mannan colonized by the Firbolg was certainly the island. On the other hand, Cuneta came from the region in the north, and the family of Brighton, whose sons were slain in Manna by the Picts and Saxons, and whose daughters married men of the north, also belongs to the region in the north. The clue seems to be that the island was associated with the name of the Scots, and the region with that of the Picts. Nennius includes the settlement of Bult Cwmswy, or of the Firbolg, in Man and other islands, among the colonies of the Scots in Britain, and Orosius, who wrote in the 5th century, says that Mavania insula Uscatorum gentibus habitator. On the other hand, the Picts seem peculiarly connected with the region of Manna in the north. Cormac drove Picts of Ulster to Mannan, and it is connected with the kingdom of Cruthenchuath, or Pictland in Alban. Nennius calls the people whom Arthur defeated at Mynedend, or Edinburgh, Cathbregan, and the Brithwyr are frequently mentioned in the poems. The words which form the root of these epithets are Brith, forming in the feminine braith, diversicular, maculasis, and Bright, the equivalent in Cymric of the Gaelic breek, macula. Both refer to the name Picti, or painted, and or Mynedend probably comes from an obsolete word, anew, to paint, anead, painted. It is singular enough that in the pedigree of Cuneta, given in the Welsh genealogies as 977, it is deduced from a certain Brithgun, grandson of Abalec, son of Amalach, son of Belimar, and the name of Brighton obviously comes from Bright. The history of this region, so far as we can trace it, will likewise show the connection of these painted men, or Picts, with it. The first event that seems founded on some historic truth is the battle fought at Mynedend, by which the people called the Cathbregent were defeated, and the establishment of Lugh as ruler over Lothian. He is the Lothus of the legends of St. Kentigern, and is said to have been buried near Dunpender Law, in East Lothian. His daughter Thenu, the mother of Kentigern, after an attempt to put her to death, in one legend on Dunpender, in another on Kepduff, now Kilduff, is cast adrift in a boat from Aberlady Bay. Some of the localities connected with this district also emerge in the legends of St. Manenna or Derica of Kilsley-Beculian, in Ulster, who is recorded by Tiernack as dying in the year 518. There are 3 lives of St. Manenna, but they do not differ much in the leading incidents of her life. She was born in Ireland, and associated 8 virgins with her, and, according to all of the lives, a widow, una vidua, with her son Lugar. In Scotland, she founded, according to one life, a church in Galloway, called Chilnacase, according to another life, 3 churches in Galloway, and the following churches on the summits of several mountains in Scotland, in honor of St. Michael, one in Cacumene Mondisci or Pellater Dundevenel, another in Monte Dunbritain, a third in Castello Quad Dicitor Strevelin, a fourth in Dunedinque Anglica Lingua Dicitor Edinburgh, where she left 5 virgins, and a fifth on the Mons Dun Pellater. The first was on Dundernald in Ayrshire, near the mouth of the Irvine, into which the glen flows, where Arthur's first battle was fought, and the 3 next were on the 3 fortified rocks of Dumbarton, Stirling, and Edinburgh, where Arthur fought 3 of his battles, while Dun Pellater, on which she founded another, is associated with Lugh or Lothus, on whom Arthur bestowed the territory of Lothian. As Arthur was preeminently a Christian hero fighting against pagan Saxons and apostate Picts, these foundations appear to synchronize with the re-establishment of the Christian church there, and as one of Manenna's churches was on Dunpender Law, it seems not improbable that Thenu, the mother of Kentigern, was, in point of fact, one of the virgins in that church. Kentigern must have been born about 518, which synchronizes with the date of Manenna's death, and one of her virgins, called Gernot, is said in one of the lives to have died 3 days after her. Manenna's church was in that part of Ulster called Dalriade, and peopled by the Irish Picts, and her foundations in Scotland being in Galloway and in the regions near Edinburgh, show that her mission mainly was to the Picts of Galloway and of Mannan. The connection between the Picts of Ulster and the Picts of Mannan, obscurely shadowed forth in the legendary expulsion of the Ultonians to Mannan, by Cormac, King of Ireland, in the 3rd century, appears to have existed at this time. An old notice, in some of the Irish MSs, states that Beaton, son of Cariel, King of Ulster, cleared Mannan of Gauls or strangers, so that the sovereignty belonged to the Ultonians thenceforth, and the 2nd year after his death a Gael abandoned Mannan. 13 Beaton died, according to Tiernack, in 581. In 577, he records Primum Puricula Mulligan Iman and, in 578, Abraversio Ula du Eumania. The annals of Ulster give these names as Euphania and Eumania. It has been supposed that Eumania or Iman, the old capital of Ulster, is meant, but the expression Abraversio could hardly be used with reference to a place within Ulster, and the Irish annalists were not likely to pervert the name of a place so celebrated as that of Eumania. These names Eumania and Euphania are more probably attempts to express the Latin name Eubonia, and to refer to Mannan, and to the expedition by which Beaton cleared it of Gauls. 2 years after his death a Gael are said to have left it, and, in 583, Tiernack records the Battle of Mannan by Eden mac Gabran, king of Dalriada, which likewise appears in the Old Welsh Chronicle in 584 as Bellum contra Eubonium. It was therefore a battle fought between Eden and the people of Mannan. The next event recorded in connection with Mannan is the war between Penda with the aid of the Britons, and Oswy, in which the former was overthrown and slain, and the latter extended his dominion over the Britons, and wrested from the Picts a part of their provincia. Bode tells us that in a year which he does not specify, but which must have been after the year 653, Oswy was exposed to the fierce and intolerable eruptions of Penda, king of the Mercians, and promised to give him more and greater royal ornaments than can be imagined to purchase peace, provided the king would return home and cease to ravage and destroy the provinces of his kingdom, but that Penda refused to grant his request, and resolved to destroy and extirpate all his nation. Whereupon Oswy attacked him with a small army, though he had 30 legions led on by most skillful commanders. The pagans were defeated and slain, the 30 royal commanders were almost all of them killed, and he adds, the battle was fought near the river Windweed. The same transaction is narrated by the author of the Genealogia, but it is obvious that he is making use of 2 separate accounts, for the second paragraph narrates what must have preceded the conclusion of the first. and in the one the king of Mercia is called Pantha, and in the other Penda. By this account, the 30 commanders were kings of the Britons, who go with Pantha on an expedition as far as the city of Idu. Usque in urbem quo vocator Idu, and Oswi gave to Penda all the wealth that he had in the city, even into manna, redidit divitius comio in urb, Usque in manna, Penda, and Penda gave it to the British kings, and this was called Etbrit Idu, the ransom of Idu. Uswi then attacked Penda, and slew the 30 kings, Catgabale alone escaping, and this was the Striges Gai Campi. The one is the Anglic account, the other is the Cymric. By the latter, Uswi bought off the attack upon the city of Idu, and the city itself, and the battle which followed must have been in or near Manna. The two accounts are not inconsistent, except in so far as Bede says that Penda refused the redemption money, while the Welsh account says he took it and gave it to the British kings. Both agree that he was attacked, and the 30 commanders slain. Bede does not say where this happened, except that the battle was near the river Wynweed. The Welsh account says it was in the north, and is corroborated both by Florence of Worcester, who says that Penda invaded Brunishnisha, and by Tiernack, who says that he was accompanied by 30 kings. Bede does not expressly say that Penda was slain in that battle, but in the next section he adds that Uswi brought the war to a conclusion by his slaughter, in Reginar Loitus, on the 15th of November in the 13th year of his reign, which represents in Bede the year 655, and the Chronicle of 977 implies that the two events were not the same, for it has in 656 Striges Gai Campi, and in the following year, 657, Pantha Excisio. This defeat was followed by the subjugation of the greater part of the Picts, who had probably aided Penda and Cadwalla, and not only Manon Galwethia, or Galloway, became subject to Oswy, but a part of the Provincia Pictorum on the north of the Firth of Forth. This subjection lasted for nearly 30 years, till the defeat of Ecgfrith at Dunnigan in 686 enabled the Picts to regain that part of their provincia which had been wrested from them. Manon Galloway seem, however, to have been considered still part of the Anglic kingdom, and their Pictish population subject to them, as we find the Angles establishing a bishopric in Galloway after 686, and the Picts of Manon or Manna obviously rebelling against them. In 698 Tiernack records a battle between the Saxons and the Picts, in which the son of Berneth, who was called Brectraig, was slain, and the Saxon Chronicle mentions the same transaction under the year 699. In this year the Picts slew Beort, the alderman. He was probably their Saxon governor. In 711, Tiernack also records the slaughter of the Picts on the plain of Manon, in Campo Manand, by the Saxons, where Finjane, the son of Delaroith, perished by immature death, and the Saxon Chronicle thus records the same event in 710. In the same year the alderman Bearfrith fought against the Picts between Hugh and Caera. Florence of Worcester says that Berfred, the prefect of King Osred, fought against and overcame the Picts. Here again, Bearfrith appears as the Saxon governor under the king of Northumberland, and the name of the leader of the Picts is also given as Finjane, son of Delaroith. In the year 716, Osred, king of Northumberland, was slain, and in recording this event, the Annals of Ulster add that Garnet, son of Delaroith, obviously of the same Pictish family of Manon, died. In 729 a great battle was fought between the army of Angus, king of the Picts, and the host of Nechtan, and the annalist adds that the exactors of Nechtan fell, viz., Basiat son of Monate, and his son, and Fingwine son of Drostan, Ferret son of Fingwine, and many others. This word exactors, or rather exactors, was a word expressive of a Saxon officer, and was the Latin equivalent of Jerifa, and the names show the connection of these leaders with the Picts of Manon, with whom the name of Fingwine was especially connected. We have no further notice of Manon. It owes its separate existence, and its loose connection with the Anglic kingdom, to its inhabitants possessing a community of race with the powerful kingdom of the Picts north of the Forth, and after the termination of that kingdom, when the name of Pict was merged in that of Scott, it too disappears as possessing any separate position from the other inhabitants of Lothian. It has been necessary to be thus minute in giving these notices of Manon or Manon, as its history as a separate region in North Britain has, in fact, to be reconstructed, and it will enable us now better to determine its precise situation and extent. When the notices of the slaughter of the Picts in 710 by the Irish annalists and the Saxon historians are compared, they give us the situation of the Campus Manon. A battle fought on it was between Hugh and Caera. It is impossible here to mistake the rivers Avon and Carone, which flow within some miles of each other, and the Avon rises in a moor called now Slamanon, and of old Slamanon Moor. This name is, in fact, Sliab Manon, the moor plain of Manon. Mynedend, or Edinburgh, was in it, where the population of the region about it was called Cat region. The Dover and Iardover of the Irish legends formed the whole or part of it. Bede tells us that of the two firths of the sea, one of which runs in far and broad into the land of Britain from the eastern ocean and the other from the western, though they do not reach, so as to touch one another. The eastern has in the midst of it the city Giudi, Orientalis habited medio sui urban Giudi, the western has on it, that is, on the right hand thereof, the city Alcluith, which in their language signifies the rock Cluith, for it is close by the river of that name. Bede's city of Giudi is the same as Nennius Urbs Iru, the G falling away in Welsh in combination, and in an old tract in the Book of Lecan ascribed to Angus the Chaldee, who lived in the 9th century. Calenrus or Cluras is said to be between the Sliapnichal, or range of the Ochils, and Muir en Giudan, or the Sea of Giudan, Reeves Chaldees, page 124, and we learn from Simeon of Durham that the Sea of Lindisfarne, which marks the actual possessions of the Angles, extended to the river Esk, beyond which they only possessed settlements. Manor or Manon, therefore, in its widest sense included Slomanon, and the western frontier proceeded in a line from thence to the Pentland Hills, so as to take in the great moor formerly called Caldover Moor, consisting of what is now the three parishes of West, Mid, and East Calder, and thus included that mountainous region forming the west part of Linlithgowshire, embracing the parishes of Torfitchen, Bathgate, and Whitburn. It probably also included that part of the range of the Pentland Hills called of Old Pentland Moor, till it came down upon the North Esk, which formed its eastern boundary to the sea. On the northwest there lay between it and the Garrow and the district of Calatria or Calatrus, containing on the coast the parishes of Kinnell and Carridon, while from Carridon to the Esk the coast would belong to Manon. At the point now called the Queen's Ferry, it approaches within a short distance of the opposite coast, and the name of Clackmannon on the northern shore indicates that that district likewise belonged to it. On some one of the islands in the Firth, which lie between the mouth of the Esk and Carridon, was the city of Giudi or Iru, which may have been founded by the people Bede terms the Jutes, while the fortified rock of Mynedend or Dunedin was the great stronghold of its Pictish inhabitants. Lang as this region did in the intermediate part of the country where the kingdoms of the Picts in the north, the Angles in the east, and the Cymry in the west, approached each other, and the Pictish, Anglic, and Cymric populations met. It could not but have had a mixed population. We see that an early colony of Saxons bad obtained settlements in this part of the country. Arthur fought several of his battles against them within its limits, and the King of Ulster cleared Manland of Gauls. Here also dwelt the Picts of Lothian, known under the names of Berthwyr and of Cat region. The former name comes from Brith, which in its primary sense means speckled or spotted, but in its secondary sense mixed, and may indicate a mixed people. Breegan comes from Breich or Breek, and this word crops up here and there over the district. Falkirk was in Gaelic, Eglace Breek, and in Saxon, Falkirk, the spotted or brindled church. Mynedend, the painted mount, while Caldover Moss is bounded on the west by the river Breich. When Medrod, the son of Lew, rebelled against Arthur, it was with a mixed army of Picts, Saxons, and Britons. From this region Cunedda went with his sons, and gave the royal house to the throne of Wales in the person of Maelgwn and his descendants. When this house failed in the person of Sinan Tyndethwy, there is every reason to believe that the same region gave a second royal house to Wales, in the person of Mervyn Ferrich, and that he came from the region of Manna, and not from the island. His epithet of Breich points to this. He was the son of Griad, who married Nest, daughter of Gadel Lug, prince of Powys, and Griad is the same name as the Pictish ferret. His pedigree is deduced from Dwywick, a son of Llywarchen, and Llywarchen was one of the men of the north, and his mother was a daughter of Brychan. Mervyn is said in the Savosi to be Odir Manna, from the region of Manna, and not Oynys Manna, from the island of Manna. This derivation of the kings of the house of Mervyn Ferrich explains a passage in a tract contained in the text of the Irish Nennius, preserved in the Book of Balamote, but which is not to be found elsewhere. After stating the first departure of the Romans, this text proceeds to say that Saran then assumed the sovereignty of Britain, and established his power over the Saxons and Picts, that his eldest son was Luerig, and that Musardach Macerca having taken his wife, she bore him 4 sons, 2 of whom were Constantine and Gadalfict, from whom descended the provincial kings of Britain and the kings of Cornwall. 14. This legend seems to apply to Mannon, and if the house of Mervyn Ferrich sprang from its mixed population, we can understand in what sense the kings of Wales and Cornwall were said to be descended from Gadalfict. Mervyn Ferrich married Esilt, the daughter of Sinan, the last king of the house of Maelgwn Gwynedd, and inherited Powys through his mother, and acquired Gwynedd through his wife. His death is recorded in 844, so that he died in the very year that the kingdom of the Scots superseded that of the Picts. when all the old landmarks of the North British districts were changed, and the memory of Manawgat, as a region in the north distinct from the island of Manna, passed away forever. Mervyn Fritch was succeeded by his son Rhodri Mar, who acquired South Wales through his wife, and thus became king of all Wales. He divided Wales into 3 petty kingdoms among his 3 sons, Aneirin, Gadael, and Mervyn, the eldest, Aneirin, obtaining Gwynedd, with Aberfraw in Anglesey as his capital, Gadael, South Wales, with Dunir for his capital, and Mervyn, Powys, with Matherwell for his capital, and the king of Gwynedd was to be supreme over the other 2. He was succeeded by his eldest son Aneirin, who died in 913, and he by his son Edwulfol, after which Halgda, son of Gadael, king of South Wales, obtained the dominion of the whole of Wales, from 940 to his death in 948. After his death a struggle commenced between the descendants of Edwulfol and of Halgda for supremacy in Wales till the year 1000, when the sovereignty was usurped by Eden ap Legard, and a period of confusion ensued both in North and South Wales, during which Cynan, the rightful heir of North Wales, took refuge in Ireland, and Rhys, the rightful heir of South Wales, in Armorica, and which was only terminated when Rhys ap Tudor succeeded in establishing himself in South Wales, in the year 1077, and Gruffudd, the son of Cynan, in North Wales, in 1080. The kingdom of South Wales soon came to an end, in consequence of Gestan, the lord of Glamorgan, having called in the assistance of Robert Fitzhamon, a Norman knight. Rhys ap Tudor was defeated in battle and slain by him in 1090, and, according to the Brut White Iwasogen, then fell the kingdom of the Britons, and Robert Fitzhamon, with his Norman knights, took possession of Glamorgan, and the French came into Dind and Ceredigion, which they have still retained, and fortified the castles, and seized upon all the land of the Britons. This was true of South Wales only, as in North Wales the native princess still ruled till the year 1282, when the death of Llewellyn, the last prince of North Wales, was followed by the subjugation of all Wales by King Edward I. Rhys ap Tudor had an only daughter, Nest, who had a son by King Henry I. Robert, Earl of Gloucester, by marriage with the daughter of Robert Fitzhamon. He succeeded to all his possessions in South Wales, and, as the son of Nest, the only daughter of Rhys, was regarded by the Welsh as representing in some degree the Princess of South Wales. He died in the year 1147. 7. The races of Britain and the place of the Picts among them, such being the aspect in which the leading features of the history of the Celtic population of Britain is presented to us, on a careful analysis of the authorities, it remains to inquire what they tell us of the mutual relation of the races of which it was composed, and of the true place of the Picts among them. In human beings the recollections of infancy are the most vivid and tenacious, and every change of circumstance or of place in early years impresses itself with an indelible mark on the memory, so that, while the recollections of middle life become faint and dim with advancing years, those of the nursery still stand out in the background with a clear and distinct light, and can be produced in all their original vividness. In like manner with races of men in an early stage of their social condition, the events of the infancy of the race, its migrations and settlements, seem to be indelibly impressed on the national memory, are the subject of songs and ballads, and become interwoven into such oral literature as they possess, while their history, after they become a settled people, may become to them a dreary blank, till the progress of civilization and society creates something like national annals among them. Such ethnological traditions, however, in time lose the form of simple narrative, and assume a mythic and symbolic shape, which, though bearing the outward semblance of fable, still preserve the recollection of real ethnological fact. This mythic and symbolic form of the early ethnological traditions of the various tribes which form the population of the country, usually presents itself in 2 different aspects, according as the one idea or the other prevailed. According to the one, these tribes were a series of colonies arriving in the country at different times, and succeeding each other as occupants of the land, and their migrations from some distant land, in which some fancied resemblance in name or customs had fixed their origin, are minutely detailed. According to the other, each race is represented by an eponymous, or supposed common ancestor, bearing a name derived from that of the people, and the several eponymia representing the population of the country are connected in an ethnological genealogy, in which they appear as fathers, brothers, or cousins, according to their supposed relation to each other. We have a classical instance of this in the Greek traditions, where Helen, the eponymous of the Hellenes, is father of Aeolus Dorus, and Xuthus, and the latter of Achos and Ionis, while the Aeolians and Dorians appear in other traditions as successively overrunning the country. In Britain we have the same twofold myth, Brutus, the eponymous of the Britons, being, in the Bruts, father of Camberlochrinus and Albanactus, while, in the Triads, the Cymry, the Logri, and the Brython, are successive colonies which entered the country from different lands. It does not follow that, in the one case, the relationship was other than a geographical one, or, in the other, that the tribes were really of different origin, or inhabited the country at different times. These are but the adventitious, mythic, or symbolic forms, in which real ethnological relations had clothed themselves, under the operation of definite laws. The earliest record of such ethnological traditions connected with the British Isles is probably to be found in the Historia Brittonum. In it the ethnological traditions are given in both shapes, in that in which they were symbolized by a genealogy, and which is certainly part of the original tract. The author states as his source Veteris Libri Veterum Nostrorum, and concludes the chapter by stating, Hanc peritium and veni ex traditionem veterum, qui ingla in primo fuerent Britannia. In this genealogy he says, Hisitio autem habut filius quatuor, hi sunt, Francus, Romanus, Brito, Albanus. Ob Hessitioner autem orta sunt quatuor gentes, Franci, Latini, Albani, Abridi. In the Albanic one, which seems to have belonged to some collection of editions to Nennius, and which contains the oldest record of the ethnological traditions of Scotland, the brothers Britus and Albanus appear as the eponymy of the two Celtic races inhabiting respectively Britain and Alban, or Scotland. Thus, O, all you learned of Alban, ye well-skilled host of yellow hair, what was the first invasion? Is it known to you, which took the land of Alban? Albanus possessed it, numerous his hosts. He was the illustrious son of Isaacan. He and Brutus were brothers without deceit. From him Alban of ships has its name. Brutus banished his active brother across the stormy sea of Icht. Brutus possessed the noble Alban as far as the conspicuous promontory of Fafodane. 15 Here the two brothers, Brutus and Albanus, appear, and the latter is the eponymous of the inhabitants of Alban or Scotland, while the tradition of the retreat of the race of the one before that of the other seems to be preserved. What races, then, were typified by the brothers Brutus and Albanus? A passage in one of the old poems preserved in the Book of Taliesin indicates this very clearly. The Historia had given us three of the sons of Hisitio Romanus, Brutus, and Albanus, the brotherhood in such a genealogy implying no more than their mutual presence in the same country, and in the poem referred to there, is an obvious reference to the same tradition. Three races, wrathful, of right qualities, Gwydil and Brython and Romani, create war and tumult. Here the Romani and Brython represent Romanus and Brutus, and Gwydil comes in place of Albanus. This term Gwydil, though latterly used by the Welsh as synonymous with Irish, was formerly applied to the whole Gaelic race as distinguished from the Cymric. This is apparent from another poem in the Book of Taliesin, where the Celtic inhabitants of the British Isles are thus enumerated. Let us make great rejoicing after exhaustion, and the reconciliation of the Cymrian men of Dublin, the Gwydil of Iwarden, Mun, and Pryden, the Cornishmen and the Clydemen. Here the Cymry of Wales and the Britons of Cornwall and Strathclyde are contrasted with the Gwydil of Ireland, Anglesey, and Scotland. In short, the Gaelic race in its full extension at that period, including Pryden, or North Britain, and Mona, or Anglesey, as well as Ireland. To which of these two races then did the Picts belong, and was their language identical either with the Cymric or the Gaelic, or, if it was a different dialect, to which did it approach nearest? Among the additions made to the Historia Brittonum, some Pictish traditions seem to have been attached to it as early as the year 796, and these are preserved partly in the Irish translation of Nennius, and partly in the first part of the Old Chronicle in the Colbertinaes, usually called the Pictish Chronicle, and which bears evident marks of having been formed from such additions to the Historia. This chronicle contains a very important addition to the statement in the Historia. The Historia had said that Brutus and Albanus were brothers, and sons of Hisitio, and that from them proceeded the nations of the Briti and the Albani. The Pictish Chronicle adds, after quoting a passage from Isidorus giving the etymology of the name Albany, De quibus originum dux orant Scotiae Picti, 16 that is, that both Scots and Picts belonged to the race of which Albanus was the eponymous. Now the testimony of the entire literature of Wales is to the fact that the Picts belonged to the race of the Gwydil, and not to the Cymric race. To take, first, the perhaps doubtful authority of the Triads, in which the ethnology of the inhabitants of Britain is conveyed under the form of successive colonies, or invasions, they are thus represented. Three social tribes of the Isle of Britain, the nation, Cenedl, of the Cymry, the race, Al of the Lograwese and the Brython, and these are said to be descended from the original nation of the Cymry, and to be of the same language and speech. Three refuge-seeking tribes that came to the Isle of Britain, the tribe of Silidon in Wygogald, the race, Al of the Gwydil that are in Alban, and the men of Galadon, Three invading tribes that came to the Isle of Britain, the Corainud, the Gwyddelfychti who came to Alban by the Sea of Lichlan, and the Season, and it is added that the Gwyddelfychti are in Alban, on the shore of the Sea of Liddon. Three treacherous invasions of the Isle of Britain, the Gwyddelcock-Warden, who came into Alban, the men of Lichlan, and the Seasons. Here it will be observed that three tribes only are brought to Alban, and all three are said to have remained in it, and all are said to be Gwyddel or Gael. These are, first, the race of the Gwyddel generally, secondly, the Red Gwyddel from Ireland, and thirdly, the Fichti Gwyddel. The Red Gwyddel are obviously the Gaelic Scots, who came from Ireland in the year 503, and settled in Dalriada or Argyll. The Gwyddelfychti have been usually translated the Irish Picts, from the word Gwyddel having been latterly used as synonymous with Irishman, and a very disingenuous use of this has been made by Mr. Herbert in his notes to the Irish Nennius. But the translation is erroneous, for the word Gwyddel was at that time a name of race, and not a geographical term, and was applied to the whole Gaelic race, and, moreover, it is not an adjective, but a substantive. Gwyddelfychti meaning the Fichti or Pictish Gwyddel, just as Gwyddelcock means the Red Gwyddel, that by these Fichti Gwyddel, the Picts of the Pictish kingdom in Scotland are meant, and not Irish Picts, in the sense of Picts dwelling in or emigrating from Ireland, is plain, for in the Triad they are said to have crossed the Sea of Lichlan, or German Ocean, to Alban or Scotland, and to dwell in Alban along the shore of the German Ocean. That it was applied to the Picts forming the great Pictish kingdom of Scotland, is also clear from the Bruts compared with each other and with the Irish annalist Tiernack. In the year 750, a great battle was fought between the Britons of Strathclyde and the Picts of Scotland, at a place called by the Welsh chronicles Majdal or Miscdoch, now Mugdoch, in Dumbartonshire, the ancient seat of the Earls of Lennox, which is thus described by Tiernack: a battle between the Pictones and the Britones, viz., Talorgan, the son of Fergus, and his brother, and the slaughter of the Pickardach with him. In the Brut White Iwisogen it is thus given: the action of Mydredoch, in which the Britons conquered the Gwyddelfychti after a bloody battle. Talorgan, who commanded them, was brother of Angus Mac Fergus, king of Fortran, or the Picts of Scotland, and they are here termed Gwyddelfychti. Although the authority of the Triads is not unexceptionable, it is confirmed by the more authentic Triads of Arthur and his warriors, where three tribes came into this island and did not again go out of it, and the second is the tribe of the Gwyddelfychti. The statement here given of that form of the tradition which represents the ethnology of the inhabitants of North Britain under the form of successive colonies, so exactly accords with what we find in other statements of it as to leave little doubt that it is a faithful representation of this form of the tradition, and its harmony with the older statement of the other form of it in the Historia Brittonum, is apparent. In the one we have Albanus, the eponymous of the Gwyddel, called the brother of Britus, and progenitor of the Albani from whom the Picti and Scoti took their origin. In the other we have the race of the Gwyddel in Alban, and the successive colonies in Alban after them, the Gwyddelfychti from Lichlan, and the Gwyddelcock from Iwarden or Ireland, the former being, as shown by the Brut White Iwisogen, the Picts of Scotland, and the latter the Scots of Dalriada. The legend of the origin of the Picts, as contained in the Bruts, is that they came from Scythia and settled in Alban, that they asked wives of the Britons and were refused, and then married wives of the Gwyddel. The text of the Brut in the Red Book of Hergest adds, and their children and offspring increased, and the people multiplied. This people are the Gwyddelfychti, and it is thus they came and were first continued in this island, and to this day have remained without going from it. Another text in one of the Hangerdamesses adds, and thus arose this people, and this people were called Gwyddelfychtiot, and this is the reason that they were called Gwyddelfychtiot, and they are still a tribe among the Britons. 17. The tale that they were refused wives of the Britons and married wives of the Gwyddel certainly implies that the Welsh considered that they did not speak a Cymric but a Gaelic dialect, for the legend is based upon the idea that the spoken language of a people was derived from their mothers, and is conveyed in the popular expression, the mother tongue, and it is so understood in Lyman's Brut, through the same woman, who there long dwelt, the folk gan to speak Ireland's speech, and in one of the poems in the Book of Taliesin, where the Picts are symbolized by the expression, Why Cathvrith, there is this line, the Cathvrith of a strange language, Anghathiathan, is troubled from the ford of Terder to Port Wyger and Mona. There is no doubt that the allusion here is to the Picts. The name of Gwyddelfychti, as applied to the Picts, thus rests on better authority than that of the Triads. In the old poems, though the Picts are usually termed the Brithware, yet this name of Gwyddelfychti is also applied to them, as in a curious old poem in the Book of Taliesin, 5 chiefs there shall be of the Gwyddelfychti. The Picts are thus clearly assigned by the Welsh authorities to the race of the Gwyddel, and if they were really, according to the prevailing modern theory, a Cymric people speaking a Cymric dialect, It is hardly conceivable that the Cymry themselves should have thus so invariably classed them with the Gwyddel, and attached that word to their name. The whole testimony of the Britons themselves, and the inferences to be drawn from tradition, thus clearly range the Picts as a people with the Gwyddel, or Gaelic division of the great Celtic race, and not with the Cymric or British, and point to their race and language both being Gaelic. But though this may be true of the core or central body of the people, there are yet indications that the more outlying or frontier portions were extensively mixed with other people, and especially with the three races of the Saxons, the Scots of Ireland, and the Britons. And first of the Saxons, it is somewhat remarkable that when Ammianus Marcellinus narrates the first great outburst of the barbarian, or ex-provincial tribes, against the Romans in 360, he enumerates them as consisting of the gentes Scotorum Pictorum. In the second invasion, in 364, they were joined by two other nations, and consisted of the Picti Saxonesque, Ascoti Atticati, and in the third invasion, in 368, of the Picti and Duas Gentes Divisi de Caledones Victurians, idem Catticati bellicosa hominum natio, Ascoti per diversa vagants. It is hardly possible to avoid the suspicion that the epithets applied here to each people point to characteristics connected with their name. In Cormac's glossary the old form of the name Scot is given as Skit, Scuite signifies wanderers, and the epithet vagants is attached to the Scots. Calf, war, seems to enter into the name Atticati, and they are bellicosa natio. So the peculiarity of the Picti was, that they were in Duas Gentes Divisi. This seems to imply that the Dua Gentes were of different race. Now it is remarkable that while the Picti and the Saxons are connected together in the second invasion, the Saxons are omitted from the third, and the Picti then, for the first time, appear as composed of two gentes, while Claudian, in writing of the same invasion, expressly mentions the Saxons along with the Picts as forming part of the Ravagers, and names the Orkneys as their seat. Matter in Saxon Fuso Orcades, in Caluit Pictorum Sanguinetuli Scotorum Cumulus Flevet Glacialis Urn. I have elsewhere shown 18 of the tradition given by Nennius, that Octa and Abusa, the son and nephew of Hengist, led a body of Saxons past the Orkneys, and took possession of a part of Scotland. Usque ad Confinia Pictorum, indicated a real settlement of Saxons on the east coast of Scotland as early as the year 374, and it is not impossible that they may have allied with the Picts proper so closely as to form one of the two gentes, and that the Victurians included them, a conjecture perhaps strengthened by the appearance of the Picts and Saxons in close union in 429 in Constantius' Life of Saint German, by the fact that the ancestor of the Jutes, who were Octa's people, was Victa, the son of Odin, and that another part of the same people were termed by Bede, Victuarii. Be this as it may, there sent undoubtedly to have been settlements of Saxons at a very early period along the east coast of Scotland, among that part of the Picts. But if there were Saxon settlements among the Picts on the east coast, the Scots made a settlement in their western district, in part of Argyllshire, which they called Dalriada. Bede gives the best indication of the nature of this settlement. He says of the Firth of Clyde that it was a sinus maris per maximus, qui antiquitas gentem Britannium a Pictus cicerhabit, that Britannia post Britones a Pictus tertium Scotorum nationum in part Pictorum recepit, and that they settled ad Cujas fidelis at sinus partum septentrionalum. We know that this mythic colony of the Scots represented an actual settlement of them in Dalriada, which took place in the year 503, if not earlier, and that they too settled among the Picts. On their southern frontier they seem to have become mixed with the Britons, the indication afforded by the Albanic one of an early encroachment of the tribes represented by the name Britus upon those represented by Albanus, as far as Fiefness, has already been noticed. In several of the old poems contained in the Book of Taliesin, allusion is made to a combination between the Brython and the Gwyddel, and the name of Brythware, which means mixed men as well as painted men, seems to have been applied to this mixed part of the Pictish nation. Higden, in his Polychronicon, in giving the fable of Carausius settling a body of Picts in Albania, adds, ubi per mixticum Britanibus per subsequens avum premanserant, which implies that such a mixture of the two people had been known as a fact. And one of the Pictish legends preserved in the Irish Nennius indicates this also. One version of it bears that Crathnach and Mac Inga, the eponymus of the Picts, was sent from Ireland to assist the Britons of Fortran to war against the Saxons, and they made their children in their swordland, i.e. Crathanchuth, subject to them. Another version bears, and when they, the Picts, had cleared their swordland yonder among the Britons, viz., Mag Fortrine Primo, and Mag Jurgen Postia, 19 now Fortran or Mag Fortran was the district lying between the River Forth and the River Tay, and is here said to have been peopled by Britons, but afterwards obtained by the Picts who dwelt among them, and Mag Jurgen is a district on the east coast, now called Mearns, which the Picts won when warring against the Saxons, and where they subjected their children. The presence, therefore, both of Britons and Saxons as part of the population of the districts which, under the name of Crothenchuth, was the territory of the Pictish kingdom, is here indicated. So far as race is concerned, therefore, the Pictish nation presents itself to us in the following aspect. The main body and center of the nation, pure Albanic or Old Gwydil, with the outlying parts mixed with other races, Saxons on the east coast, Scots in Argyll, and Britons south of the Tay, each having occasionally seen a king of their own race on the throne, and the Scots succeeding in converting the accession of one of their race to the throne, in right of his Pictish blood through his female descent, into their permanent supremacy over the Pictish population of the country, people and language gradually merging and disappearing under the general term of Scottish. In endeavoring to determine the ethnological position of any people who, like the Picts, once existed as a distinctive element in the population of the country, but who have left no living representative to bear witness to their characteristics, there are other sources of information to which we may resort besides the evidence of writers contemporaneous with their existence as a known and distinct people, as to the particular race among the inhabitants of the country to which they belong, or as to the existence among them of a living tradition of their origin. There is the evidence afforded by an analysis of such remains of their language as may have come down to us, indicating its philological relation to the languages spoken by the other races in the country, and there is likewise the inference to be derived from the topography of the districts which they are known to have occupied. The evidence afforded by these three sources of information does not always correspond, and it is necessary carefully to discriminate between them in their bearing upon each other, and upon the problem to be solved. Where a people remains unmixed in race, and has retained the spoken language originally peculiar to them, unmodified by foreign influences, and where that people has always formed the sole inhabitants of the districts occupied by them, the evidence afforded by each of these sources of information may be expected exactly to reflect the conclusions of the others. The traditions of the people, and the statements of contemporary writers, will refer them to a race speaking a language similar to their own, and the vocables which enter into the topography of the districts occupied by them will manifestly belong to the same original language. But where such a people forms merely one element in the population of a country made up of different races, and is not protected from foreign influences by any peculiar combination of physical, social, and political obstacles, this is rarely found to be the case, and the original harmony of race, language, and topography soon ceases to be preserved in its integrity, amid the clash of contending races, and the struggle for supremacy on the one hand, or for existence on the other. This condition suffers great modification. The race may remain pure and unmixed, and yet the language may suffer great modification from the influence of others. A part of the people may retain the old language, another part may have adopted the language of a people who have subjugated them, and the language of a third part may have become mixed with, or assimilated to, that of a neighboring people speaking a kindred though not an identical dialect, through contact with them, or from the gradual spread of the one race into the territories of the other. On the other hand, the people may have ceased to be a homogeneous race, from other races being intermingled with them, or a common name may have been applied to a combination of tribes originally distinct, but politically connected, and yet the language of one of these tribes may have spread over the whole nation, or a form of the spoken language may have been adopted as the medium of official intercourse, or selected for the purpose of conveying the knowledge of Christianity, and become the vehicle of instruction and civilization, and the remains of the language which have come down to us, and with which we have to deal, may represent this form, or the written speech, only. The topography, too, of the districts occupied by them may have retained unmixed the vocables of the language spoken by its earliest inhabitants, or it may have received the impress of foreign invading or immigrating races who may have, from time to time, occupied a part of the country, or have permanently succeeded the race in question, or it may have retained names which belong to the language of a still older and more primitive people who may have preceded them. It is necessary, therefore, in endeavoring to ascertain the ethnological position of a people long since passed away, to look separately at these three sources of information, and to weigh well their bearing upon each other, and upon the race to which the people belong. The Picts unquestionably existed as a known people, and as an independent nation possessing a political organization and known till the middle of the 9th century. From that date till the 12th century the name of the Picts is known as the denomination of one element in a population formed of two different races, but combined into one monarchy, and had no independent existence. After the 12th century the name disappears as applied to, or borne by, any portion of the population of Scotland. Bede, who wrote prior to the 9th century, and during the first period, has the following passage: Hac, i.e. Britannia, in presenti juxta numerum librorum quibus lex divina scripta estate quinquagentium linguae demque summa veritas avera sublimitatis scientiam scrutator a confiditor anglorum, videlicet, Britanum, Scitorum, Pictorum, a Latinorum qua meditationem scripturarum cateris omnibus estate facta communis. In another place he says of Oswald, king of Northumbria, Denique omnes nations a provincius Britannia qua in quatuor linguis, id est, Britanum, Pictorum, Scitorum, a Anglorum divis sunt, inditioner accepit, and afterwards, in narrating the letter written by C. Alfred, abbot of Jarrow in Northumberland, to Nathan, Rex Pictorum qui septentrionales Britannia plagas inhabitant in the year 710, that is, during his own lifetime, he says, Hac epistolicum prasent regi Natano multisque verus doctoribus esset lectra ac diligenter albis qui intelligere poterent in lingua majus proprium interpretata. Henry of Huntingdon, who wrote about 1135, and therefore in the second period, repeats the statement of Bede, quinque autem linguis uditor Britannia, Britanum, videlicet, Anglorum, Scitorum, Pictorum, a Latinorum qua doctrina scripturarum cateris omnibus estate facta communis, but as this qualification, quam vis picti jam vidinter deletiae lingua irumita omninil destructa ut jam fabula viditer quad inveterum scriptus erum mentio invenitor. Bede, therefore, knew of the Picts as an existing people, and of a language termed the Pictish, and, in his own day, tells of a letter translated into it as the language of the kingdom of Naton or Necton, and when Henry of Huntingdon wrote, the people and their language had apparently so entirely passed away that it appeared like a fable that any kingdom of the Picts, and any such language, had ever existed. It seems strange that Henry of Huntingdon should have made this statement almost in the very year in which the Picts, as a body, formed an entire division of the Scottish army at the Battle of the Standard, and when Reginald of Durham, in the same century, refers to their language as then spoken at Kirkcudbright and Galloway. But the truth is, that, notwithstanding the language of Henry of Huntingdon, neither the people nor their language may, in point of fact, have ceased to exist in Scotland. The one is an element in the conglomerate of different races which compose the population of the monarchy, and the other is the patois of a district, nor does it follow, from the language of Bede, that the Picts must of necessity have been a different race, and their language a different language from any of the other peoples and languages enumerated in the same passage. What, then, did Bede and Henry of Huntingdon mean when the former enumerated the Pictish as a separate and distinct language, and the latter said that this people and language were destroyed, while it is evident that large bodies of the people remained, and that the language called the Pictish was still spoken by some portion of the inhabitants of the country? If the language referred to by Bede was the spoken language of a people of unmixed race, possessing but one common form of speech, then these statements certainly imply that it was something distinct as a language from that of the Angles, Scots, or Britons, and that in Henry's time the people called the Picts had been either entirely extirpated, or so completely subjugated that all distinctive character had been lost, and that they now spoke the language of their conquerors. If, however, the Picts were a people consisting of various tribes, politically combined into one nation, and the language referred to was that form of language adopted as the medium through which they had been instructed in knowledge, and in which all public affairs were carried on, then this by no means follows. Such a language might have perished when the kingdom was destroyed. It may have been merely a different form of the language analogous either to that of the Angles or Scots or Britons, and the spoken language of the Pictish tribes, or of some of them, may have remained as the vernacular dialect of those who survived the revolution which destroyed their independence. The language referred to by Bede and Henry of Huntingdon was a cultivated or literary language, which had been brought under the trammels of written forms. It was a language in which the Word of God was studied, and we know how the dialect selected for the teaching of the Christian Church becomes elevated above the spoken dialects into a fixed standard for the whole nation. It was a language into which C. Alfred's letter was translated by the very doctors of the court, and it was this same language which is stated to have ceased to exist in Henry's time. Its position, in this respect, is analogous to the German literary language, technically called New High German. Like the Celtic, the German spoken dialects fall into two classes, which are usually called High German and Low German. The differences between them are not so broad or so vital as those between the two types of the Celtic, the Gaelic, and the Cymric dialects, and they are more of a geographical than of a philological character. Grimm remarks this when he says that language is susceptible of a physical as well as an intellectual influence, and, though its principal elements remain the same, is, by long residence in mountains, woods, plains, or sea-coast, differently toned, so as to form separate subordinate dialects. All experience shows, says he, that the mountain air makes the sounds sharp and rough, the plain, soft and smooth. On the Alps the tendency is to diphthongs and aspirates, on the plain to narrow and thin vowels, and to media and tenues among the consonants. The former represents the High German dialects, the latter the Low. The written language, however, or the literary German, is not identical with any one spoken dialect. It approaches more nearly to the High than to the Low German, but it is, in fact, an independent form of the language, the creation, in a sense, of Martin Luther, who, with the view of making his translation of the Bible adapted to all Germany, adopted as his medium a form of the language based upon the Upper Saxon and the official language of the German Empire, and this form of the language, stamped with the impress of his vigorous intellect, and popularized through the first Protestant version of the Bible, was adopted as the language of the literature of Germany, and, subjected to the cultivation it necessarily produced, became the language of the educated classes. The language of Holland or the Dutch is a Low German dialect, and is more nearly allied to the Low than the latter is to the High German, but it is an independent language, and has its own cultivation and literature, and its own translation of the Bible. Now, a historian might well say that the Word of God was studied in the 5 languages of the English, the French, the Dutch, the German, and the Latin, and yet one of them, the Dutch, would be closely allied to one form of the German. Again, if we could suppose Germany conquered by the Dutch, the German written and language would be superseded by the Dutch equally written and cultivated language. The Low German dialects would be as closely assimilated to the literary Dutch as the High German dialects now are to the literary German, and the latter would occupy the same position in which the Low German now is. In such a case we could well understand a writer, 3 centuries after the event, saying that the Germans had disappeared, and the German language was so completely destroyed that the mention of it and its literature in former writers appeared like fables, and yet the people and the spoken dialects of Germany would have remained unchanged and been there just as they always had been. Substitute Scot for Dutch and Pict for German, and this is exactly the state of matters producing the phenomenon noted by Bede and Henry of Huntingdon, and it is perfectly possible that the Picts may have been very nearly allied, both in race and language, with either the Britons or the Scots, who conquered them, and that they may have remained as an element in the population, and their language as the patois of a district, long after the days of Henry of Huntingdon, in a country in which both Scot and Briton entered so largely into its population. I have thought it necessary to enter at some length into the consideration of the meaning and import of these passages of Bede and Henry of Huntingdon, as a right understanding of them has a most material bearing upon the question. 8. The Celtic dialects and the probable character of the Pictish language. There is a fallacy which lurks in many of the arguments regarding the ethnological character of the old Celtic nations, based upon the modern languages. In arguing from the modern languages, it is always assumed that the language of each branch of the old Celtic race must be represented by one or other of the modern Celtic dialects. This fallacy pervades the writings of almost all of our ethnological writers, who argue as if, when a classical writer states that a difference existed between the language of 2 divisions of the old Celtic people, and when there is reason to suppose that the language of the one resembled the Welsh, then it must of necessity follow that the language of the other was the Gaelic. But this by no follows, nor is it at all self-evident that these modern Celtic languages represent all the ancient dialects. On the contrary, analogy and experience would lead us to a different conclusion. The ruder a language is, the more multiplied are its dialects, and the great medium for reducing their number is its cultivation. Before the introduction of writing, the means of such cultivation were to a great extent wanting. The Christian Church was the great civilizer, and it was through its agency that these dialects received their cultivation, and one of their forms raised to the position of a written language. In the anti-Christian period of the Celtic language, the diversity of dialects must have been very great, and there may be many which have no direct representative among the modern languages. There may be many lost dialects on the continent, and one such certainly existed, as we have seen in our own island, which has long ago disappeared, viz. The Pictish. There run, however, through the whole of the modern Celtic languages 2 great distinctive dialectic differences, which lie deep in the very groundwork of the language, and must have existed before their entrance into Great Britain, if not before their entrance into Europe. These differences separate these languages into 2 classes, each consisting of 3 of the spoken tongues. The one class, which we shall call the Cymric, consists of the Breton, the Welsh, and the Cornish. The other, which we shall call the Gaelic, consists of the Irish, the Manx, and the Scotch Gaelic. The 3 Gaelic dialects are much more closely allied to each other than the 3 Cymric dialects, but each of the dialects composing the one class possesses in common those great distinctive differences which separate them from the 3 dialects composing the other class. But while this great diversity exists, there are also analogies so close, vital, and fundamental, as to leave no doubt that they are all children of one common parent. Their vocabulary is, to a great extent, closely allied. A distinguished Welsh scholar of the present day estimates that 2/3 of the vocabulary of the 6 dialects are substantially the same, and I believe this conclusion to be correct. A number of the primitive adjectives expressing the simplest conceptions are the same. It is a peculiarity of both classes that the irregular forms bear a smaller proportion to the regular forms than is usual, but these irregular forms, which are, in fact, the deposit of an older stage of the language, bear a very remarkable analogy to each other. The great and leading peculiarity in both classes of the Celtic languages, however, is the mutation of initial consonants, and while these initial mutations exist in each class, and are governed by the same laws, and thus afford additional evidence of their common origin, they at the same time present us with a means of discriminating between the different dialects, and distinguishing their mutual position as such, quite as effectual as Grimm's law has been among the German dialects. The consonants most readily affected by initial mutation are the mute consonants, and the following tables will show what the initial mutations in Welsh and Irish are. Table I, Initial mutation of mute consonants, Welsh radical, labial, P guttural, C dentral, T labial, B guttural, G dentral, D medial, labial, B guttural, G dentral, D labial, F guttural, dentral, D aspirate, labial, PH guttural, CH dentral, TH nasal, labial, MH guttural, NGH dentral, NH labial, M guttural, NG dentral, N. Irish radical, labial, P guttural, C dentral, T labial, B guttural, G dentral, DF eclipsis, labial, B guttural, G dentral, D labial, M guttural, NG dentral, NBH aspirate, labial, PH guttural, CH dentral, TH labial, BH guttural, GH dentral, DHFH. But while these consonants thus undergo a change according to fixed laws within the limits of the language itself, there is also a similar interchange of sounds between the different spoken languages, and it is obvious that if the changes which the same words undergo in different dialects follow regular laws, the phonetic laws of these languages are of the utmost importance in discriminating their dialectic differences. The phonetic law which governs the relations of Welsh and Gaelic, so far as regards the mute consonants, is this: each mute consonant in Welsh has 2 changes in Gaelic, either into its own middle sound, or into another consonant of the same character, but of a different organ. Thus the labial P passes into its middle sound B, as in pen, a summit, bean, a hill, prided, briga, pretty, pinson, bingon, a sprig, or into the guttural C, as in pen, cian, a head, pren, cran, a tree, plant, clan, children. Pwy, saya, who. This latter change is deeply rooted in Welsh and Gaelic, and enters into the very life of the language, of which we have 2 very remarkable instances. The word Pascha, for Easter, can only have entered these languages after the establishment of the Christian Church, when the languages, under the influence of its teaching, were passing into the fixed form of a written and cultivated speech. But while in Welsh it becomes Pasg, in Gaelic, under the operation of this law, it becomes Casg. On the other hand, Saint Kieran, an Irish saint, and the founder of Clonmacnoise, passed over, in the 6th century, into Cornwall, and had no sooner put his foot on Cymric ground than he became Saint Piran. In the next class of the mutes the converse takes place, for the Welsh guttural G either disappears or passes into the dental D, as in gel, deoil, a leech, gloin, dealan, colgwanid, dined, to do, gabaith, dobchase, hope. There is here, however, a slight deviation from the general rule. G in Welsh is usually combined with W, and is in this combination the Welsh digamma, but instead of passing into W, according to the law, it becomes in Gaelic F, that is, the guttural in Welsh passes into an aspirated labial in Gaelic, as in gwyn, fian, wine, gwir, fire, true, gwr, fear, a man, gwyn, fian, white. This is sufficient to illustrate the law of this double change, but it is rather remarkable that while the one changes into a different character of the same letter, and in strict accordance with the phonetic change within the language itself, the other changes from a letter of one organ to that of another, as from labial to guttural, and guttural to dental. The operating cause of this rather startling change is to be found within in the laws which govern the sounds of the whole languages of this class, and in consequence of which the same phenomenon presents itself in other members of the Indo-European family. There are 2 influences at work at all languages, antagonistic and mutually destructive of each other, the etymologic and the phonetic. The one governs the formation of a language, the other aids in its disorganization. The etymologic influence has reference to meaning only, and brings together sounds which do not harmonize. These are immediately assailed by the phonetic influence, and modified till they are brought to a more simple and harmonious sound. History knows nothing of the formation of languages, and the phonetic influence is at work, and language in a process of decay, before the people which speak it have entered the historic period. But when these phonetic laws have become known, we are able to trace back the sounds, however impaired, to their original constituent elements. These contrasts, then, of labial and guttural and dentral, draw us back to a time when there were complex sounds which the human ear could not long tolerate, and which, by the modification of one or other element, passed over into the more simple sound, and in their divorce from each other present this great contrast. There was probably a complex sound composed of a guttural and labial, K, or hard C, and V or P. By one member of the family the C will be softened to S, and then disappear, while the V will be hardened to P, and remain alone. In another, the hard C will remain, and the V be softened to U, and then disappear, leaving the C alone. An instance of this is the word for a horse, which runs through most of the languages of the Indo-European family. The original term must have been akvas. In Sanskrit it becomes asvas, in Zend, uspas, in Greek, ipus, and in Gaulish or Old Celtic, epo. In Latin the hard C is retained, and V modified, and it becomes equus, and in Gaelic, ech. The same process would seem to have been gone through within the Celtic languages, as the old inscriptions indicates that the Old Celtic word for a son was makvas. By one branch of the race the hard C was softened, and then dropped, while the V was hardened to P, producing the Welsh map, a son. By the other, the hard C was retained, but the V softened to U, in which form we have it as maki, and finally dropped, leaving the Gaelic mak. The digamma, too, was originally a complex sound, which in Welsh is GW, and in Latin V, and in Gaelic F. The consonantal changes between Welsh and Gaelic are, then, as follow. Table 2, phonetic laws between Welsh and Gaelic. P into C or BG into DW into OC into T or GGW into FY into EB into GH into S or FE into EA. The vowel changes from Welsh to Gaelic are from W to O and Y to E, which are likewise the masculine and feminine forms in Welsh, as Welsh/Gaelic. TRWMM/Trom F/Trom CRWMM Crom F Crom Beichen M Bechen F/ began Breich M Brec F Breek. The vowel E becomes Ia, as in pen, ahead, Gian, and Bean, G. Such being the relations between Gaelic and Welsh, it must be obvious that they are of a nature to enable us to fix, from the form of the words, the relative position of almost any Celtic dialect to these two great types of the twofold division of the language, and the question at once arises, whether they may not enable us to determine the position of that one Celtic dialect in Great Britain, of which we have no direct living representative, viz. the Pictish. Of this language only 5 words have been handed directly down to us, but still, if these words are of such a kind as to exhibit some of the phonetic laws of the language, we are not without the means of determining this question. These 5 words are, 1. Penfahil. Bede, who wrote in the 8th century, says that the Roman wall commenced about 2 miles west of the monastery of Abercorn, in loco qui sermon pictorum Penfahil, lingua autem anglorum penelton appellator, and Nennius adds that the wall was called Britannico sermon gual, and extended up Ingua Aquavilla Scotus Sunale, Anglis Ivero penelton dissiter. This gives us Pinguaul as the British form, Penfahil as the Pictish, and Sunale as the Scottish. 2. One of the Pictish legends which had been added to the Historia Brittonum, and has been preserved in the Irish Nennius, is expressly stated to have been taken from the books of the Picts, and has so important a bearing on this question that I insert it here entire. Of the origin of the Cruithnich here, Cruithn, son of Sing, son of Lucte, son of Partalin, son of Anoin, son of Buin, son of May, son of Fathecht, son of Iaphath, son of Noi. He was the father of the Cruithnich, and reigned 100 years. These are the 7 sons of Cruithn, viz., Fib, Fidach, Fudla, Fortrand, Warlike, Kate, Say, Serig, and they divided the land into 7 divisions, as Colin Sill says. 7 children of Cruithn divided Alban into 7 divisions, Kate, Say, Serig, a warlike clan, Fib, Fidach, Fudla, Fortran, and the name of each man is given to their territories, as Fib, Say, Kate, and the rest. 13 kings of them took possession. Fib reigned 24 years, Fidach, 40 years, Fortrand, 70 years, Kate, 22 years, Say, 12 years, Serig, 80 years, Inbecan, son of Kate, 30 years, Finecta, 60 years, Gitted Gadber, Id Est, Geis, 1 year, Gestgurud, 40 years, Urges, 30 years, Brood Pont, 30 kings of them, and Brood was the name of each man of them, and of the divisions of the other men, they possessed 150 years, as it is in the books of the Cruthmach, Brood Pont, B. Erpent, B. Leo, B. Earlia, B. Gant, B. Ergant, B. Nith, B. Ergnith, B. Fetch, B. Erfeach, B. Cal, B. Urkel, B. Sint, B. Ursint, B. Feth, B. Urfeth, B. Ru, B. Arrow, B. Gart, B. Ergert, B. Signed, B. Ursigned, B. Uip, B. Urup, B. Grith, B. Ergrith, B. Moon, B. Ernman. 20. Thus ends this very curious fragment, which undoubtedly contains a number of Pictish vocables. I shall advert to these afterwards. At present I have to do with only one. It will be observed that the names of the 30 kings descended from Bride Pont consist of only 15 vocables, each name being repeated with a syllable or prefixed. We have something exactly analogous to this in the Old Welsh genealogies annexed to the Harlíneas of Nunnius, and written in the year 977. The ancestry of Cynedog Ulavig is there thus given: Cyneda, son of Pattern, son of Tacit, son of Scene, son of Gracine, son of Dolly, son of Gradali, son of Dovn, son of Gradovn. This is evidently the same thing, Gu or Gur, or GWR, representing the Pictish Ur. Again, one of the Pictish names is Hergest, and this name is repeated afterwards in the list of Pictish kings, where we twice have Ungust, son of Hergest, while the Irish annals give the Irish equivalent as Aongus, son of Fergus, Fee representing Ur. We thus get the following forms: Cymric, GWR, Pictish, Ur, Gaelic, Fear, 3, Scalath. Reginald of Durham, in his Libellus de Admirandis Beati Cuthberti Virtutibus, a work of the 12th century, tells of a certain Scholasticus Pictorum apud Cuthbertus Church, or Kirkcudbrian Galloway, and says he was one of those clerici in ecclesia illa commeranter qui, Pictorum lingua Scalaftus cognominanter. Scholasticus in Welsh is Iscalhedic, in Irish, Scalog 4, Carded, Carmack, in his Old Irish Glossary, compiled in the 9th century, has carded, id est delg, id est bel recruithnech, id est delg for a curter a chas, that is, carded, a buckle, is a Pictish word, it is a buckle for putting on the foot. The Welsh equivalent is gwael, the Irish is given by Cormac, Diolg 5, Duiper, in another of the Pictish fragments, which also formed part of the Pictish Chronicle. One of the mythic kings is thus given, Gartnaid Duiper, in the Chronicle of the Priory of St. Andrew, which contains a Scottish list of the same kings. The epithet is translated thus, Gartnech Dives, or rich. Rich in Welsh is Galudog, in Irish, Seo Ibher. From these 5 words we gather the following phonetic changes. In the first we see the initial P in Cymric and Pictish passing over into C in Gaelic, the Cymric E passing into I in Pictish and Gaelic, and the Cymric Gu passing into F in Pictish, and neutralized by aspiration in Gaelic. In the second, GWR becomes OR in Pictish, Fear in Gaelic. In the third, we see the final guttural in Cymric and Gaelic softened to the dental in Pictish. The fourth is a peculiar word, but the Welsh and Irish equivalents furnish an example of G passing into D. In the fifth, the Pictish Duiper and the Gaelic Seo Ibher are the same word, showing D passing into S. From these examples, Pictish appears to occupy a place between Cymric and Gaelic, leaning to the one in some of its phonetic laws, and to the other in others. Thus in the initial of the first word we have a Cymric form, the vowel changes are Gaelic, and the initial of the second syllable also Gaelic, and on comparing the first 2 words we see that, while GW in Cymric ought, according to the general law, to pass into U in Gaelic, but in reality passes into F, the Pictish law combines both, and the Pictish canon is that GW in Cymric before a consonant becomes U in Pictish, and before a vowel becomes F in Pictish as in Gaelic. The other words do not help us, at this stage of the inquiry, but we have another source of information in the proper names, of which we have in the lists of the Pictish kings, the Pictish forms in the Irish Nennius and the Pictish Chronicle, and the Irish or Gaelic forms in the Chronicle of the Priory of St. Andrew and the Irish Annals, while the Welsh genealogies furnish Cymric equivalents. The phonetic laws which govern these are equally available for our purpose. First, the Pictish law which changes GW into U before a consonant and F before a vowel, appears in the Pictish names Hergest, Uroid, and Fingain, the Cymric equivalents of which are Gregust, Griad, and Gwingina, and the Gaelic, Fergus, Ferret, and Fingan. Then in the Pictish Drust, Derloy, and Delorgan, the Cymric equivalents of which are Grwst, Grthali, and Galargan, we have the G passing into D, which is a Gaelic form. In the Pictish Domnall, the Cymric equivalent of which is Dwfnwal. We have the vowel change of W into O, also a Gaelic form. The following table will show the result of this analysis. Table 3, Comparison of Cymric, Pictish, and Gaelic words. C. Pengruel GWR Iskelhetic Gwil Galudog P. Pinfahoyer Skalath Cardet Duiper G. Sen, FH. Aelfirs Galog Diog Sao Iberc. Gwynjan Obrigus Dwinwal GRWST Kairon P. Fingain Urges Dumnaldrus Terran G. Fingan Firgus Dumnal Saransi. Griad Grithali P. Euroid Daraloid G. Feritzi, Galargan P. Delorgan G. The Pictish tradition which I have given at length, besides yielding the word furnishes us with a series of Pictish vocables. These are, first, the 7 sons of Cruithn. They are said to have divided the land into 7 portions, and to have given their names to them. We can identify some of them. Fib is plainly Fife, the old form of which was Fib. Fadla is Athel, the old form of which name was Athfadla. Fortran is the well-known name of the central district of the Pictish kingdom, which has now disappeared. Sirag or Sersan, as in the Pictish Chronicle, is the district of Jurgen or Magagan, now corrupted into Mearns, or Kincardineshire. Caith is Caithness, as in the old poem in the Irish Nennius. From thence they conquered Alba, the noble nurse of fruitfulness, without destroying the people or their homes, from the region of Caith to Forcu, that is, from Caithness to the Forth, the southern boundary of the Pictish kingdom. Say in Fidach I cannot identify, but it will be observed, of these 7 sons, the names of 4 begin with F, and the other 3 with C, obvious Gaelic forms, and I am inclined to think that they mark out a division of the Pictish race into 2, of which one affected the guttural C, and the other the softer sound of the F. Of the 6 names which follow, Inbucan and Finecta are Gaelic forms, Gidid, Cymric, Gest, Urgest, and Brood, Pictish, as distinguished from either, and the untranslated epithets, Gedber, Geis, and Girod, are probably Pictish words. The names of the 30 broods yield also 15 Pictish monosyllables. These are, alphabetically, Cal, Sint, Signed, Fetch, Feth, Gant, Gart, Geis, Nith, Grith, Leo, Moon, Punt, Rue, UIP, and here also the prevalence of the gutturals, C, G, and the soft F is apparent. Some of these monosyllables have a resemblance to the names of the old Irish letters which signify trees, as Cal, the name for C, a hazel. Feth seems the same as Pat, the name for P. Gart, like Gort ivy, the name for G. Moon, the vine, is the name for M, and Leo resembles Louise, and Rue, Ruiz, Ash and Aldar, the names for L and R. In the same manner 3 of the names of the 7 sons of Cruithn have a resemblance to 3 of the numerals, as Fib, Pump, 5, Sep, 6, Caith, Save, 7. These, however, may be casual resemblances. The relation of the 15 vocables to the proper names is more apparent. On analyzing the proper names of the Cymri and the Gael we find that both are produced by the same process, viz. A certain number of monosyllables forms the first half of the name, and to these are affixed a certain number of endings, the combination of which forms the proper names. In Cymric the initial syllables are, eel, arth, bed, cad, car, cow, sin, dog, dign, euros, gar, gor, gwen, gwyn, gwyd, gwr, ide, male, more, dal, tud, tie. The Irish initial syllables are, een, and, aid, art, cath, con, corb, cu, dum, dun, dub, dun, each, etched, each, for, fin, fed, fear, fail, flaith, flan, gorm, lake, lear, lu, mean, muir, rag, reacht, ruad, rud, satyr, tooth. It would be endless to enumerate the affixes, but the most common Cymric are, dairn, varch, weir, swise, as, iljavark, cadvark, sinvark, erdavern, sindavern, arthwys, sinwys, etc., and in Irish, cal, or in oblique case, galangusa, as, ingus, artgal, argil, congus, conjail, dungus, dungal, firgus, fergal, and so forth. Now these 15 Pictish vocables likewise enter into the Pictish names, as Gart and Gartnaid, and Durgart and Geis and Urgest, Leo and Morleo, Moon and Moonate, Uip and Upog, and so forth. On the whole, the Pictish vocables coincide more with the Irish than with the Cymric, as Cal with Gal, Geis with Gusa, and so forth. Further, on comparing the initial forms in Irish and in Cymric, we see in Cymric no words beginning with F, while in Irish there are 9, so that the vocables in Pictish with initial F are Gaelic. On the other hand, 6 vocables begin with G in Cymric, and only 1 in Irish, so that here the Pictish draws to the Cymric, and stands between the two with a greater leaning to the Gaelic. The same fallacy which pervades the ethnological deductions regarding the Gauls also affects this Pictish question. It has been too much narrowed by the assumption that, if it is shown to be a Celtic dialect, it must of necessity be absolutely identical in all its features either with Welsh or with Gaelic. But this necessity does not really exist, and the result I come to is, that it is not Welsh, neither is it Gaelic, but it is a Gaelic dialect partaking largely of Welsh forms. It has always appeared to me that we can trace in the Celtic languages a twofold subordinate dialectic difference lying side by side, which is very analogous to some of the differences between High and Low German. I do not mean to say that the differences between those subordinate Celtic dialects are absolutely parallel to those between High and Low German, but merely that they are of a nature which renders this nomenclature not inapplicable, while it affords a convenient term of distinction. A leading distinction between the High and Low German is the preference of the latter for the sharp sounds p, t, and k, instead of f or pf, s or z and ch, and the instance most familiar to us is the substitution of t for s, as Wasser in High German becomes water in Low, and water in English. Das in High German is dat in Low, and that in English. Now, a similar distinction is, in one point of view, observable among the 3 dialects of the Cymric. Of these dialects, the Cornish and Breton are much nearer to each other than either is to the Welsh. It is, in fact, a mistake to suppose, as is frequently asserted, that a Welshman and a Breton can understand each other. One of our best Welsh scholars, Mr. Price, who visited Britannia, remarks, notwithstanding the many assertions that have been made respecting the natives of Wales and Brittany being mutually intelligible through the medium of their respective languages, I do not hesitate to say that the thing is utterly impossible. Single words in either language will frequently be found to have corresponding terms of a similar sound in the other, and occasionally a short sentence deliberately pronounced may be partially intelligible, but as to holding a conversation, that is totally out of the question. Cornish and Breton are much more nearly allied. Now, it is remarkable that in many cases d, dd, and t, in Welsh, pass into s in Cornish and z in Breton, as in w tad, c tas, w galudog, c galisa, w bleed, b blees, w noth, b nuz, which is exactly analogous to one of the leading differences between High and Low German, and Welsh, like the latter, shows a great preference for the dentals and its aspirates. I am therefore inclined to introduce the same nomenclature among the Celtic languages, and to call Welsh Low Cymric, Cornish and Breton High Cymric dialects. The 3 dialects which compose the Gaelic class are much more nearly allied to each other than even Cornish and Armoric, and may be held to represent the Old Scottish. On the same analogy they all belong to a High Gaelic dialect. There are, to be found, however, among the synonyms in the Gaelic dialects, Low Gaelic forms accompanying High Gaelic forms, as in Sule, Duil, Hope, Singan, Dingan, Anant, Seize, Dees, Stay, Sam, Dam, Learning, Sirk, Dirk, Almsgiving, Sanach, Tanach, a wall which seems to indicate that a Low Gaelic dialect has been incorporated or become blended with it. The Pictish language appears to have approached more nearly to the Old Scottish than even Breton to Welsh, according to Mr. Price's view. Ferdinand, who, in the 7th century, wrote the Life of Saint Columba, the Scottish missionary to the Picts, describes Saint Columba, the Scot, as conversing freely with the Picts, from the king to the plebeian, without difficulty, but when he preached to them the word of God, he was obliged to make use of an interpreter. That is, he could make himself understood in conversing, but not in preaching, and, conversely, a Pict understood what he said in Scottish, but could not follow a Scottish sermon. This is a point, in fact, as to which there exists much misapprehension, and we are apt to forget how very small a difference even in pronunciation will interpose an obstacle to mutual intelligence. Even in Breton and Cornish, the 2 Cymric dialects which most nearly approach each other, Norris, the highest Cornish authority, says, in spite of statements to the contrary, the writer is of opinion that a Breton, within the historical existence of the 2 dialects, could not have understood a Cornishman speaking at any length, or on any but the most trivial subjects. And between Irish and Scotch Gaelic, it would not require very much additional divergence to prevent the one from understanding the other. Such being probably the mutual position of Pictish and Scottish, the few words we are able to compare show the difference between them to have been of the same character as between the High and Low dialects, for we find Saoibher rich, in Irish represented by Duiper and Pictish, and in proper names, Saran by Terran, showing S in the one represented by D and T in the other, while the word Scalath, Carded, and the proper names, Bargoed, Royd, Wid, show the preference of the Pictish for dental in place of guttural terminations. I consider, therefore, that Pictish was a Low Gaelic dialect, and, following out the analogy, the result I come to is, that Cymric and Gaelic had each a high and a low variety, that Cornish and Breton were High Cymric dialects, Welsh Low Cymric, that Old Scottish, spoken by the Scoti, now represented by Irish, Scotch Gaelic, and Manx, was the High Gaelic dialect, and Pictish the Low Gaelic dialect. This analogy is confirmed by the legendary origins of these different races, in which, under the form of a mythic migration, the traces of a rude and primitive ethnology often lie hid. The tendencies which produce the High and Low German are, as we have remarked, associated with the character of the country peopled by them. The Low German forms are connected with the level and marshy plains which border on the German Ocean, the High German with the more mountainous region of the south of Germany. But the same characteristics mark the mythic migrations of the Celtic races which peopled Britain. In the Welsh traditions, the Cymry, which are represented by the Welsh or Low Cymric people, are said to have crossed the German Ocean from the north of Germany. The Logres, represented by the Cornish or High Cymric, are brought from the south. In the Old Irish traditions, the different races said to have peopled Ireland fall into two classes. The one is said to have penetrated through Europe by the Ruffian Mountains to the Baltic, and to have crossed the German Ocean, and the other is brought by the Mediterranean and the south of Europe. 21 The former alone are said to have made settlements in Scotland, and Bode, in giving the tradition of the origin of the Picts, brings them likewise from the north of Germany across the German Ocean. This population which preceded the German races was, in fact, the race of the Celts, who seem to have been driven westward by the pressure of the Teutonic movement, and, like the German, to have shown a twofold minor difference, produced by the same physical influence, which is known by the names of High and Low German. The platform occupied by the Pictish people was not confined to Scotland alone, for they certainly extended over part of the north of Ireland, and formed, in all probability, an earlier population of the north half of Ireland, which became subjugated by the Scots. On the other hand, the Scots at an early period occupied the district of Argyll. In the north of Ireland and the west of Scotland the Picts must, at an early period, have become blended with the Scots, and their form of the Gaelic assimilated to the Scottish. In Scotland, south of the Tay, where they occupied the districts from the Tay to the Forth, the region of Manuel or Mannin, and Galloway, they came in contact with the Cymric people, and the one being a Low Gaelic dialect, and the other a Low Cymric dialect. Their forms must have so far resembled each other as to lead to an admixture presenting the mixed language of Low Gaelic with Cymric forms, known to both as the Pictish language. 9. The Celtic topography of Scotland, and the dialectic differences indicated by it. The etymology of the names of places in a country is either a very important element in fixing the ethnology of its inhabitants, or it is a snare and a delusion, just according as the subject is treated. When such names are analyzed according to fixed laws, based upon sound philological principles and a comprehensive observation of facts, they afford results both important and trustworthy, but if treated empirically, and founded upon resemblance of sounds alone, they become a mere field for wild conjectures and fanciful etymologies, leading to no certain results. The latter is the ordinary process to which they are subjected. The natural tendency of the human mind is to a mere phonetic etymology of names, both of persons and of places, in which the sounds of the name of the place appear to resemble the sounds in certain words of a certain language, the language from which the etymology is derived being selected upon no sound philological grounds, but from arbitrary considerations merely. Unhappily, an etymology founded upon mere resemblance of sounds has hitherto characterized all systematic attempts to analyze the topography of Scotland, and to deduce ethnologic results from it. Prior to the publication of the statistical account of Scotland in 1792, it may be said that no general attempt had been made to explain the meaning of the names of places in Scotland, or to indicate the language from which they were derived. We find occasionally, in old lives of the saints and in charters connected with church lands, that names of places occurring in them are explained, and these interpretations are very valuable, as indicating what may be termed the common tradition of their meaning and derivation at an early period. Of very different value are a few similar derivations in the fabulous histories of Bowes, Buchanan, and John Major, which are usually mere fanciful conjectures of pedantry. The first impetus to anything like a general etymologizing of Scottish topography was given when Sir John Sinclair projected the statistical account of Scotland. In the schedule of questions which he issued in 1790 to the clergy of the Church of Scotland, the first two questions were as follows: 1. What is the ancient and modern name of the parish? 2. What is the origin and etymology of the name? This set every minister thinking what was the meaning of the name of his parish. The publication of the poems of Ossian, and the controversy which followed, had tended greatly to identify national feeling in the history of the country with literature and language, and, with few exceptions, the etymology was sought for in that language. The usual formula of reply was, the name of this parish is derived from the Gaelic, and then followed a Gaelic sentence resembling in sound the name of the parish, and supposed admirably to express its characteristics, though the unfortunate minister is often obliged to confess that the parish is remarkably free from the characteristics expressed by the Gaelic derivation of its name. These etymologies are usually suggested irrespective entirely of any known facts as to the history or population of the parish, and are purely phonetic. After the publication of the statistical account, Gaelic was in the ascendant as the source of all Scottish etymologies, till the publication of Chalmers' Caledonia in 1807. John Pinkerton had indeed tried to direct the current of popular etymology into a Teutonic channel, but his attempts to find a meaning in Gothic dialects for words plainly Celtic were so unsuccessful that he failed even to gain a hearing. Chalmers was more fortunate. His theory was that a large proportion of the names of places in Scotland are to be derived from the Welsh, and indicate an original Cymric population. And this he has worked out with much labor and pains. In doing so, he was the first to attempt to show evidence of the dialectic difference between Welsh and Gaelic pervading the names of places, and to discriminate between them. But for almost all the names of places in the lowlands of Scotland, he furnishes a Welsh etymology, which, like his predecessors the Scottish clergy, he supposes to be expressive of the characteristics of the locality. His theory has, in the main, commanded the assent of subsequent writers, and is usually assumed to be, on the whole, a correct representation of the state of the fact. Yet his system was as purely one of a phonetic etymology, founded upon mere resemblance of sounds, as those of his predecessors. The MSs, left by George Chalmers, show how he set about preparing his etymologies, and we now know the process he went through. He had himself no knowledge of either branch of the Celtic language, but he sent his list of names to Dr. Owen Pugh, and that most ingenious of all Welsh lexicographers, who was capable of reducing every word in every known language in the world to a Welsh original, sent him a list of Welsh renderings of each word, varying from 12 to 18 in number, out of which Chalmers selected the one which seemed to him most promising. His other etymologies are equally founded on a mere resemblance of sounds between the modern form of the word and the modern Welsh, as those of the clergy in the statistical account were between the modern form of the word and the modern Gaelic. That system of interpreting the names of places, which I have called phonetic etymology, is, however, utterly unsound. It can lead only to fanciful renderings, and is incapable of yielding any results that are either certain or important. Names of places are, in fact, sentences or combinations of words originally expressive of the characteristics of the place named, and applied to it by the people who then occupied the country, in the language spoken by them at the time, and are necessarily subject to the same philological laws which governed that spoken language. The same rules must be applied in interpreting a local name as in rendering a sentence of the language. That system, therefore, of phonetic etymology which seeks for the interpretation of a name in mere resemblance of sound to words in an existing language, overlooks entirely the fact that such names were fixed to certain localities at a much earlier period, when the language spoken by those who applied the name must have differed greatly from any spoken language of the present day. Since the local names were deposited in the country, the language itself from which they were derived has gone through a process of change, corruption, and decay. Words have altered their forms, sounds have varied, forms have become obsolete, and new forms have arisen, and the language in its present state no longer represents that form of it which existed when the local nomenclature was formed. The topographical expressions, too, go through a process of change and corruption, till they diverge still further from the spoken form of the language as it now exists. This process of change and corruption in the local names varies according to the change in the population. When the population has remained unchanged, and the language in which the names were applied is still the spoken language of the district, the names either remain in their original shape, in which case they represent an older form of the same language, or else they undergo a change analogous to that of the spoken language. Obsolete names disappear as obsolete words drop out of the language, and are replaced by more modern vocables. Where there has been a change in the population, and the older race are replaced by a people speaking a kindred dialect, the names of places are subjected to the dialectic change which characterizes the language. There are some striking instances of this where a British form has been superseded by a Gaelic form, as, for instance, Kirkinchaloch, the old name of which, Nennius informs us, was Kerpentaloch, kin being the Gaelic equivalent of the Welsh pen, Bennacook, the old name of which was Peniacup, Kincaid, the old name of which was Pencode. When, however, the new language introduced by the change of population is one of a different family entirely, then the old name is stereotyped in the shape in which it was when the one language superseded the other, becomes unintelligible to the people, and undergoes a process of change and corruption of a purely phonetic character, which often entirely alters the aspect of the name. In the former cases, it is chiefly necessary to apply the philologic laws of the language to its analysis. In the latter, which is the case with the Celtic topology of the Low Country, it is necessary, before attempting to analyze the name, to ascertain its most ancient form, which often differs greatly from its more modern aspect. It is with this class of names we have mainly to do, as presenting the phenomena I am anxious to investigate. When the topography of a country is examined, its local names will be found, as a general rule, to consist of what may be called generic terms and specific terms. What I mean by generic terms are those parts of the name which are common to a large number of them, and are descriptive of the general character of the place named, and by specific terms, those other parts of the name which have been added to distinguish one place from another. The generic terms are usually general words for river, mountain, valley, plain, etc. The specific terms, those words added to distinguish one river or mountain from another. Thus, in the Gaelic name Glenmore, Glen is the generic term, and is found in a numerous class of words. More, great, the specific, a distinguished term, to distinguish it from another called Glenbeg. In the Saxon term Oakfield, field is the generic term, and oak the specific, to distinguish it from Broomfield, etc. When the names of places are applied to purely natural objects, such as rivers, mountains, etc., which remain unchanged by the hand of man, the names applied by the original inhabitants are usually adopted by their successors, though speaking a different language, but the generic term frequently undergoes a phonetic corruption, as in the lowlands, where Aber has in many cases become Ar, as in Arbroath, Arbuthnot, Bullen has become Ban, as in Bandoch, Pedden has become Pen, as in Pendreach, Pole has become Pow, and Traver has become Tar and Traw, as in Tranent. On the other hand, where the districts have been occupied by different branches of the same race, speaking different dialects, the generic terms exhibit the dialectic differences when the sounds of the word are such as to require the dialectic change. Thus in Welsh and Gaelic, Pen and Scene, Ahead, Gwyn and Fine, White, show the phonetic difference between these dialects. The comparison of the generic terms which pervade the topography of a country affords a very important means of indicating the race of its early inhabitants, and discriminating between the different branches of the race, to which the respective portions of it belong. It was early observed that there existed in the Celtic generic terms a difference which seemed to indicate dialectic distinction. Even in the old statistical account, the minister of the parish of Kirkcaldy remarks, to the Gaelic language, a great proportion of the names of places in the neighborhood, and indeed through the whole, of Fife, may unquestionably be traced. All names of places beginning with Bal, Collarcull, Dow, Drum, Dun, Inch, Inver, Outer, Kill, Kin, Glen, Mun, and Strath, are of Gaelic origin. Those beginning with Aber and Pitt are supposed to be Pictish names, and do not occur beyond the territory which the Picts are thought to have inhabited. Chalmers states it still more broadly and minutely. He says, of those words which form the chief compounds in many of the Celtic names of places in the lowlands, some are exclusively British, as Abar, Len, Car, Pen, Cors, and others. Some are common to both British and Irish, as Carn, Greg, Crom, Bree, Dal, Eglis, Glass, Innis, Rin, Rose, Strath, Tor, Tom, Glen, and many more are significant only in the Scoto-Irish or Gaelic, as Ach, Ald, Ard, Aird, Outer, Bar, Blair, Ben, Bog, Clatch, Corey, Cull, Dun, Drum, Finn, Glack, Inver, Kin, Kill, Knock, Larg, Lurg, Lag, Logie, Led, Letter, Lun, Lock, Meal, Put, Pull, Strun, Tullach, Tully, and others. This attempt at classification is, however, exceedingly inaccurate. Two of the words in the first class, Len and Kenner, are common to both British and Irish, and a large portion of the third class are significant in pure Irish, as well as in the Scoto-Irish or Gaelic. No attempt is made to show, by the geographical distribution of these words, in what parts of the country the respective elements prevail. The most popular view of the subject and that which has recently been most insisted in, is the line of demarcation between a Cymric and a Gaelic population, supposed to be indicated by the occurrence of the words Aber and Inver. This view has been urged with great force by Campbell, in his Anglo-Saxons, but I may quote the recent work of Mr. Isaac Taylor, on Words and Places, as containing a fair statement of the popular view of the subject, to establish the point that the Picts, or the nation, whatever was its name, that held central Scotland, was Cymric, not Gaelic. We may refer to the distinction already mentioned between Ben and Pen. Ben is confined to the west and north, Pen to the east and south. Inver and Aber are also useful test words in discriminating between the two branches of the Celts. The difference between the two words is dialectic only. The etymology and the meaning is the same, a confluence of waters, either of two rivers or of a river with a sea. Aber occurs repeatedly in Brittany, and is found in about 50 Welsh names, as Aberdare, Abergavenny, Abergele, Aberystwyth, and Barmouth, a corruption of Abermwa. In England we find Aberford in Yorkshire, and Berwick in Northumberland and Sussex, and it has been thought that the name of the Humber is a corruption of the same root. Inver, the Erse and Gaelic forms, is common in Ireland, where Aber is unknown. Thus, we find places called Inver in Antrim, Donegal, Mayo, and Invermore in Galway and in Mayo. In Scotland the Invers and Abers are distributed in a curious and instructive manner. If we draw a line across the map from a point a little south of Inverary to one a little north of Aberdeen, we shall find that, with very few exceptions, the Invers lie to the north of the line and the Abers to the south of it. This line nearly coincides with the present southern limit of the Gaelic tongue, and probably also with the ancient division between the Picts and the Scots. Nothing can be more inaccurate than this statement. Ben is by no means confined to the west and north, and as examples of Pen he refers, among others, to the Pentland Hills, Pentland being a Saxon word, and corrupted from Peckland, and to Pendreach in Berkshire, which is a corruption from Pittendreach. So far from Inver being common in Ireland, it is very rare. The Index Locorum of the Annals of the Four Masters shows only 6 instances. On the other hand, Aber is not unknown in Ireland. It certainly existed formerly to some extent in the north of Ireland, and Dr. Reeves produces 4 instances near Ballyshannon. The statement with regard to the distribution of Aber and Inver in Scotland here is, that there is a line of demarcation which separates the two words, that, with few exceptions, there is nothing but Invers on one side of this line, nothing but Abers on the other, and that this line extends from a point a little south of Inverary to a point a little north of Aberdeen. This is the mode in which the distribution of these two words is usually represented, but nothing can be more perfectly at variance with the real state of the case. South of this line there are as many Invers as Abers. In Perthshire, south of the Highland line, there are 9 Abers and 8 Invers. In Fifeshire, 4 Abers and 9 Invers. In Forfar, 8 Abers and 8 Invers. In Aberdeenshire, 13 Abers and 26 Invers. Again, on the north side of this supposed line of demarcation, where it is said that Invers alone should be found, there are 12 Abers, extending across to the west coast, till they terminate with Abercrossan, now Applecross, in Ross-shire. In Argyllshire alone there are no Abers. The true picture of the distribution of these two words is, in Argyllshire, Invers alone; in Inverness and Ross-shires, Invers and Abers in the proportion of 3 to 1 and 2 to 1, and on the south side of this supposed line, Abers and Invers in about equal proportions. Again he says, quoting Chalmers, the process of change is shown by an old charter, in which King David grants to the monks of May Inver and Keyfoot Aberon. So Abernethy became Invernethy, although the old name is now restored. In order to produce the antithesis of Inverin and Aberon, one letter in this charter has been altered. The charter is a grant of Petnoe May Inver and Quafoot Averon, and I have the authority of the first charter antiquary in Scotland for saying that this construction is impossible. Quafoot does not, in charter Latin, mean which was, but which belonged to, and Averon was the name of the previous proprietor of the lands. Abernethy and Invernethy are not the same place, and the former never lost its name. Invernethy is at the junction of the Nethy with the Erne, and Abernethy is a mile further up the river. When we examine these Abers and Invers more closely, we find, first, that in some parts of the country they appear to alternate, as in Fife, Inverkeithing, Aberdore, Inverine, Inverleven, and so forth. 2d. That some of the Invers and Abers have the same specific terms attached to them, as Abernethy and Invernethy, Aberachil and Inverachil, Abercromby and Invercromby, Abergildy and Invergildy, and 3d. That the Invers are always at the mouth of the river, close to its junction with another river, or with the sea, and the Abers usually a little distance up the river where there is a ford. Thus Invernethy is at the mouth of the Nethy, Abernethy a mile or two above. These and other facts lead to the conclusion that they are part of the same nomenclature, and belong to the same period and to the same people. When we look to the south of the Forth, however, we find this remarkable circumstance that in Ayrshire, Renfrew, and Lanarkshire, which formed the possessions of the Strathclyde Britons, and were occupied by a British people till as late a period as the more northern districts were occupied by the Picts, there are no Abers at all. What we have, therefore, is the Scots of Argyll with nothing but Invers, the Picts with Abers and Invers together, and the Strathclyde Britons with no Abers. As a mark of discrimination between races, this criterion plainly breaks down, and the words themselves contain no sounds which, from the different phonetic laws of the languages, could afford an indication of a dialectic difference. The truth is, that there were 3 words expressive of the junction of one stream with another, and all formed from an old Celtic word, bur, signifying water. These were Aber, Inver, and Conber, pronounced in Welsh Cummer, in Gaelic Cumber. These 3 words were originally common to both branches of the Celtic, as derivations from one common word. In Old Welsh poems we find not only Aber as a living word in Welsh, but Inver likewise. 22 In Dr. Reeves notices an Irish document in which Applecross or Apricrossan is called Conbercrossan. Inver, however, became obsolete in Welsh, just as Cummer or Cumber and Aber became obsolete in Irish, but we have no reason to know that it did so in Pictish. In the Pictish districts, therefore, the Abers and Invers were deposited when both were living words in the language. When the Scots settled in Argyll, Aber had become obsolete in their language, and Inver was alone deposited, and in Strathclyde both words seem to have gone into desuetude. In the same manner DWFR or DWR is quoted as a word for water, peculiar to the Welsh form of Celtic, and an invariable mark of the presence of a British people, but the old form of this word in Scotland was Dobwer, as appears from the Book of Deer, where Aberdor is written Aberdobwer, and in Cormac's Glossary of the Old Irish, Dobwer is given as an Old Irish word for water. In another Old Irish glossary we have this couplet, Byre and Dobber, the 3 names of the water of the world. These words, therefore, form no criterion of difference of race, and to judge by them is to fall into the mistake of the phonetic etymologists, viz. To apply to old names, as the key, the present spoken language, which does not contain words which yet existed in it in its older form. In order to make generic terms a test of dialect, they must be words which contain sounds affected differently by the different phonetic laws of such dialects, such as pen, gwyn, gwern, and gwyd, which all enter copiously into Welsh topography, and the equivalents of which in the Gaelic dialects are cian, fian, fern, and fiad. Such generic terms afford a test by which we can at once determine whether the Celtic topography of a country partakes most of the Cymric or the Gaelic character. The earliest collection of names in North Britain is to be found in Ptolemy's Geography in the 2nd century, but we know too little of the origin of his names, whether they were native terms, or names applied by the invaders, to obtain from them any certain result. After Ptolemy, the largest collection of names in Great Britain is in the work of the anonymous geographer of Ravenna, a work of the 7th century. The exact localities are not given, but the names are grouped according to the part of Britain to which they belong. Those which commence the topography of Scotland are placed under this title, Iterum sunt civitatis in ipsa Britannia quarrecta tramite una part in alia, id est, de oceano in oceano existent, ac divident in tertia portionem ipsum Britanniam. They commence with the stations on the Roman wall between the Tyne and the Solway, and then proceed northwards. Among these we find 2 names together, Tidoriton and Maporton, and as Tad and Map are Cymric forms for father and son, we have no doubt that here we are on the traces of a Cymric population. The next group is arranged under this head, Iterum sunt civitatis in ipsa Britannia recta tramituna alteri connexa, ubi ipsa Britannia plus angustissima, de oceano in oceano esse denacitor. This part of Britain, which is plus angustissima, is the isthmus between the Forth and the Clyde, and in proceeding with the names northwards we come to one called Sindacellum. The Ocelli Montes were the Ochils, and here the Gaelic form of kin is equally unmistakable. When we apply to the present topography the testing words pen, gwyn, gwern, and gwyd, the Gaelic equivalents of which are kin, fian, fern, and fiad, we find that, with one exception, pen, though frequent south of the Forth, where there was a British population, does not occur north of the Forth, while it is full of kins, and gwyn, gwern, and gwyd occur only in their Gaelic equivalents. Such then being the aspect in which the question really presents itself, it becomes important, with a view to ethnological results, to ascertain more closely the geographical distribution of the generic terms over Scotland, and in order to show this I have prepared a table of such distribution. The generic terms are taken from the index to the Scottish Record of Readers, and as this record relates to properties, and not to mere natural objects, the generic terms they contain are to a great extent confined to names of places connected with their possession by man, and more readily affected by changes in the population. For the purposes of comparison, I have framed a list of generic terms contained in Irish topography from the index to the Annals of the Four Masters, and of those in Welsh topography from a list in the Cambrian Register. I have divided Scotland into 13 districts, so as to show the local character of the topography of each part of Scotland, and opposite each generic term in Scotch topography is marked negative first, if it occurs in Ireland, and how often, 2d, if it occurs in Wales, and 3d, I have marked the number of times it occurs in each district of Scotland from the Index of Readers. On examining this table, it will be seen that there are 5 terms peculiar to the districts occupied by the Picts. These are Outer, Pit, Picton, For, and Fin. Now none of these 5 terms are to be found in Welsh topography at all, and For and Fin are obviously Gaelic forms. It is necessary, however, in examining these terms, which may be called Pictish, to ascertain their old form. Outer appears to be the Gaelic Uachtar, upper, and as such we have it in Ireland, and in the same form, as in Scotland Uachtartire, in Ireland Uachtartire. It does not occur in Wales. The old form of Pit and Pitton, as appears from the Book of Deer, is Pet, and it seems to mean a portion of land, as it is conjoined with proper names, as Pet Macgarnate, Pet Melduib, but it also appears connected with Gaelic-specific terms, as Pet and Mullen, the Pet of the Mill, and in a charter of the Chartulary of St. Andrews, of the Church of Migby, the Terra Ecclesia is said to be vocaldus Pet and Taggart being the Gaelic form of the expression of the priest. The old forms of For and Fin are Fothuir and Fothin. The old form of Fort Teviot is Fathira Bacht, and of Finhaven is Fothin Evan. The first of these words, however, discloses a very remarkable dialectic difference. Fothuir becomes For, as Fothuir Tabacht is For Teviot, Fothuir Dún is Fortin, but Fothuir likewise passes into Fetar, as Fathira Sach becomes Fetaresso, and these 2 forms are found side by side, Fortin and Fetaresso being adjacent parishes. The form of For extends, from the Forth to the Moray Firth, that of Fetar from the Esk, which separates Forfar and Pincarden, to the Moray Firth. An examination of some other generic terms will disclose a perfectly analogous process of change. The name for a river is Emhun. The word is the same as the Latin amnus. The old Gaelic form is Emun, and the M by aspiration becomes MH, whence Amhun, pronounced Avon. In the oldest forms of the language the consonants are not aspirated, but we have these 2 forms, both the old unaspirated form and the more recent aspirated form, in our topography, lying side by side in the 2 parallel rivers which bound Linlithgowshire, the Amd and the Avon. There is also the Amd in Berkshire. We know from the Pictish Chronicle that the old name was Amon, and the Avon, with its aspirated M, is mentioned in the Saxon Chronicle. It is a further proof that Inver is as old as Aber in the eastern districts, that we find Amon in its old form conjoined with Inver in the Pictish Chronicle in the name Inverman. In Dunbartonshire we find the names Lomond and Leven together. We have Loch Lomond and Ben Lomond, with the river Leven flowing out of the loch through Strathleven, but we have the same names in connection in Fifeshire, where we have Loch Leven with the 2 Lomonds on the side of it, and the river Leven flowing from it through Strathleven. This recurrence of the same words in connection would be unaccountable, were it not an example of the same thing. Leven comes from the Gaelic Leamhan, signifying an elm tree, but the old form is Leaman, and the N becomes aspirated in a latter stage of the language and forms Leamhan, pronounced Leven. Here the old form adheres to the mountain, while the river adopts the more modern. A curious illustration of 2 different terms lying side by side, which are derived from the same word undergoing different changes, will be found in Forfarshire, where the term land for a church appears, as in Llantrothan. It is a phonetic law between Latin and Celtic, that words beginning in the former with PL are in the latter LL. The word planum, in Latin signifying any cultivated spot, in contradistinction from a desert spot, and which, according to Ducange, came to signify cimetium, becomes in Celtic land, the old meaning of which was a fertile spot, as well as a church. In the Inquisition, in the reign of David Dye, into the possessions of the See of Glasgow, we find the word in its oldest form in the name Clanmichael, now Carmichael, and as we find Ballan corrupted into Ban, and Ballandoch becomes Bandoch, so Plan becomes corrupted into Pan, and we find it in this form likewise in Forfarshire, Panmure and Panbride. In the Lothians and the Merse this word was become Long, as in Longnutron and Longnidry. The Celtic topography of Scotland thus resembles a palimpsest, in which an older form is found behind the more modern writing. I shall not lengthen this chapter by going through other examples. The existence of the phenomenon is sufficiently indicated by those I have brought forward, and I shall conclude by stating shortly the results of this investigation. First, in order to draw a correct inference from the names of places as to the ethnological character of the people who imposed them, it is necessary to obtain the old form of the name before it became corrupted, and to analyze it according to the philological laws of the language to which it belongs. 2d. A comparison of the generic terms affords the best test for discriminating between the different dialects to which they belong, and for this comparison it is necessary to have a correct table of their geographical distribution. 3d. Difference between the generic terms in different parts of the country may arise from their belonging to a different stage of the same language, or from a capricious selection of different synonyms by separate tribes of the same race. Fourth, in order to afford a test for discriminating between dialects, the generic terms must contain within them those sounds which are differently affected by the phonetic laws of each dialect. Fifth, applying this test, the generic terms do not show the existence of a Cymric language north of the 4th. 6th, we find in the topography of the northeast of Scotland traces of an older and of a more recent form of Gaelic, the one preferring labials and dentals, and the other gutturals, the one hardening the consonants into tenues, the other softening them by aspiration, the one having ibers and invers, and the other having invers alone, the one a low Gaelic dialect, the other a high Gaelic dialect, the one I conceive the language of the Picts, the other that of the Scots. 23 Key to table headings: A. Ireland, B. Wales, Scotland, Anglia, C. Berwick, Roxburgh, Haddington, D. Midlothian, Linlithgow, Britowns, E. Selkirk, Peebles, F. Dumfries, G. Ayr, Renfrew, Lanark, H. Stirling, Dumbarton, Picty, I. Perth, J. Fife, Kinross, K. Forfar, L. Kincardine, Aberdeen, Banffam, Elgin and Nairn, Inverness, Ross, and Sutherland, N. Kirkcudbright, Wigton, Scotty, O. Argyll, Bute, ex-Cumbria and the men of the north. The districts comprehended at an early period under the name of Cumbria were of considerable extent, and, as its name indicates, occupied by a Cymric population. Jocelyn, who wrote about the year 1180, in his Life of Kentigern, states that the limits of his bishopric were coextensive with those of the Regio Cambrensis, and extended from the Roman wall to the Flumen Fordens, but it originally extended even further south than this, for Jocelyn was judging by the extent of the diocese of Glasgow and Carlisle and the district surrounding it had, after the Norman conquest of England, been formed into an earldom, and in 1132 erected into the diocese of Carlisle. In a document printed in the Iolo MSs, the extent of many of the old Welsh districts is given, and the district of Tyrnlwg is said to have extended from Erfyn to Argo Derwened, that is, to the forest upon the Derwent. This river, which falls into the Western Sea at Workington, now divides the diocese of Chester from that of Carlisle, and as soon as we pass the Derwent, dedications of churches to Kentigern commence. The district south of the Derwent had very early come under the power of the kings of Northumberland, and the independent states of the Cymry probably extended from the Derwent and from Stanmore to the Clyde, including Westmoreland, with the exception of Kendal, and the central districts in Scotland, of Teviotdale, Selkirk, and Weedale. It comprehended what afterwards formed the dioceses of Glasgow and Carlisle, and its Cymric population appears as a distinct people, even as late as the Battle of the Standard, in 1130, where they formed one of the battalions in King David's army, consisting of the Cumbrenses and Tividolenses. They appear to have been composed of numerous small states under their petty kings. There is a document in one of the Hangard MSs, transcribed about 1300, with the title of Bon Hwyr Wygogled, or Genealogies of the Men of the North, a name used to designate these northern Cymry. It gives the pedigrees of 12 families, and they fall into 3 groups, one consisting of 6 families, whose descent is traced from Senu, son of Cole, the second, of 5 families descended from Dyfwelhen, or the aged, grandson of Maxen Guledig, the Roman emperor, and the third, of one family connected with the north, apparently through the female line. The first group again falls into 2 branches respectively derived from 2 sons of Senu, son of Cole, Gorosladlum, and Maramor. To Merchangull, the son of Gorosladlum, are given 2 sons, Sinvark, the father of Urine and Elidor Danwin, father of Luarcan. To Garthwys or Arthwys, son of Mor, are given 4 sons, Cedial, the father of Gwendalu, Nud, and Cov, Elivir Gosgordver, or of the large retinue, the father of Gwrgi and Peredur, Pabo post Prydain, or the Pillar of Britain. the father of Saul bin Echel, Dunodvar, and Carwyd, and Sinvalin, the grandfather, by his son Cynwyd Sinwyddian, of Clytnoeden, Sinangenhir, Cadrid Colchvanid, and Sinvalin Drwsgl. The second group, consisting of the descendants of Dyfnwalhen, also falls into four branches, descended of four sons of Dyfnwalhen: Sedig, father of Tudwal Tudclid, the father of Ryderchiel, Senilt, father of Nudhiel, and Servan, father of Mordev, Garwinwan, father of Cordev, father of Gwydno Geranhir, Eden Vradig, and Gorwst Brider, father of Eladrmwinver. The genealogies annexed to Nennius in 977 do not greatly differ from this. In the first group of families descended from Cole they add the pedigrees of two additional families, that of Gwalog Aplinog and of Morkant. In the second group, the most important variation is that the descent Pf Dyfnwalhen, the common ancestor, is not brought from Maxen Guledig, but from a Caradig Uledic, whose pedigree is taken back to a Confer the Rich, and that the descent of the later kings of Strathclyde from Dyfnwalhen is given, adding, therefore, the two additional families descended from Cole. We have 8 in the first group, and 5 in the second, in all, 13, and the following tables will show their connection. Table I: the 13 kings of Waigogled in the north. Table 2, kings of the race of Maxen Guledig. It is, of course, not maintained that those genealogies are, strictly speaking, historical, and that each link in the pedigree represents a real person, but they are valuable as conveying a general idea of the period and tribal connection of these Gwir Waigogled, or men of the north. The 13 families no doubt represented as many petty states in Cumbria, and in the two groups we can see the mixture of two races, the provincial Roman and the native Cymric, and the small septs into which they were respectively divided. There are negations, derived from their names, their history, and from local tradition, which connect most of these families with localities within the limits of Cumbria. Beginning with the first group, Ayrshire, divided into the 3 districts of Cunningham, Kyle, and Carrick, seems to have been the main seat of the families of the race of Cole, from whom indeed the district of Cole, now Kyle, is said traditionally to have taken its name. There is every reason to believe that Bos, in filling up the reigns of his phantom kings with imaginary events, used local traditions where he could find them, and he tells us Kildine Proxima Estate Vale Coil Podius Nominata, a Coilo Britannorum Regii Ibi in Punnicazo, and a circular mound at Coilsfield, in the parish of Tarbolton, on the highest point of which tire 2 large stones, and in which sepulchral remains have been found, is pointed out by local tradition as his tomb. He likewise connects 2 of his early kings with this part of the country. These are Caractacus and Corbritus Galdus, son of his brother Corbritus. He identifies the first with the British king Caractacus, and the second with Galgacus, who fought against Agricola, but he says of them, Horum quade Carataco, Corbrido ac Galdo Scatorum regibus, his voluminibus memorial dedimus, Nanella ex nostris analibus, et lungubirir ex Cornelio Tacitus Unta Pronta. While adapting the events from Tacitus, he likewise made use of native traditions. His Caratacus is obviously the name Caradog, and his Galdus I believe to be taken from Gwalog Aplinog. It is curious that these 2 warriors of the Gwir Waigogled should have the same relationship of uncle and nephew. Now he says that in Garrick, one of the 3 divisions of Ayrshire, and lying to the south of Kyle, Erat civitas tum maxima qua caractani regio viditor nomen sordida, in Ia Caraticus natus, nutritus, educatus, of Galdus or Gwalog he says that, on his death, elidum estate corpus, in vicino campiat vivens mendaverit, est condidum ubi ornatissimum iam monumentum patriomor, immensus ex lapidibus estate erectum. Simpson, in his description of Galloway, written in 1684, says, in the highway between Wigton and Portpatrick, about 3 miles westward of Wigton, is a plain called the Moor of the Standing Stones of Torhouse, in which there is a monument of 3 large twin stones, called King Galdus's tomb, surrounded, at about 12 feet distance, with 19 considerable great stones, but none of them so great as the 3 first mentioned, erected in a circumference, and a similar monument is described in A.S., quoted by Dr. Jameson, in his edition of Bellenden's Vos, as existing in Garrick. There is 3 very great heaps of stands, Callet Wilgarly the Cairns of Blakeney, being the name of the village and ground. At the southermost of their 3 cairns are 13 great tall stands, standing upright in a perfect circle, about some 3 ells and distant from another, with a great hayston in the middle, which is warily estimated be the most learned inhabitants to be the burial place of King Caractacus. The names of Caradog and of Gwalog seem, therefore, connected with the district of Garrick and that of Wigton, extending between Garrick and the Solway Firth. Gwendoleu, the son of Cedial, is clearly connected with Ardered, now Arthuret, where his name still remains in Carwentlow. and between this and the southern boundary of Cumbria, at the Derwent, others of the descendants of Cole may have had their seat. We have Urin connected with the district at the northern wall, termed Muri Forreged, in which Loch Lomond was situated, and of a family of Ginwood Sinwidian one son, Clydno is connected by his name with Eden, or Cader Eden, now Caravin, termed in the Capitula of Gildas Civitas Antiquissima, and another, Catrod Colchvanid, with Kelso. Colchvanid is simply Colch Mountain, or Chalk Mountain, and Chalmers, in his Caledonia, Volume 2 page 156, says, it, Kelso, seems to have derived its ancient name of Colchow from a calcareous eminence which appears conspicuous in the middle of the town, and which is still called the Chalk Hew. The other group of families descended from Dyfnwelhen are not so easily placed, as they soon acquired the supremacy over the whole region, but it is probable that they were more immediately connected with the central districts, Emmendale, Clydesdale, Teviotdale, Yarrow, Selkirk, and Weedale. After Kentigern was recalled to Cumbria, it is stated by Jocelyn that he placed his episcopal seat for some time at Hotham or Hotham in Endale, where Rydurch's power may have been greatest, and his father's name of Tuchgil Tutclid seems to connect him with the Flumen Clud, probably the upper part, as we read in the Acts of St. Kentigern of a Regina de Cadesau or Cadiau, the old name of the middle district of the Vale of the Clyde, which indicates a separate small state, between Strathclyde and Ayrshire lay the district of Strathgriff, now the county of Renfrew, and this part of Cumbria seems to have been the seat of the family of Caw, commonly called Caw Colwood or Caw Pryden, one of whose sons was Gildas. In one of the lives of Gildas he is said to be son of Caunus, who reigned in Ericluda. In the old description of Scotland we are told that Erigathel means Margo Hibernensium. The name Ericluda is similarly composed, and signifies a district lying along the Clyde, and Strathgriff or Renfrewshire lies in its whole extent along the south bank of the Clyde. In the life of St. Catechus a singular legend is preserved. He is said to have visited Scotland, and while he was building a monastery there near the mountain Bannock he found the grave of a giant, who rose and informed him that he was Caw of Pryden, and that he had been a king who reigned beyond the mountain Bannock. And in another legend we are told that this monastery was in Reginerland Themis, Lives of Cambro-British Saints. Now the parish of Cambuslang, on the Clyde, is dedicated to St. Cadec, and through the adjoining parish of Carmarthen, formerly Carmannock, runs a range of hills, now called the Cathkin Hills, which separates Strathclyde from Ayrshire and terminates in Renfrewshire. This must be the mountain Bannock, and the name is preserved in Carmannock, B passing into Edmund Welsh in combination, and Caw is thus represented in this legend also as reigning in Strathgriff or Renfrewshire. The name Lenthemus is probably meant for Lenthemus or Cambuslang. There is a curious legend preserved in the Venedosian Code of the Old Welsh Laws, which is as follows. Here Eladir Muhunvor, a man from the north was slain and, after his death, the Gwir Wygogld, or men of the north, came here to avenge him. The chiefs, their leaders, were Clydno Nudhiel, son of Senilt, and Mordafhiel, son of Seruri, and Rydurchhiel, son of Tudwal Tughlid, and they came to Arvon, and because Eladir was slain at Abermudas in Arvon, they burned Arvon as a further revenge. And then Run, son of Meilgwyn, and the men of Gwynedd, assembled in arms, and proceeded to the banks of the Gwered in Wygoggled, or in the north, and there they were long disputing who should take the lead through the river Gwered. Then Run dispatched a messenger to Gwynedd to ascertain who was entitled to the lead. Some say that Meildaf the elder, the lord of Pennard, adjudged it to the men of Arvon. Joruwrth, the son of Madog, on the authority of his own information, affirms that Idno the aged assigned it to the men of the black-headed shafts. And thereupon the men of Arvon advanced in the van, and were valorous there, and Taliesin sang, Behold, from the Ardeny of their blades, with Run, the reddener of armies, the men of Arvon with their ruddy lances. Old Welsh Laws, page 50. Eladir Mwynfor was the head of one of the families descended from Dyfnwelhen, and so were Rydurchhiel, Nudhiel, and Mordafhiel, and Clydno was of the race of Cole. They are called Gwir Wygoggled, or men of the north. And the scene of the dispute as to who should lead was the banks of the river Forth, for the river Gwered in the north is the Forth, it having been, according to the old description of 1165, called Britanus, Wered. The author of the genealogia annexed to Nennius describes four of these kings of the north, Urin, Rydurch, Gwalog, and Morkant, as warring against Hussa, son of Ida, the king of Bernishnisha, who reigned from 567 to 574, and the Battle of Argerid, fought in 573, by which the anti-Christian party were finally crushed, resulted in the consolidation of these petty states into the kingdom of Cumbria or Strathclyde, and the establishment of Rydurch as king in the strong fortress of Alclyde or Dumbarton Rock, which became from henceforth the chief seat of the kingdom. Here we find Rydert established when he sent a message to Saint Columba, to consult him, as supposed to possess prophetic power, whether he should be slain by his enemies, as recorded by Adomnan in his Life of Saint Columba, who calls him Rex Redarcus Filius Tataelci Petrocloid Renavit. Saint Columba's reply, De Idem Regiae Regno e Populo Aegis, was, that he would not fall into the hands of his enemies, but die in his own house, which prophecy, adds Adomnan, as fulfilled, as he died a peaceful death. If Jocelyn reports a real fact, when he says that he died in the same year as Saint Kentigern, his death must have taken place either in the year 603 or 614, according to which is the true date of Saint Kentigern's death. 24 And during that time he consolidated his power, and re-established the bishopric of Glasgow. The Chronicle of 977 records, in 580, the death of Gwrgi Imperator, the sons of Elivergas Gordvor, another of these northern kings, and, in 593, the death of Dunod, son of Pablo Post-Prydain, and the genealogy estate that against Theodoric, son of Ida, who reigned in Bernicia from 580 to 587, Urien with his sons fought valiantly, and adds, in illo tempori eloquendo hosts, nunc saves, vincebanter, showing the character of the struggle which was taking place between the Cymric population and the increasing power of the Angles. In 603, a great effort appears to have been made by the Celtic tribes to drive back the Angles, under Aidan, king of the Scots who inhabit Britain, whom Bode describes as invading Bernicia with an immense and brave army, and being defeated and put to flight at Dugsaston, now Doston, in Liddesdale, where almost all his army were slain, and he himself escaped with a few only of his followers. This disaster must have crushed the efforts of the Celtic tribes to resist the Angles for the time, and enabled the latter to extend their territories unresisted, till in the reign of Edwin they reached the shores of the Firth of Forth. After the death of Edwin, when Cadwallon had established his power, Tiernack records, in 638, the Battle of Glenmorrison, in which the people of Donaldbrec were put to flight, e obsessio at Ainan afterwards, in 642, that Donaldbrec was slain in the 15th year of his reign in the Battle of Strathclyde by Ohan, king of the Britons, and in the same year a battle between Oswy and the Britons. The same transactions are repeated at a later date in Tiernack, when the first battle is said to have been in Caluthris, and the second in Strathcarn, while the name of the British king is given as Hun, but the first are the true dates. Donaldbrec was the king of Dalriada, and the son of that Aidan who had been defeated in 603. Glenmorrison must not be confounded with the glen called Glenmoriston on Loch Ness. It was in Caluthris, and Caluthris appears to have been the same with the district called Calatria, in which Callander is situated. It lay between the Carron and the Avon, extending on the west at least to the place called Carriton on the Avon, and bounded on the east by the Firth of Forth, including in its limits the parishes of Kinnell and Carriton, and within this district Glenmorrison must have been situated, though it cannot now be identified. Attain was no doubt Eden or Carriton, and the upper part of the valley of the Carron was called Strathcarron, in which there was a royal forest termed in old charters Strathuan. These events then indicate a great struggle between Donaldbrec and the Britons, in which the former was defeated and finally slain in 642. If my conjecture is correct, that Aidan led a combined force of Scots and Britons, he was in fact for the time performing the functions of Guladig or Dux Bellorum in the north, and this struggle probably indicated an attempt on the part of Donaldbrec to maintain the same position. Who Ohan or Han was, we do not know. He may have been a king of Alclyde and a successor of Rydert, but it is more probable that he was no other than Cadwallon himself, whom Tiernack calls Chon, and that the object of the war was whether Donald should retain his father's position, or whether Cadwallon, who had now become powerful in the south, should extend his supremacy over the north likewise. 25. The great defeat of the combined forces of the Mercians and Britons in 655 by Oswy, king of Northumbria, in which Penda, king of the Mercians, was slain, and Cadwallon escaped with his life, terminated the power of the latter, and led to the subjection of the Cumbrian Britons to the kings of Northumbria. And 2 years afterwards the annals of Ulster record the death of Gearid or Gearid, king of Alclyde. The subjection of the Britons to the Angles lasted till the year 686, when Ecgfrith, king of Northumbria, was slain in the Battle of Dunachan, and during that time no king of Alclyde is recorded. It was also during this time that Ecgfrith granted to Lindisfarne, Carlisle, with territory to the extent of 15 miles round it, but the result of the defeat and death of Ecgfrith was, as Bede tells us, that a part of the Britons recovered their liberty, and that this part was the British kingdom of Cumbria or Strathclyde. Appears from this, that the kings of Alclyde again appear in the annals as independent kings. In 694 died Domnall Mac on Rex Alacluith, and, In 722, Beli Filius Elfin Rex Alicluith, in the Welsh pedigrees annexed to Nennius, a genealogy is given, in which this Beli, son of Elfin, appears, and his descent is there given from Dyfnwalhen, the ancestor of Ryder Cheal, and stepfather of the second group of northern families. Although the Britons of Strathclyde had recovered their liberty, and the Picts had regained that part of the Provincia Pictorum north of the Forth which the Angles had subjected, it would appear that the Pictish population south of the Forth still remained subject to them. The Picts of Mannan had come under their power as early as the reign of Edwin, and therefore still remained within the Anglic kingdom, as appears from their subsequently rebelling against its kings. And the Picts of Galloway seem likewise to have remained under their subjection, as Bede tells us that in 731, when he closes his history, 4 bishops presided in the province of the Northumbrians, one of whom was Peckthelm in the church which is called Candida Casa, or Whitehorn, which, he says, from the increased number of believers, has lately become an additional episcopal see, and has him for its first prelate. This implies that Whitehorn still remained in the province of the Northumbrians, and in 750, we are told, in the chronicle annexed to Bede, that Ecbert, king of Northumbria, campum sile cum aliis reginibus suo regno didit, that is, Kyle and Garrick, which lay between it and Galloway, and possibly Cunningham, forming modern Ayrshire. In the same year, however, a great battle is recorded both in the Welsh and the Irish annals between the Britons and the Picts, in which the Picts were defeated, and Tilorgan, brother of Angus, the king of the Picts, slain. The place where this battle was fought is termed in the Chronicle of 977, Massatok, in the Brut Wyseason, Magdoc, and in the Brut Wytywasogen, Misadoc. Myas is the Welsh equivalent for Mag in Gaelic, meaning a plain, and the place meant was no doubt Magdoc in the parish of Strathblaine, Stirlingshire, the ancient seat of the Earls of Lennox. In old charters it is spelt Magadavac. In the same year, according to the Welsh Chronicle, and 2 years after, according to Tiernack, died Tudor, son of Bile, king of Alclyde, and in 756 Edbert, king of Northumbria, and Angus, king of the Picts, appear to have united their forces, and we are told by Simeon of Durham that they ledi their army at Urbem Eluith, Ibic Bredones and Conditionum Receperant, prima dimensis Augusti. In 760 the Welsh Chronicle records the death of Dungiwal, son of Tudor. From this date there is a blank in the kings of Alclyde for an entire century, the first notice we have of them again being in 872, when Arthga Rex Britannum Strathclyde is slain, Concilio Constantini Filii Synodon. This Constantine was king of the Scots, and Arthga or Arthgal appears in the Welsh genealogy as descendant in the 4th degree from Dungiwal. Alclyde is recorded, however, in the Annals of Ulster as having been burnt in 780 and besieged 870 by the Norwegian pirates, who, after a siege of 4 months, took and destroyed it. According to the Welsh Chronicle, Arx Alclip a gentilibus fracta estate, Strathclyde was again ravaged by them in 875. Arthgal appears to have been succeeded by his son Run, who is called in the Pictish Chronicle Rex Britannum, and said to be the father of Eacha, who reigned along with Greg, by a daughter of Kenneth MacAlpin. This is the last name given in the Welsh genealogy, and one of the copies of the Brut Wytywasogen has the following entry in 890, which, if containing a true fact, will explain this. The men of Strathclyde who would not unite with the Saxons were obliged to leave their country and go to Gwyn, and Anarod, king of Wales, gave them leave to inhabit the country taken from him by the Saxons, comprising Mealer, the Vale of Clwyd, Rivoniag, and Tedjingle, if they could drive the Saxons out, which they did bravely, and the Saxons came on that account a second time against Anarod, and fought the action of Simrod, in which the Cymry conquered the Saxons and drove them wholly out of the country, and so Gwyn was freed from the Saxons by the might of the Gwir Wygogled, or men of the north. That the British line of the kings of Strathclyde came to an end very soon is certain, for the Pictish Chronicle tells us that on the death of Donald Rex Brutanorum, who must have died between 900 and 918, Dunamaldus Filii Sata Rex Eligitor, he was brother to Constantine, the king of the Scots, and thus the Scottish line was established in the kingdom of Strathclyde. It must have been so much weakened by the loss of Kyle and the other regions wrested from it by the Saxons, and the attacks upon it by the Norwegian pirates, that we can well believe that a large portion of the population fled to Wales for refuge, and that the influence of the new and powerful kingdom of the Scots led to a prince of that race being placed upon the throne. In 946 it was overrun and conquered by Edmund, king of Wessex. He bestowed it upon Malcolm, king of the Scots, and from this time it became an appanage of the Scottish crown. The Saxon historians name the region conquered by Edmund as Cumbria, but that this kingdom of Strathclyde is meant, appears from the Chronicle of 977, now a contemporary record, which has, in 946, Stratclut Vastida Estata Saxonibus. It is unnecessary for the purpose of this work to follow the history further. Suffice it to say that, in the reign of Malcolm Canmore, Carlisle and that part of Cumbria south of the Solway Firth belonged to the Norman conqueror, and was erected into an earldom for one of his followers, that, on the death of Edgar, that part of it which lay north of the Solway Firth was given to his brother, Prince David, and on his accession to the throne in 1124 became united to the Scottish crown, but that its population remained a distinct element in the population of Scotland for some time after, under the names of Cumbrances, Brits, and Strathclyde Wheelus. Zi. Recent criticism of mythological poems examined. Such then being, so far as we can gather it from the scanty materials afforded to us, the real position of the Cymric population, and the leading features of their history prior to the 12th century, as well as of their literature subsequent to that period, the question before us is this: what place does this very peculiar body of ancient poetry really occupy? Are we to regard them as ancient poems which have come down to us from an early period of Cymric literature, and possessing from their antiquity and historic value independently of their literary merit, if they have any, or are we to set them aside as so beset with suspicion, and as evincing such evidence of fabrication in a later age, as to render them valueless for all historic purposes? That the bards to whom these poems are in the main attributed, are recorded as having lived in the 6th century, is certain. We have it on the authority of the Genealogia annexed to Nennius, written in the 8th century. That this record of their having lived in that age is true, we have every reason to believe, and we may hold that there were such bards as Taliesin, Aneirin, Llywarchen, and Myrddin, at that early period, who were believed to have written poems. That the poems which now bear their name do not show the verbal forms and orthography of that age, and that the form of the language of these poems has not the aspect which the language of the 6th century ought to exhibit, is equally certain. But this implies no more than that we do not possess transcripts of these poems made at that period, with the exception of 2 fragments. The oldest transcript we now possess is that in the Black Book of Carmarthen, IMS, of the 12th century, and the orthography and verbal forms are those of that period, but this is not conclusive. All transcripts show the orthography and forms of their period. There may have been earlier transcripts, and if these had been preserved they would have shown earlier forms. Before proceeding further, then, with this view of the subject, we may inquire whether these poems exhibit other marks of a later date, independently of the orthography and form of the language, so clear and decisive, as to lead us at once to the conviction that they could not belong to an earlier period than the date of the MS, in which we find the oldest text. If this question is answered in the negative, we may then inquire how far they show us clear and decisive marks of having been the work of a earlier age, and having determined their date, the literary question will become easily disposed of. If, on a fair and candid examination of these poems, it must be answered in the affirmative, cadet quaestio, these poems have recently been arraigned at the bar of criticism by Mr. Stevens and Mr. Nash, and though they differ somewhat in the extent to which they answer this question in the affirmative, yet on the whole their verdict is against the antiquity of the poems, and the grounds upon which they arrive at this conclusion partake, to a great extent, of one common character. It will, therefore, be convenient to deal with these works together as really forming one body of criticism, and to examine first the case for the prosecution, as it were, and the real bearing of that criticism upon a question. Both of these writers group the poems into 2 classes, which they call mythological and historical, and the objections which they urge against them may be comprised under the 3 following propositions. 1. The so-called mythological poems do not contain, as is supposed, a system of mystical and semi-pagan philosophy, handed down from the Druids, and preserved in these poems by their successors, the bards of the 6th century, as an esoteric creed, but they are the work of a later age, and are nothing but the wild and extravagant emanations of the fancy of bards of the 12th and subsequent centuries, and contain such allusions to the prose tales and romances of the Middle Ages, as to show that they must have been written after these tales were composed too. The so-called historical poems not only contain direct allusions to later events, but it can be shown that other allusions, which have been supposed to apply to events of the 6th century, were really intended to refer to later events. 3. The orthography and poetic structure of these poems show that they could not have been written earlier than the date of the MSs, in which they first appear. Mr. Stevens embraces in his criticism the whole of these poems. Mr. Nash deals with those of Taliesin alone, and it may be as well to consider the bearing of this criticism on the poems attributed to Taliesin first. Mr. Stevens, in his work on the literature of the Cymry, does not go minutely into them, but deals with a few specimens only, and states the result of his examination of 77 poems, attributed to Taliesin, in the following classification: historical, and as old as the 6th century. Gwaith Gwynystred, the Battle of Gwynystred; Gwaith Argodel Wyfain, the Battle of Argodel Wyfain; Gwaith Dyffryn Gwerant, the Battle of Dyffryn Gwerant; Iurine, to Urine, Iurine, to Urine. Canu Iurine, a song to Urine, is Pale Taliesin, the sports of Taliesin. Canu Iurine Reged, a song to Urine Reg. Deadolch Urine Reged, reconciliation to Urine. Iwalog, Tigwalog, the Galgacus of Tacitus. Deadolch Iurine, reconciliation to Urine. Marwynad Owynap Urine, the elegy of Owynap Urine. Doubtful, Serd Iwalog Aplinog, a song to Gwalog Aplinog. Marwynad Cuneta, the elegy of Cuneta. Gworchan Tatvulch, the incantation of Tatvulch. Gworchan, Adaban. Semicolon, the incantation of Adaban. Gworchan, Sinfilin, the incantation of Sinfilin. Gworchan Mealdo, the incantation of Mealdo. Kurd Daranwi, the song to Daranwi. Troscan Sinangarwin, the satire on Sinangarwin. Romances belonging to the 12th and 13th centuries. Can you Sintaf Taliesin, Taliesin's first song. Tithadi and Elfin, the consolation of Elfin. Haynes Taliesin, the history of Taliesin. Canu Med, the Mid song. Canu Gwent, the song to the wind. Canu Bidemar, the song of the great world. Canu Bidebach, the song of the little world. Bustl Beard, the gall of the bards. Buarthbeard, the circle of the bards. Cadgadu, the battle of the trees. Cadert Taliesin, the chair of Taliesin. Cater Tiernan, the chair of the sovereign on. Canu Ycwrwv, the song of the ale. Canu Mirch, the song of the war horses. Adwinut Taliesin. Semicolon, the beautiful things of Taliesin. Anger Cavinidod, the provincial confederacy. Privsifark, the primary gratulation. Tithadi and Elfin, Elfin's consolation. Arimes died broad, the day of judgment. Odl of Wraith, the ode of varieties. Glasswood Taliesin, the encomiums of Taliesin. Divergwad Taliesin, past and future ages. Mabjefruit Taliesin, Taliesin's juvenile accomplishments. Odleto Taliesin, another ode by Taliesin. Kaifs Taliesin, the confession of Taliesin. These seem to form portions of the Mabinogy of Taliesin, which was composed by Thomas A. Beine in a period. Cater Caradwin, the chair of Caradwin. Marwyn Uther Pendragon, the elegy of Uther Pendragon. Predu Anwan, the victims of Anwan Hell. Marwyn Urkwulf, the elegy of Hercules. Marwyn Mad, Drud Acer of Wygrulon, the elegy of Madoc the Bold and Heir of the Fierce. Marwyn Edenovan, the elegy of Eden of Monday and Rhivedod Alexander, the not wounding of Alexander. Wygolfis or Spied, a sketch of the world. Lurig Alexander, the Lyrica of Alexander. Predictive, poems, 12th and succeeding centuries. Immer war Ludmar, the appeasing of the great Lud. Immer war Ludbeichen, the appeasing of Lud the little. Gwad Ludmar, the praise of Lud the great. Kurd MV Blair, song to the sons of Lear. Marwynad Kuroy Obdary, elegy on Kuroy, son of Dairy. Mike or Mike Dinrich, the prospect of Tenby. Arimes Bridane, the destiny of Britain. Arimes, the oracle. Arims, the oracle. Ciris ad Gwynedd Debu Barth, the contention of North and South Wales. Odl, a moral ode. Marwynad Milvib. Semicolon, elegy on 1,000 saints. Wymingwerth, the miraculous stone. Kenwagwint, the song of the wind. Subject, Owen Gwynedd. Anrahek Urine, the gift of urine. Theological, same date. Pleur Aft, the plagues of Egypt. Lathmosen, the rod of Moses. Lathmosen, the rod of Moses. Gwagwir Israel, eulogy of the men of Israel. Note, the poems printed in italics are not in the Book of Taliesin. Since the publication of that work, several papers have appeared in the Archaeologia Cambrensis, in which he has given his more matured views of the poems, modifying somewhat this classification. Mr. Nash deals with them in the two classes only, and on the whole considers the entire body of poetry connected with the name of Taliesin to belong to the 12th and subsequent centuries. It is with the poems attributed to Taliesin that the objections under the first proposition mainly deal. The great body of those included under the head of mythological poems bear his name, or are said to be composed by him, and to these the school of Owen Pugh and Edward Williams, of Davies and Herbert, has given a mystic sense, and has supposed that a species of druidic superstition was handed down in them. Now, I go a certain length with them in this objection. I agree with them in thinking that these poems do not contain any such esoteric system of semi-pagan philosophy, and so far as their criticism goes to demolish the fancies of this school, I think it is well founded. But there I stop. It does not follow that because the poems are not what Davies and Herbert represent them to be, that they are therefore not genuine. It does not follow that because a mistaken meaning has been applied to them, therefore they can have no rational meaning whatever. Like all poems of this description, they are full of obscure allusions and half-expressed sentiments, and where the real drift of the poem is not understood, it will of course have the aspect of meaningless verbiage, just as the ritual of a church, to one who does not know what it is intended to convey or to symbolize, appears mere mummery. But as soon as a clue is obtained to the real meaning of the poet, the allusions in the poem, however obscure they appear, become intelligible and consistent, and before the critic can justly urge this objection, he must be very sure that he has grasped the real meaning of the poet, as well as comprehended the true bearing and place in literature of the poems he is dealing with. That these poems are really intended to convey a definite meaning I do not doubt. They will be found to harmonize with the history and intellectual character of the place and period to which they belong, and the first work of the critic is to ascertain, on definite grounds, what that place and period really is. The other ground given for doubting these poems is more tangible, viz. that they contain such allusions to the prose tales and romances of the Middle Ages as to show that they must have been written after these tales were composed. And here Mr. Nash makes a special case against the poems attributed to Taliesin. He states that a prose tale, containing the personal history of Taliesin and his transmigrations, was composed in the 13th century, and that a copy of this tale contained in the Red Book of Hergest has been published, with an English translation, by Lady Charlotte Guest, in her collection of Mabinogion. His prose tale is interspersed with poems said to have been sung by Taliesin, and Mr. Nash maintains that it is in the main the basis from which the greater part of the so-called poems of Taliesin has sprung, and that the large number, besides those contained in the Mabinogi of Taliesin, derive their inspiration from it. It seems rather strange that so severe a critic as Mr. Nash, who will accept none of the poems which are the subject of his criticism as ancient or genuine, except upon the clearest evidence, should yet assume at once the genuineness and antiquity of the Mabinogi of Taliesin. It is beyond question that the only text of it before him is written in much more modern Welsh than any of the poems it is supposed to have given birth to, and yet he makes no difficulty. It is further strange that in founding upon this prose tale as the very basis of his argument throughout, and his most formidable weapon, he should not have taken means to ascertain whether it really is in the Red Book of Hergest. No copy of this tale is to be found in the Red Book of Hergest at all, and as that valuable MS contains all the other prose tales of that period, this of itself is an argument against its authenticity. But, moreover, no copy of it is to be found in any known MS prior to the 18th century. Owen Pugh, who published it in 1833, says explicitly that there was but one version of the prose narrative, and that version was furnished by Iolo Morganwg. Every notice regarding it upon which Mr. Nash founds emanates from him, and is not to be found elsewhere. Even if we accept the account given by Dr. Owen Pugh, his explicit statement is, that it was composed by Hopton Thomas Phillip, and it cannot be taken farther back than 1590 or 1600, long after every poem we are dealing with had been transcribed. But its history is so questionable as to lead to the suspicion that it had no earlier origin than the school which produced it, and it is quite as necessary for Mr. Nash, before we can legitimately found upon it, to bridge over the interval between Ini and a period in the 13th century, if he lived then, or if he ever lived at all, and Dr. Owen Pugh in the 19th. As it is for the advocates of the authenticity of the poems to bridge over the interval between the 6th century and the Black Book of Carmarthen. So much for the prose narrative. With regard to the poems embedded in it, whether naturally or artificially, the text published by Dr. Pugh in 1833 contains 11 poems, that published by Lady Charlotte Guest in 1849, 14. But in the notes we are informed that 4 of these poems were added to her edition from the Myvarian Archaeology, and were not in the MSs from which she printed. Now, of these 11 poems contained in the MSs of the prose tale printed by Dr. Owen Pugh and Lady Charlotte Guest, not one is to be found in the Book of Taliesin, and of the 4 poems which she added from the Myvarian Archaeology, only 2 are in that book. At the time, therefore, when the Book of Taliesin was transcribed, the poems inserted in the prose tale had either not been written, or were known to be spurious, and not to belong to the body of poems at that time attributed to Taliesin. Moreover, several of these poems are said to have been in reality the work of Jonas Athraophenu, or Jonas, the doctor or divine of St. David's, of whom, however, and the true period in which he lived, we know really nothing. But one of these poems appears among the poems transcribed in the end of the Red Book of Hergest in the 15th century, The poems attributed to Jonas Athra of St. David's are 1. Haines Taliesin, beginning Preferred Siffredin, 2. Fustel Wyverd, beginning Clorogam, 3. Dyhuddy and Elfin, beginning Gognodjura, 4. Divrigwad Taliesin, beginning Gorachildar. This is the poem contained in the Red Book of Hergest. 5. Yrawd Elfraith, beginning with the line of a Wnaeth Panton. It is the last of these poems from which the well-known sentiment has been so often quoted, as a saying of Taliesin. You nora volent you hiath a gadwent you tira golan on gwilt walia. Their God they shall adore, their language they shall keep, their country they shall lose, except wild Wales. Indeed, it is generally considered that the history of Wales cannot be referred to with any propriety without quoting those lines. None of these poems, however, appear in the Book of Taliesin, and a verse in this poem might have shown that it made no claim to being the genuine work of the bard whose name it bears. Joannes the Divine called me Merlin, at length every king will call me Taliesin, and called Taliesin it has been ever since, and it has been subjected by Mr. Nash, along with the other spurious poems, to one common criticism with those which are to be found in the Book of Taliesin, and the estimate formed of the spurious poems maintained equally to invalidate those professing to be genuine. These poems are all included in Mr. Stevens's third class, and the criticism, so far as based upon them, may now be set aside as having little or no bearing upon the real question. Having thus disposed of the so-called Mabinogi, or romance of Taliesin, which plays so great and illegitimate a part in modern criticism, we must now advert to the allusions said to be made to the other prose tales really contained in the Red Book of Hergest, and usually called the Mabinogion, and which it is maintained show that the poems containing such allusions must have been written after these prose tales were composed. It is admitted that these allusions are made to the Mabinogion of the oldest class only, and they certainly possess a considerable antiquity. Here, the first feature in this proposition which startles us is, that if well founded, it inverts the usual sequence in the early literature of most countries, and supposes that prose tales were first composed, and poems afterwards written from them. We usually find the reverse of this. The literature of most countries commences with lays in which the traditions and knowledge of the people in the infancy of their society are handed down to succeeding generations, and then, as cultivation advances, and the intellect of the nation develops, it passes over into chronicles and prose romances. In Wales we must suppose the progress to be different. If the poems we are dealing with belong to a later age, none others have come down to us, and we must suppose that the fancies and dim imaginings of the people in their earlier stages first developed themselves in prose romances. The fallacy which leads to this is the assumption that these tales are so far fictions, invented romances, in which, though the names may be real, the incidents are fictitious, and thus that any allusion to them, however slight, or even any mention of them or names of the heroes of them, infallibly demonstrates a later composition of the poem which contains them. It is in this spirit that Mr. Stevens deals with them, and he sends ruthlessly every poem to a later age in which the mere name of Arthur occurs, as having been composed after the Arthurian romance was introduced from Brittany. But these tales are, equally with the poems, founded to some extent upon older legends and traditions, and the germ of their narrative had a prior existence in the earlier oral tales of the people. It is true that there is a marked difference in character between the older legend and the romantic tale founded upon it. The former is part of a more primitive literature, running parallel to and in harmony with the history and progress of the people. Tales and incidents connected with their history were the subject of lays and poetic narratives, and the early philosophy of the people, the common sense of the nation and the primitive meaning of the term, became crystallized into proverbs. Symbolical and figurative language was largely used. Revolutions and invasions were compared to convulsions of nature and the ravages of monsters. Tyrants were denounced by obscure epithets. Sentiments were conveyed in proverbs, and fragments of real history were encrusted in them, like the masses of primitive rock protruding through a later formation, or the boulders deposited upon its surface. While the oral transmission of this early poetic literature was secured by a complicated system of meter and an intricate rhyme which enabled the writer more readily to employ the right expressions, with a fixed and unalterable number of syllables in the line, a rhyme recurring in the middle of one line and the end of another, with one stanza commencing with the last word of the preceding stanza, or with certain words commencing with the same letter. It was difficult for the reciter to misplace a letter or sentence. The right word must be found, and the general sentiments expressed were retained in his mind by their taking the shape of proverbs. This is what we should expect early poetry of this description to be, and this, to a great extent, characterizes the poems with which we are dealing. But when the period arrives when prose tales or romances are preferred, the recollection of the real incidents alluded to, the real events symbolized, has passed away. The taste of the age soon requires social tales rather than historical romances. The incidents become trivial. The heroes dwindle down to ordinary mortals, the ancient warriors, to private lords of a district. The symbolic representations become real convulsions of nature and actual wild beasts, and what originally sprang from some great internal change or some external invasion, now becomes the hunt of a wild animal or a quest after some treasure. The names of the heroes of these legends are retained in the prose tales, but the events in which they figure are changed, and assume a totally different character and aspect. This to a great extent characterizes the Mabinogion, and if we find evidence in them of the characteristics of this stage in the literature, why are we to presume that the earlier stages had no existence? In point of fact, we do find traces of the earlier existence of the germs of these tales. Thus, in the tale of Lud and Leafleys, at the end of the narrative as printed by Lady Charlotte Guest, is this notice, and this tale is called The Story of Lud and Leafleys, and thus it ends. The expression in the original Welsh, however, is Archwedel hwn Ilwyr Cyfranc Lud a Leafleys. The word Cyfranc does not mean a story, but a quarrel or contention, and the reason of this great alteration is, that there is not a trace throughout the whole tale of any quarrel or contention between the two brothers Lud and Leafleys. On the contrary, they are represented as a perfect model of two affectionate brothers, living in perfect harmony with and mutually aiding one another. The tale, as it stands, is as old as the first edition of the Bruts where the substance of it occurs, and there must apparently have been an earlier legend, the facts of which had been forgotten while the name was recollected and applied to the later tale. Now, one of the poems attributed to Taliesin, BT 54, Immerwer Ludbeichen, is condemned because it is supposed to contain an allusion to this tale. The whole of the allusion is simply this: before the reconciliation of Lud and Leafleys. But there cannot be a reconciliation without a previous contention, and it is obvious that the reference here is to the earlier legend. There is, however, one striking difference between the poem and the tale. In the prose tale, one of the chief incidents is the invasion of a mysterious people called Coraniad, who use enchantments and possess magic powers, but when we refer to the poem, it is the real invasion of the Romans which forms the chief incident. Another of the Mabinogion supposed to be referred to is that of Cilhwch Olwen. The chief incident in this curious tale is the hunt of the Twrch Trewit, or the Bortrewit. The poem called the Gorchin Sinvalin is supposed to refer to it, but, like the other poem, the allusion is comprised in a few lines. Stalks like the collar of Twrch Trewith, monstrously savage, bursting and thrusting through, when he was attacked on the river, before his precious things. The allusion to the legend is plain enough, but the more fact of Arthur and his warriors being represented in the prose tale as finding the boar with 7 young pigs in Ireland, and hunting him to Dyfed and through the whole of Wales, and then by the Severn into Cornwall, whence he was driven into the sea again, shows that this is a tale in which what were originally figurative and symbolical representations of real events have been converted into realities. Even in its present shape the legend is old, for in the memorabilia of Nennius he mentions a stone bearing the mark of a dog upon it, and explains, Quando venidus estate, porcum troitum pressicabile, qui erat canis Arthuri militis, vestigium in lapide. A poem in the Black Book of Carmarthen, number 31, is also supposed to refer to it. This poem certainly mentions many of the characters in it, but not one syllable of the plot of the prose tale. Neither Cilhwch Olwen, the hero and heroine, nor the hunt of the boar, the chief incident, are once alluded to. The real allusions are to 2 of Arthur's battles, and the scenery is in the north, Trywerad, Mynadeden or Edinburgh, and Manwad or Managuadaden. The other tales supposed to be alluded to are the 4 which form what is strictly speaking the Mabinogi, and are all connected with one another. They are the following: the tale of Weil, Prince of Dyfed, the tale of Branwen, daughter of Leir, the tale of Manwadden, the son of Leir, the tale of Math, son of Mathenwy. The supposed allusions run through a considerable number of the poems attributed to Taliesin, and form an important group of these poems. Now there is this peculiarity in these 4 tales forming the Mabinogi proper, that they do not mainly refer to Wales as the country of the Cymry, but to the period when Mona and Arfon were possessed by a Gwyddel population, and it is the legendary kings of the Gwyddel who are the main actors in the tales. These are probably the oldest of the tales, but the previous remarks as to the form in which such legends appear in the prose tales are here equally applicable. The characters which appear in these tales are, in the first, Weil, Prince of Dyfed, Aneirin, King of Anwat nor Hel; in the second, Bran and Manwadden, the sons, and Branwen, the daughter, of Leir, and Matholwch, King of Ireland; in the third, Manawdden, son of Leir, and Pryderi, son of Weil; and in the fourth, Math, son of Mathenwy, king of Arfon and Mona, Gwydion ap Don, and Arianrhod his sister, Lulod Gifs and Dilynil Tun, her sons, the first of whom became king of Gwynedd, and Pryderi, son of Weil, king of Dyfed. Weil is only mentioned in one poem, BT 30, called Prydw Anwyfn, and it bears no reference to the Mabinogi. Aeron is one of the three brothers, Lugh, Aeron, and Urien, whom I have already noticed in the historical sketch, and whom we found obtaining lands conquered from the Saxons by Arthur. Aeron is said to have obtained the most northern portion, and from the expressions used he must have been seated almost beyond the limits of the Cymric population. This northern region must always have been viewed by the more southern population as a dreary and barren wilderness, and invested with superstitious attributes. Even as early as the time of Procopius, who flourished in the 6th century, he thus describes it: "In this isle of Britain men of ancient time built a long wall, cutting off a great portion of it, for the soil and the men, and all other things, are not alike on both sides, for on the eastern, southern, side of the wall there is a wholesomeness of air, in conformity with the seasons, moderately warm in summer and cool in winter. Many men inhabit here, living much as other men. The trees, with their appropriate fruits, flourish in season, and their corn lands are as productive as others, and the district appears sufficiently fertilized by streams. But on the western, northern, side all is different, insomuch indeed that it would be impossible for man to live there even half an hour. Vipers and serpents innumerable, with all other kinds of wild beasts, infest that place, and what is most strange, the natives affirm that if any one passing the wall should proceed to the other side, he would die immediately, unable to endure the unwholesomeness of the atmosphere. Death also, attacking such beasts as go thither, forthwith destroys them." But as I have arrived at this point of my history, it is incumbent on me to record a tradition very nearly allied to fable, which has never appeared to me true in all respects, though constantly spread abroad by men without number, who assert that themselves have been agents in the transaction, and also hearers of the words. I must not, however, pass it by altogether unnoticed, lest when thus writing concerning the island Britain I should bring upon myself an imputation of ignorance of certain circumstances perpetually happening there. They say, then, that the souls of men departed are always conducted to this place, and when the Cymric population looked northwards to these mountain barriers, shrouded often with mist, from whose bosom poured the wintry blasts, and from whose recesses issued those fearful bands of Pictish savages, we may well suppose that they regarded it with awe and terror, and could give a fern itself no more terrible an epithet than to call it a cold hell. Whether Aeron's territory really bore the name of Anwyfn, as its opposite Dwfn certainly did enter into that of the Damilonii, who are placed in that part of Scotland by Ptolemy, we can only conjecture. The oldest legends connect Manawyddan ap Llair with Manawr or Manawydd. He is only mentioned in two poems. In one, BB 31, he is mentioned in connection with Arthur's battles in the north. Manawyddan, the son of Llair, deep was his counsel. Did not Manawyd bring perforated shields from Treorp? In the other, BT 14 Curtam v Blair, the references are as follow: a battle against the sons of Llair at Eberhenvlin. I have been with Bran and Ewarden. I saw when was killed Mordwyd Tilyn. Is it known to Manawyd and Pryderi, of Gwydion ap Don and Lugh? The former is associated within the legends connected with the settlements of the Gwydion, and the latter is one of the three brothers in the north. He was placed over Lothian, including part of the county occupied by Pictish tribes, and is the Lothus, king of the Picts, of Scottish tradition. Now throughout these poems we find allusion to a confederacy or a union between Britain and Gwydion, in connection with the names of Lugh and Gwydion. In one poem, BT 14, we have, I have been in the battle of Godu with Lugh and Gwydion. I heard the conference of the Serdorian British bards, and the Gwydion, devils, distillers. In another, BT 1, and RB 23, truly Lugh and Gwydion have been skillful ones. Thou wilt remember thy old Brython, and the Gwydion, furnace distillers. Again, in the Cadgodu, minstrels were singing, warriors were hastening, the exaltation to the Brython, which Gwydion made. This was the alliance between the Brython represented by Lugh, and the Gwydion by Gwydion, which resulted in the insurrection of Medrawt, son of Lugh, against Arthur with his combined army of Picts, Britons, and Saxons, and which arose from a section of the Britons in the north being drawn over to apostasy by the pagan Saxons and semi-pagan Picts. These poems then contain, under figurative and symbolic language, allusions to real facts, but when we come to the Mabinogi all is changed. The heroes mentioned may be the same. The events are, of a totally different character. Bran goes to Ireland to resent a slap given by Matholwch to Branwen. There is no battle against the sons of Llair at Eberhenvlin, but they gaze at it from a window after waking from an enchanted sleep. There is no slaughter of Mordwyd Tilyn. Math. son of Mathenwy, is there the leading figure, and Gwydion is a mere adventurer, stealing pigs and forcing Arianrhod to acknowledge her son Llew by enchantments, while Aeron is placed under the earth as king of Anwfn, which represents the actual region of departed spirits. 26. Mr. Nash, in his criticism on the Cadgodu, quotes from the Myverian archaeology a fragment which he thus translates, Englinian, or verses on the Cadgodu. These are the Englands that were sung at the Cadgodu, or, as others call it, the Battle of Acron, which was on account of a white roebuck and a whelp, and they came from Anwfn, and Amatheon ap Don brought them, and therefore Amatheon ap Don, and Aeron, king of Anwfn, fought, and there was a man in that battle, unless his name were known he could not be overcome, and there was on the other side a woman called Acron, and unless her name were known her party could not be overcome, and Gwydion ap Don guessed the name of the man, and sang the two Englands following, Sure hoofed is my steed before the spur, the high sprigs of alder were on thy shield, Bran art thou called of the glittering branches, and thus, sure hoofed is thy steed in the day of battle, the high sprigs of alder are in thy hand, Bran, with the coat of mail and branches with thee, Amatheon the good has prevailed. 27. And maintains that this is a fragment of a story or romance called Cadgodu, and that this real Cadgodu must not be confounded with the Cadgodu ascribed to Taliesin, which he adds is one of the very latest of these productions, and very inferior in style and spirit to the compositions worked up by Thomas Aubinian. I am exactly of the opposite opinion. Mr. Nash, as usual, assumes the genuineness of the prose document, but there is no indication of where it came from. It exists in no known guess, and I doubt not came from the same workshop as the so-called compositions of Thomas Aubinian, but assuming it to be a fragment of a prose tale, it truly bears out the remarks I have made. The poem called Cadgodu contains no description of a battle, but Godu is repeatedly mentioned in other poems, and always in close connection with Reged, which takes us to the Gogledd, as do also the names of Llew and Aeron. It describes in highly figurative language a hateful appearance in Britain, passing before the Gwledig, like horses in the middle, like fleets full of wealth, like a monster with great jaws, and 100 heads, like a toad with black thighs and 100 claws, like a speckled snake. The word breath, or speckled, betrays its character. It was the exaltation Gwydion gave to the Brython, the alliance with the speckled race of the Picts, which filled the bard with these gloomy pictures, and this idea runs through the whole poem. When we come to the prose tale, if it be one, it is a battle between Amatheon and Aeron, king of Anwfn, for a whelp and a white roebuck, and which was settled by the device of Gwydion guessing the name of a man. 12. Recent criticism of historical poems examined. The objections under the second proposition apply mainly to the poems classed by Mr. Stevens and Mr. Nash as historical. Mr. Stevens maintains that there are not only in some of these poems direct allusions to persons and events of a later date than the period when the poems must have been composed, if they are genuine, but also that, in most of the poems, it can be shown that allusions which have been supposed to refer to early events were really intended to apply to those of a later date, and that later persons are indicated under the names of earlier heroes. Now, here also I go along with the objection, so far as direct allusions are made to later persons and events, but there I stop. When I find in the Black Book a poem on the death of Howell ap Goronwy, in which he is named, I can have no difficulty in believing it to apply to Howell ap Goronwy, who died in 1103, and that it must have been written after that date. The poems in the Black Book bearing to be the composition of Sandil are of course not within the scope of our inquiry. The poem in the Red Book attributed to Myrddin, which mentions Coco Normandy, I can have no doubt refers to William Rufus, as I find him called Y. Brendan Cock in the Brute Y. Tywasogen. The poems referring to Mab Henry, or the son of Henry, I can have equally little doubt proceeded from Glamorgan, and refer to Robert, Earl of Gloucester, the son of King Henry I, and the Hoyna, which mentions the 5 chiefs from Normandy, and the 5th going to Ireland, must have been composed, either in whole or in part, in the reign of Henry II. The attempt which Mr. Stevens makes, however, and in which he is followed by Mr. Nash, to show that the greater proportion of these poems contain indirect allusions to later events, is, in my opinion, unsuccessful, and will not bear examination. It is this criticism which mainly affects a large number of the poems attributed to Taliesin, and it appears to me to be superficial and inconclusive in its reasoning, and based upon fancied resemblances, which have no true foundation in fact. Mr. Stevens, in a series of articles on the poems of Taliesin, which appeared in the Archaeologia Cambrensis subsequent to the publication of the Literature of the Cymry, has, to some extent, modified the views expressed in the latter work. Of the poems which he there classed as doubtful he now removes 3, and, of those in the 5th class, 2, to the first class of genuine poems. but the mere fact that he does so on a more careful examination will show how superficial the grounds must have been on which he made that classification. The mode in which he has dealt with two of the poems will afford a good illustration of the character of this criticism. Among the poems in the Book of Taliesin is one called Marwynad Caroi Dairi, or the Death Song of Caroi, son of Dairi, BT 42. In his Literature of the Cymry, Mr. Stevens places this poem in his fifth class of predictive poems, 12th and succeeding centuries, but in a paper in the Archaeologia Cambrensis, Volume 2, page 151, he gives his more matured views, and reverses this verdict. He now considers it to have been written about 640. The grounds upon which he comes to this conclusion are these. The poem alludes to a contention between Caroi and Cochlin, Kai Frank Caroi Cochlin. Here is his own account of his process. The name of Caroi's opponent piqued my curiosity. I forthwith went in search of his history in the Anglo-Saxon annals, and, much to my delight, the personage whom I sought appeared in good company, being Kichelm, one of the West Saxon kings. He then gives extracts from the Anglo-Saxon chronicle of the event, connected with Kichelm from AD 611 to 626, when he died. He confesses he can make nothing of Caroi, but he immediately identifies Cochlin with Kichelm, and forthwith removes the date of the composition of the poem from the 12th to the 7th century. This is a good specimen of the mode in which this kind of criticism is made to tell upon the dates of the poems. If there is any poem in which we can predicate with certainty of the subject of it, it is this, and if Mr. Stevens, instead of betaking himself to the Saxon Chronicle, had gone to Ireland for his hero, he would have been more successful. Cochlin is no other than the celebrated Ossianic hero Cochlin, and Caroi, son of Dairi, was the head of the Knights of Munster. They are mentioned together in an old Irish tract, which says, "This was the cause which brought Cuchulainn and Caroi son of Dairi from Alban to Erin." 28. The allusions in the poem are to the events of a legendary tale in which these heroes figure, and there are none to any other events. The poem belongs to a period when there was more intercommunion between the different branches of the British Celts, and when they had a common property in their early myths. The other poem is one in the Red Book of Hergest, commonly called Aneirin, RB 17. It is likewise placed by Mr. Stevens in the same class of predictive poems of the 12th century, and in an article in the same volume of the Archaeologia Cambrensis, page 206, Mr. Stevens adheres to this opinion as to its date, and maintains that it refers to events of the 11th century. These events are supposed to be contained in a series of extracts from the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle and the Brut White Iwisogen, ranging from 1055 to 1063, but the reader will seek in vain for anything but the most vague and general resemblance, which might be equally well traced between the allusions in the poem and any other series of events. Mr. Nash makes much shorter work of it. His argument is this. The poem mentions the Battle of Corsfachno. The Hoyanoa also refers to a Battle of Corsfachno. The Hoyanoa was written in the 12th century, therefore this poem also was written in the 12th century. Admitting that the Hoyanoa was written in the 12th century, does it follow that a poem of that date may not refer to an event of an earlier period? The Hoyanoa mentions likewise Rider Chad in the Battle of Argyll-Wyfane, and both belong to an early period. There can be no doubt as to Rider Cheel being a real person in the 6th century, and as little that the Battle of Argyll-Wyfane was a real event of the same century. Both Mr. Stevens and Mr. Nash admit it. Mr. Stevens, in his Literature of the Cymry, says, with his usual candor, Corsfachno is in Cardiganshire, but I can find no other notice of this battle than another prediction. But in his article on this poem he endeavors to find a notice of it in some lines of Gwalchmai, who flourished in the 12th century, and Mr. Nash adopts the conclusion at once. Corsfachno, however, was a real place, and these lines only refer to events in South Wales having been tra Corsfachno. Beyond Corsfachno, let us now see whether another construction may not be put upon this poem, which is, to say the least of it, equally well borne out. The poem opens with a greeting of Urin Reg. It then mentions three of the sons of Luar Khan, Juaf, Senu, and Sulav. It then alludes to a competition between four men maintaining their place with 400, with the deepest water. One of these is mentioned as a dragon from Gwynedd of precipitous lands and gentle towns. Surely this was enough to have indicated at once Maelgwn Gwynedd, whom Gildas calls the insular dragon, as the person probably alluded to. Then another is thus alluded to as Eber from the south. He will arise, and Synaglis is called by Gildas a bear and the charioteer of a bear. If two of the four men thus indicate two of Gildas's kings, we may well presume that the four men meant are his four kings of Wales. It is said of the dragon of Gwynedd, killing and drowning from Ellery, a river in Corsfachno, to Chwilfaned, a conquering and unmerciful one will triumph. small will be his army on returning from the action of Wednesday, and again, he that will escape from the affair of Corsfachno will be fortunate. Now, does not this contest between the four men, in which the deep waters play a part, and the dragon of Gwynedd triumphs, and which is said to be the affair of Corsfachno, very plainly refer to the transaction at Corsfachno, whatever it really was, by which Maelgwn Gwynedd, the insular dragon, became supreme sovereign of Wales, and in which these northern chiefs may have taken part? The reference to Urien at the end, Urien of Reged, generous he is and will be, and has been since Adam, he, proud in the hall, has the most wide-spreading sword among the 13 kings of Wygogland, or the north, is conclusive as to the antiquity of the poem. If it had been composed in the 12th century, when all memory of the Cymric states in the north had passed away, Urien would have been brought to South Wales, where the later bards had provided a reg for him between the Towy and the Towy. It is needless to examine more of this criticism. These two specimens will suffice, and the notes to the poems will indicate, as far as possible, the real events referred to. The real character and bearing of this criticism upon the poems may be sufficiently indicated by a short illustration. Let us suppose that the question is the genuineness of the poem called the Wallace, attributed to a popular minstrel Blind Harry. Why, we might suppose Mr. Stevens and Mr. Nash would say, here is a battle fought by Wallace against the English at Falkirk. We know the real battle of Falkirk was fought against the English by Prince Charles Edward in 1746. Wallace heads an insurrection against the English, so does Prince Charles. It is quite clear that the Battle of Falkirk in 1746 is the real battle. Under the name of Wallace, an ancient hero, Prince Charles is meant, and we must bring down the age of the poem to the 18th century. In using this illustration, I do not think I am caricaturing this branch of the recent criticism. The objections taken to these poems under the third proposition are, that the orthography and verbal forms are not older than the date of the MSs, in which they were transcribed, and that the poetical structure and the sentiments they breathe are analogous to the poetry of a later age. Mr. Stevens, by admitting that some of the poems are genuine, neutralizes the first branch of this objection entirely, and the second to some extent. If some of the poems are pronounced to be ancient, notwithstanding the orthography being of a later date, so may all. And Mr. Stevens is bound to show that there is a marked difference between the poetical form and the sentiments of the poems he rejects and those he admits to be genuine, before he can found upon such an argument. Mr. Nash, however, goes further. He does not absolutely deny that some of the poems may be genuine, but he does not admit that any are older than the MSs, in which they appear, and he throws upon the advocates of their authenticity the burden of proving that they are older, notwithstanding their structure and orthography. It may be admitted that these poems, as well as all such documents, whatever their age may be, usually appear, in so far as their orthography and verbal forms are concerned, in the garb of the period when the MS, in which they appear, was transcribed. The scribes of those times had not the spirit of the antiquaries of the present, which leads them to preserve the exact spelling and form of any ancient document they print. When such poems were handed down orally, those who recited them did not do so in the older forms of an earlier period, but in the language of their own. In their vernacular forms, a process of phonetic corruption and alteration was going on, but it was a gradual and insensible one, and the language of the poems was easily adapted to it as their spoken idiom. The reciters and the hearers both wished to understand the historic and national lays they were dealing with, and the reciter no more thought it necessary, in transcribing them from older MSs, to preserve their more ancient form, than he did, in reciting them orally, to preserve any other form of the language than the one in which he heard them repeated. This is not peculiar to Welsh MSs, but is true of all such records. The only exception was when the scribe did not understand the piece which he was transcribing, and retained the old forms, and hence arise those pieces which appear in an obsolete form of the language with glosses. There was also this peculiarity in Welsh MSs, that there had been at intervals great and artificial changes in the orthography, and the scribe was no doubt wedded to the orthographic system of the day. It is fortunate, however, that these poems are contained in MSs, of different dates, as it affords at once a test of the soundness of this objection. Between the Black Book of Carmarthen and the Red Book of Hergest there is an interval of 2 centuries, and the books of Aneirin and Taliesin stand between them. Now, there are poems in the Red Book of Hergest and in the Book of Taliesin which are also to be found in the Black Book of Carmarthen. Had this latter MS not been preserved, there would have been no older text of these poems than in the 2 former MSs, and Mr. Nash's argument as to their being no older than the MS, in which they appear, would have applied with equal force. But here we have the same text nearly 2 centuries earlier. Let us then compare a few lines of the same poem in each book. Black Book of Carmarthen. Adwyn Carsit ar Landland Adwyn di Rodnir Pauperchwant, Gogwart Dagwyn at Bodtevwant, Gwi War Rin, Rea Darwant, DV Mercur Gulis Gergeek Vinount, DVIEV BV Irguarthid Corsant, Ad OET Bridger Cock AC Ock Ardant, OET Lieutenant Girginit, Dit Duthant, ACMQ and Lech Vielfilchu Riwan Cuden Can Q and LLVO Garant, Book of Taliesin, Adoyan Garisidar Lamliant, Adoyan Whitey Rotter Wiparbetchwint, Godjafark T Vinet Boat 2 Iant. Gaewa Irwin Raina Derlisant, DUU Acute Mercur Galis Wirig Kifnafant, Difabuga Arthua Amugant AC OED Vriger Cock AC Ock Ardant, OED Ludud Vinet Died Widothant AC M Jeffen Lech Vila I Kyle Trivri Wakad Inagan Jeffen LLUO Garant, Black Book of Carmarthen, Rak Jerry Jelenksat Wigula Ismirchkan Krenvert Egwid Gargarv Aklet Red Book of Hergest, Ragerint Jelenk Thrud Galis Y Virch Dan Jimride Gadi Gara Akled. But there are indications in the Black Book of Carmarthen that in some of the poems the writer had transcribed from some older record, and had not always understood what he wrote. The fact that no older record has come down to us, is no proof that it never existed, and had such record been preserved, we no doubt would have found a difference between its text and that of the Black Book, analogous to the difference between the latter and the Red Book of Hergest. Had we the book that Scotland confesses to have drowned, it might have settled the question, but though we have no older record of any of the existing poems than the Black Book of Carmarthen, we have two fragments of other poems of older date, and these may help us to penetrate still a little further back. The first is a verse preserved in the Old Welsh laws, and they're expressly said to have been sung by Taliesin. The other is the short poem preserved in the Cambridge Juvencus. It is not attributed to any bard, but it approaches so closely, in style, structure, and sentiment, to one of the poems attributed to Llywarch Hen, as to leave no rational doubt that they are by the same author. Though we cannot compare them with the same passages in the later MSs, we may place them in contrast with passages as nearly approaching to them in meter and style as we can find. In comparison with the first, let us take 3 lines in the same meter out of the first poem in the Book of Taliesin, which is also to be found in the Red Book of Hergest, and with the other let us compare a few stanzas in the poems of Llywarch Hen which most nearly approach it. Old Welsh laws. Kicklywodgers eu law nu gan run and rud herberden u gair erwin brood ian u ready Book of Taliesin. Achen mind if derwin crew achen deluin ar vigan u achen van fall ar lathan pro Red Book of Hergest. Achen mind if der uin crew achen deluin ar vine genu achen vine kiul ar lathan pro Cambridge Juvencus. Negu orcusum nem hu nor henoid. Middleunit germore. Me am Frank dam am kilor nicken uniguardum nacusum henoid, cet eben med nowel, me am Frank dam in Patel Red Book of Hergest, stroil gindilan Wilhino, hebgan will namandi ucute pi am deary pile stol gindilan Wilhino, hebdan hebalit, elit anda am danit pan wisja e garanmail, gat pays kindilan a firidia wyanan night chaffy Frank Tranco e ben Black Book of Carmarthen, October rewearing dan vortu geriand. Garhirian Groton Gunith Rushan Rutherarian Blith, October Rariant Dan Vortug Geriand, Garhirian Grane e Barushan Rutherarianda. There can be no doubt that the analogy here carries us back to the 9th century, but before we can advance further, it will be necessary to revert to the historic argument as to the true date and place of these poems in Cymric literature, to enter into an inquiry with regard to the metrical structure and poetic character of these poems, in order to show the extent to which they indicate that they are the work of an earlier age, and the essential difference between them and the poetry of the 12th and succeeding centuries, would exceed the limits of this work. It would involve a detailed examination of the whole of these poems, which is here impossible. The examples above given will show that the meter of most of the poems attributed to Llywarch Hen, and which is usually called the Triban Milwyr, or warrior's triplet, is at least as old as the 9th century, and one of Taliesin's meters is the 10th. There is a remarkable admission by Iolo Morganwg himself as to the difference in character between the genuine and the spurious poems attributed to Taliesin. He says of the Mabinogi of Taliesin, this romance has been mistaken by many for true history, but that it was not, might have been easily discovered by proper attention to the language and its structure, to the structure of the verse in the poems attributed in this fiction to Taliesin having nothing but the externals of the verse of the genuine Taliesin, and nothing of its internal rhythm and other peculiarities. No one knew better than Iolo Morganwg where these spurious poems really came from. The poems attributed to Taliesin have been subjected to criticism both by Mr. Stevens and by Mr. Nash, but the poems attributed to Myrddin, with which Mr. Nash does not profess to deal, are likewise included within the scope of Mr. Stevens' criticism. We have only to deal with those, the texts of which are to be found in the 4 ancient MSs. There are 4 in the Black Book of Carmarthen, and 2 in the Red Book of Hergest, and no doubt the legendary connection of the name of Carmarthen with that of Myrddin led to their occupying a prominent place in the former MS. The first poem in that book, BB1, is a dialogue between Myrddin and Taliesin, and the last stanza, "Since I, Myrddin, after Taliesin let my prophecy be made common," indicates Myrddin as the author. The subject is the Battle of Ardered, and one of Arthur's battles, that at Trerud, is alluded to in it, but there is one allusion in it which marks great antiquity, that to a place called Nefter, which can be no other than Nemter, the most ancient name of Dumbarton, and one not applied to it, or indeed known, after the 8th century. The other 3 are numbers 16, 17, and 18, the 2 last being the Avalana and the Hoyana. Mr. Stevens considers both to be spurious, and the work of Llyword Prydyd Wymoke, the Bard of Llywelyn, Prince of North Wales from 1194 to 1240, but the poems had evidently been already transcribed before his time. Mr. Stevens is of course dealing with a text in the Myverian archaeology, but while the texts of the Hoyana in the Black Book and in the Myverian archaeology are substantially the same, there is a great difference between the 2 texts of the Avalana. That in the archaeology contains 22 stanzas, while the text in the Black Book has only 10, and the order is different. But further, the stanzas omitted in the Black Book are just those upon which Mr. Stevens founds his argument for its later date. While, therefore, I agree with Mr. Stevens in considering the Hoyana as a spurious poem written in imitation of the Avalana, I consider that his criticism is not applicable to the text of the latter as we have it in the Black Book, and that it is an old poem to which the stanzas founded upon by Mr. Stevens have been subsequently added. The poem number 16 I rank along with the Hoyana. The 2 poems contained in the Red Book of Hergest are the first 2 in the MS. The first is the Sophosi Myrddin, but this poem will be more conveniently considered in the next chapter, in connection with the historical argument. The second is the Gwasgurgerd Verdun, and from the direct allusions to a king under the name of Cock o' Normandy, who can be no other than William Rufus, as he is invariably termed in the Bruts y Brenhin Cock, and to Mab Henry, or the son of Henry, whom I believe to be intended for Robert, Earl of Gloucester, son of Henry I. I can have no hesitation in assigning it to the beginning of the 12th century. None of these 3 poems, which I consider to be unquestionably spurious, ought in my opinion to be assigned to any bard of North Wales. They, along with some other poems of the same class contained in the Red Book of Hergest, emanate very plainly from South Wales, and probably from Glamorgan. 13. True place of the poems in Welsh literature. Having thus examined the recent criticism, by which the poems attributed to the bards of the 6th century are maintained really to belong to a much later period, so far as the limits of this work will permit, we have now to approach the true problem we have to solve, and endeavor to assign to them their real place in Cymric literature. And the first question is, do the poems themselves afford any indications by which we may judge of their antiquity? It is obvious, viewed in this light, that if these poems are genuine they ought to reflect the history of the period to which they belong. If we find that they do not re-echo to any extent the fictitious narrative of the events of the 5th and 6th centuries as represented in the Bruts, but rather the leading facts of the early history of Cymru, as we have been able to deduce them from the older authorities, it will be a strong ground for concluding that they belong themselves to an earlier age. This is an inquiry which of course can only affect the so-called historical poems, with such others of the class of mythological poems as contain historical allusions, but when their true place and period are once ascertained, the other poems must be judged of by their resemblance to these in metrical structure, style, and sentiment. Following, then, the course of the history, as we have traced it, we have first the Marwynad or Death Song of Cynedaf, BT 46. Cuneta, as we know, was Gulurdag in the 5th century, and retired from the northern wall to beyond the southern. In the poem we are told, there is trembling from fear of Cuneta the burner, in Caerweir and Caerlirwlad, that is, in Durham and Carlisle, 2 towns, the one behind the west end, and the other the east end of the wall. And again, he was to be admired in the tumult with 900 horse. Here he is represented as commanding 900 horse, the exact amount of auxiliary cavalry attached to a Roman legion. The Roman wall, or Moor, is likewise alluded to in 2 other of those death songs, BT 40, 41, one where Urquulf is called the wall piercer, and the other where Madog, the son of Uthair, is called the joy of the wall. It is very remarkable how few of these poems contain any notice of Arthur. If they occupied a place, as is supposed, in Welsh literature, subsequent to the introduction of the Arthurian romance, We should expect these poems to be saturated with him and his knights, and his adventures, but it is not so. Out of so large a body of poems, there are only 5 which mention him at all, and then it is the historical Arthur, the Guledig, to whom the defense of the wall was entrusted, and who fights the 12 battles in the north and finally perishes at Camlan. In one of them, the Cadair Tiernan, BT 15, this idea pervades the whole poem. Arthur is the person of 2 authors of the race of the Steel Ella. He is mentioned as being among the Gosgord of the Wall. The bard asks who are the 3 chief ministers that guarded the country, and finally from the destruction of chiefs, in a butchering manner, from the lorcated legion arose the Guledig. In another, the poem in the Black Book which has been supposed to refer to the Mabinogi of Kilhwach and Alwyn, Arthur again appears as the warrior fighting in the north, and 2 of his 12 battles are mentioned. In Mynad Eden he contended with Sinvan, and again, on the strands of Trerwyd contending with Garwalwyd. Brave was his disposition, with sword and shield, and the same body of legionary cavalry is alluded to. There were stanch commanders of a legion for the benefit of the country, Bedwin and Bridlaw, 900 to them would listen. Again, in the Spoils of Anwithn, BT 30, in which, in its historical sense, an expedition to the dreary region north of the wall would be intended, thrice 20 canhar stood upon the moor or wall. Canhar is a centuria, or body of 100 men, and there were 60 centuries in the Roman legion. He represented as stationed at the wall. In the Historia Britanum, the author describes the Britons as having been, for 40 years after the Romans left the island, submetu, which expression he afterwards explains as meaning, submetu pictorum ascatorium, and the memory of these fearful and destructive outbursts of ravaging and plundering bands of Picts from beyond the wall must have long dwelt in their recollection. This we might also expect to find reflected in the poems. When a poem opens with these lines, how miserable it is to see tumult and commotion, wounds and confusion, the birth we're in motion, and a cruel fate, with the impulse of destiny, and for the sake of heaven, declare the discontinuance of the disaster. Is it possible to doubt that that poem was written in a time when the country was still smarting from the recollection of their ravages? Thus, in another poem, RB 23, we have let the chief architects against the fierce Picts be the Morini Brithen, alluding to the attempt by the Britons to protect themselves by the wall. Then, in 2 other poems, one commonly called the Micdenbich, BT 21, where the billows which surround one of the cities are said to come to the green sword from the region of the Fichti, and in another, BT 11, where, it is said, Herndar and Hifid Gwalog, and Owen of Mona of Mealgwanian energy, will lay the Peithwir prostrate. Is it possible to doubt that they must have been written when the Picts were still a powerful people in Britain, and before their kingdom was merged in that of the Scots? The mode in which Mr. Nash deals with these passages is characteristic. He ignores the first poem altogether, and he so disguises the other passages in his translation as to banish the Picts as effectually from them as they were ever expelled by the Roman troops from the province. In the passage quoted from the second poem, he translates the line, Rac fichet lun, before 20 chiefs. Now, fichet does not mean 20 in Welsh, but fiched means 20 in Gaelic, and he would rather suppose that the bard had introduced a Gaelic word than that he could have alluded to such embarrassing people as the Picts. In the next passage he translates the line, a dochwint werglas o glass fichti, promised to them are the drinking cups of painted glass. If a dochwint means they came, a do means a promise, but how Gorlas call me drinking cups I cannot conceive. It is always used as meaning the green sword. Then he evidently supposes that glass is the English word glass, instead of the middle form of class, a region, and thus here, too, he would rather suppose that the bard had used the English word glass, and the Latin word pictus in its corrupt form fichti, than that the Picts could have been mentioned, but the technical use in Welsh of fichti for the Picts is quite established. The last passage he thus translates, Herndar and Hifidir, and Gwalog and Owen of Mona, and Mealgwyn of great reputation, they would prostrate the foe, thus quietly suppressing the word Peithwir, which certainly does not mean simply foe. 29 Nennius mentions the Picts whom Arthur defeated at the Battle of Mynad Eden, or Edinburgh, by the strange and unusual name of Catbregan, but we find them appearing under that name in another poem in the Book of Taliesin. 50. The Catbreath of a strange language will be troubled, from the ford of Teradir to Portwidger and Mona. The ford of Teradir is the ford of Torridor, across the river Carone, the northern boundary of the Picts of Mana, near Falkirk. This poem, too, is ignored by Mr. Nash. Another portion of these poems must evidently have been known to the author of the Genealogia, written in the 8th century, after narrating the reign of Ida, king of Northumbria, who died in 559, he says, Tunc tal heron catagun in pomet clare ude nerin a Taliesin a bluchbird a keen key vocator guint guant similuno tempori in pomet britannico clarent. Of these four who shone in British poetry, it is admitted that the first three are Aneirin, Taliesin, and Llewellyn Hen, and being mentioned in the course of his notice of Bernicia, they must have been connected with the North. The expression used with regard to them is remarkable. It does not simply say that they flourished then but in Pomet Britannico clarent. Could he have used that expression had there not been Pomata Britannica? Welsh poems, then well known, and then connect with this some of the subsequent notices, contra illum, iuhusa, quatu or regis urbgene ritter chene guala e morgant de macaverant. The idea that runs through these notices, and accounts for the otherwise apparently unconnected and intrusive mention of the bards, is this: Aneirin, Taliesin, and Llewellyn Hen wrote Welsh poems, and it was against Hussa that Irin, Ritter Chen, Gwalog, and Morcant fought. Add to this, that the subject of a number of the poems of Taliesin and Llewellyn Hen was the wars of these very heroes against the Saxons, and can we reasonably doubt that these poems were known to the writer? The next notice is still more significant. Diodric, contra illum urbgen cum filiis demicabat fortiter. There is but one poem in which Irin is mentioned as fighting along with any of his sons. It is the Battle of Argyll-Wyfane, attributed to Taliesin, BT 35, in which Irin and his son Owen are attacked by Flamdwin, the Saxon king, and fight valiantly against him. Must this poem not have been in the mind of the writer when he here notes, it was against Diodric that Irin and his sons fought, thus identifying him with Flamdwin? There is another allusion of the same kind equally significant. After narrating the war between Oswy and Penda, with the 30 British kings who assisted him, and their slaughter in Campo Guy, he adds, "E nunc factor estate striges Guy Campi." Is the idea not this? And it was now that the well-known slaughter of Cattraeth took place, for Drath, ashore, is here rendered by Campus and Ca, forming in combination ga, as in Cattraeth, is the adjective gos agreeing with Campus, and the great poem of the Godwin, including the mixed portion, which belongs to this period, must have been known to the writer. If these inferences are at all legitimate, a body of historical poems attributed to the same bards, and narrating the same events by the same warriors as those which we now have, must have been in existence when the author of the Genealogia wrote, that is, in the 8th century. Further, in examining these poems, we find that there runs through the poems in each of the 4 books a date indicated in the poem itself, which is nearly the same in all, and is comprised within the first 60 years of the 7th or immediately preceding century. Thus, in the Book of Carmarthen, there is what I conceive to be the text of the Avalana in its original shape, and in this text the bard says, 10 years and 40, with my treasures, have I been sojourning among ghosts and sprites. And the first poem tells us that, after the Battle of Ardered, 70 generous ones become ghosts. In the wood of Silidon they came to an end. The Battle of Ardered was fought in the year 573, and 10 years and 40 will bring us to 623, not long after which the poem may have been composed. In the Book of Aneirin, the bard who wrote the last part of the Godwin tells us that from the height of Agoin he saw the head of Dyfnwalbreck devoured by ravens, but Dyfnwalbreck is no other than Donald Breck, king of Dalriada, and the year of his death is a fixed era. It was in 642. In the Book of Taliesin there is a poem 49 which has been much misunderstood. It contains these verses: 5 chiefs there will be to me of the Gwyddel of a sinner's disposition, of a race of the knife, 5 others there will be to me of the Northman place, the 6th the wonderful king, from the sowing to the reaping, the 7th proceeded to the land over the flood, the 8th, of the line of Dyfi, shall not be freed from prosperity. The Dyfi or Dovey flows past Corsfachno and the Drath Mielgwyn, where Mielgwyn Gwynedd established the sovereignty in his family, is on its shore. The kings of his race are the only kings who could be said to be of the line of Dyfi or Dovey. The word Nordman is probably the word translated by the author of the Genealogia, where he calls Oswald Rex Nordorum. It is only used on this one occasion, and seems, during his reign, to have been applied to the kings of the Northern Hungary. We know that the Saxons of Bernicia superseded a Pictish population, and there is but one king of the line of Dyfi who became a king of Bernicia, and he was Cadwallon, a descendant of Mielgwyn Gwynedd. The passage, therefore, appears to refer to Bernicia, which lay south of the Firth of Forth. We have first 5 kings of the Gwyddel, then 5 kings of the Nordmen, Ida, Ella, Ethelric, Ethelford, and Edwin. The 6th, from the sowing to the reaping, that is, from spring to harvest, was Osric, who only reigned a few months, when he was slain in autumn by Cadwallon. The 7th was Infred, who crossed the flood, that is, the Firth of Forth, from the land of the Picts, where he had taken refuge, and was likewise slain by Cadwallon, who is the 8th king of the line of Dyfi, and the poem must have been written before his reverse of fortune in 655. In the poem called Sir Dwyvablair, BT 14, there is this line: a battle against the Lord of Fame in the Dales of Severn, against Brochmael of Powys, who loved my Alan, which implies that the bard was contemporary with Brochmael, who is mentioned by Bede as being present at the battle fought in 613. In the Red Book of Hergest, in the historical poems attributed to Llywarch Hen, there occurs throughout a current of expressions which imply that the bard witnessed the events he alludes to, and must have lived during the period extending from the death of Urien to that of Cadwallon in 659. But what was this period thus indicated in so many of the poems, and running through the four ancient books? It was that of the great outburst of energy on the part of the Cymry under Cadwallon, when they even, for the time, obtained supremacy over the Angles of Northumberland, and throughout his life presented a formidable front to their Saxon foes, when their hopes must have been excited, and their exultation equally great, till, after the first reverse in 655, they were finally quenched by the death of Cadwallader, in the pestilence of 664, who, they fondly hoped, would have re-established the power they had enjoyed under his father. The first poem in the Red Book of Hergest is the Savosi Myrddin, and its peculiar form requires special consideration. It is a species of chronicle written in the shape of a dialogue between Myrddin and his sister Gwendid, in which the latter appeals to her brother's prophetical power to foretell the successive rulers over Britain. This is a device of which there are other examples, and it is a favorite one in rude times. A record of past events is written in the shape of a prophecy of future events, and the period of its composition is indicated by the termination of a distinct and literal record, and the commencement of one clothed in figurative and obscure language. This is a species of poetic chronicle which is peculiarly adapted to addition and interpolation. A few imitative verses in the same style can be inserted or added, bringing the record from time to time further down. The Savosi commences with Rhydderch, in whose time the prophecy is supposed to be uttered, and the bard foretells the rule of Morcant after him, after Morcant, Urien, and after Urien, Maelgwn here. He then takes the line of Maelgwn's descendants down to Sinantindithwi, when he introduces Mervinildir Mana, and follows his descendants to Haldidia. The record then changes its character, and proceeds to foretell a succession of kings under descriptive names, until it announces the coming again of Cadwallader, who is said to reign 303 years and 3 months, and to be succeeded by Sindaf. And after some further obscure references, the poem assumes a more personal character, in which the bard is described as having been imprisoned beneath the earth, and concludes, "It has been supposed that this poem must have been composed in the reign of Haldidia, who died in 948. As after his name, the style of the poem changes from the direct mention of historic kings under their real names to that of a list of apparently imaginary kings, designated by obscure epithets, but Mr. Stevens does not admit this, and maintains that these obscure epithets can be so easily identified as to show that the bard was in fact recording the historic successors of Haldidia. An example of this identification will suffice. The bard, when asked, who will rule after Howell, answers why Bargodain, the borderers. Mr. Stevens thinks this word plainly indicates Jevon and Jago, the sons of Edwulful, King of North Wales, because their claim to the throne which they usurped only bordered on a rightful title. 30. There is reason to think, however, that parts of this poem were compiled at an earlier date than the reign of Haldidia. It may in fact be divided into 4 parts. The first, from the beginning to the end of the 26th stanza, containing the stanza mentioning Cadwallader. The second, from the 26th stanza to the 65th, the third, from the 66th stanza to the 102d, and the fourth, from the 102d stanza to the end. Now there is this peculiarity in the first part of the poem, that it names as the kings who ruled before Maelgwn, Urien, Morcant, and Rhydderch. Is it possible to conceive that any chronicle containing such a succession of kings could have been composed in Wales even so early as the 10th century? Would the author not have given, in preference, the kings said to have ruled in Wales? Its connection, however, with Nennius and with Bernicia is apparent. Nennius states that the British kings who fought against the Bernician kings were Urien, Rhydderch, Gwalog, and Morcant, and the Savosi begins its list with 3 of them, Rhydderch, Morcant, and Urien, and then says that Maelgwn reigned over Gwynedd only. This part of the chronicle must have been composed in the north, but after Cadwallader there is an obvious break. Throughout the previous part, the questions and answers alternate, each answer being followed by a question, who ruled next? But the verse naming Cadwallader is not followed by a question. The verses are as follows. 25. Though I see thy cheek is direful, it comes impulsively to my mind. Who will rule after Cadwallon? 26. A tall man holding a conference, and Britain under one scepter, the best of Cymro's sons. Cadwallader. 27. He that comes before me mildly, his abilities are they not worthless? After Cadwallader, Idwal, The question before this last stanza is omitted, but if we go on to the mention again of Cadwallader, in the 102d stanza, which commences the fourth portion of the Savosi, we shall find that it must originally have immediately succeeded the 26th stanza. Let us place them together. 215 Though I see thy check is direful, it comes impulsively to my mind who will rule after Cadwalla on 26 a tall man holding a conference, and Britain under one scepter, the best of Simro's sons. Cadwallader 102 Do not separate abruptly from me, from a dislike to the conference. Who will rule after Cadwallader? 103 To Gwynedd I will declare, age after age I will predict, after Cadwallader, Sindav. As Sindav is an imaginary king, I hold that the original poem, of which we have a part in the first 26 stanzas, must have been composed before the death of Cadwallader, while he was still the hope of the Cymry, and must have belonged to the north. The second part, which contains the real names of the kings to Haldda, and a list of imaginary kings after him, must, I think, notwithstanding Mr. Stevens' attempt to identify them, have been added in the reign of Haldda, and this is confirmed by the fact that the successor of Cadwallader is made to be his son Idwal, and that there is no appearance of Ivor from Armorica, who would certainly have been mentioned had the poem been composed after the appearance of the Bruts. The third portion, extending from stanza 66 to stanza 102, has probably been added in South Wales in the 12th century. The Lord of 8 Fortresses, mentioned in the 65th stanza, may have been Robert Fitzhamon, the first Norman who obtained Glamorgan, and built castles, and Mab Henry, in the 68th stanza, Robert, Earl of Gloucester, who succeeded him in Glamorgan, and was son of Henry I. This part of the poem contains a prophecy that Cadwallader would reappear with a powerful host to defend the men of Gwynedd, that he would descend in the Vale of Tywee, and would reign 303 years. There were, however, two very distinct forms in which this prophecy of the reappearing of Cadwallader was conveyed. The first we find in the Aphalana, the text of which, as it appears in the Black Book, I consider to be that of an old poem. The poem in that text concludes with this stanza: Sweet apple tree, and a tree of crimson hue which grows in concealment in the wood of Silodon, though sought for their fruit, it will be in vain, until Cadwallader comes from the conference of the fort of Rhiannon, and Sinan to meet him advances upon the Saxons. The Cymry will be victorious, Glowing will be their leader, all shall have their rights, and Britons will rejoice, sounding the horns of gladness, and chanting the song of peace and happiness. The other form of the prophecy we find in the Hoena, which I agree with Mr. Stevens in considering to be spurious. In it the expressions are as follows: and I will predict that two rightful princes will produce peace from heaven to earth, Sinan and Cadwallader, thorough Cymry, may their counsels be admired, and when Cadwallader comes to the subjugation of Mona, the Saxons will be extirpated from lovely Britain. Stout Sinan appearing from the banks of the Tifi, will cause confusion in Dyfed. The form of the prophecy in the Hoena is obviously the same with that in the third part of the Savosi, which I consider to have been produced in South Wales in the 12th century. In the one, Cadwallader comes to Mona, and Sinan from the valley of the Tifi in Dyfed or South Wales. In the other, Cadwallader comes to Gwynedd, and descends in the Vale of the Tywee in South Wales. But the form of the prophecy in the Avalon is very different. There Cadwallader comes from a conference at Rhiannon, or the fort of Rhiannon, and this is evidently the same place as Llwch Rhiannon, which we can identify with Loch Ryan in Galloway, and he goes to the wood of Silodon to meet Sinan. In the later form of the prophecy Sinan and Cadwallader come from Armorica. Thus, in the Vita Merlini, Geoffrey says, the Britons their noble kingdom, shall for a long time lose through weakness, until from Armorica Conan shall come in his car, and Cadwallader, the honored leader of the Cymry, and the prophecy can only have assumed this shape after the fictitious narrative of Cadwallader taking refuge in Armorica was substituted for his death in the pestilence, and the scene of his return is placed in South Wales, whence this form of the prophecy emerged. But the prophecy which connects his reappearance with the conference at the fort of Loch Ryan, and places the meeting with Conan in the wood of Silodon, must be much older, and the Cumbrian form of the prophecy, and with this form of it, the first passage in the Savosi is obviously connected, which describes Cadwallader as a tall man holding a conference. 14. Result of the examination of the poems, and their classification. Of a large proportion, then, of the historical poems, the scenery and events lie in the north. The warriors whose deeds they celebrate were Gwyrwygogld, or men of the north. They are attributed to bards connected with the north, and there is every reason to believe them older than the 10th century. They are, in point of fact, the literature of the Cymric inhabitants of Cumbria before that kingdom was subjugated by the Saxon king in 946. As soon as this view of their birthplace and home is recognized, localities are identified, warriors recognized, and allusions heretofore obscure become intelligible. During the last half-century of the Roman dominion in Britain, the most important military events took place at the northern frontier of the province, where it was chiefly assailed by those whom they called the barbarian races, and their troops were massed at the Roman walls to protect the province. After their departure, it was still the scene of a struggle between the contending races for supremacy. It was here that the provincial Britons had mainly to contend under the dueling against the invading Picts and Scots, succeeded by the resistance of the native Cymric population of the north to the encroachment of the Angles of Bernicia. Throughout this clash and jar of contending races, a body of popular poetry appears to have grown up, and the events of this never-ending war, and the dim recollections of social changes and revolutions, seem to have been reflected in national lays attributed to bards supposed to have lived at the time in which the deeds of their warriors were celebrated, and the legends of the country preserved in language, which, if not poetical, was figurative and obscure. It was not till the 7th century that these popular lays, floating about among the people, were brought into shape, and assumed a consistent form. The sudden rise of the Cymric population to power under Cadwallon, and the burst of national enthusiasm and excited hope, found vent in poetry. The Cymry were stimulated to combined effort by the voice of the bards, and poems were composed, and the more ancient lays either adapted to their purpose, or embedded as fragments in their own compositions. It is in the 7th century that I place these poems in their earliest consistent shape, and I do not attempt to take them further back. The hopes excited by the success of Cadwallon, and the expectations formed of his son Cadwalladir, were extinguished by the final defeat of the former in 655, and the subjection of the Britons to the Angles, which lasted nearly 30 years as to the northern Britons, and probably much longer as to the southern, and we may well suppose that during this subjection the national spirit was kept alive by these popular lays, and by prophetic strains as to a possible future regeneration of the Cymry, accompanied by the usual fable that the king on whom they built so much and who is said to have perished in the pestilence of 664, had not really died, but would appear to renew the success of his father. The accession to the throne of Wales of Mervyn Ferrich, from the northern region of Manna, seems to have brought the knowledge of the Historia Brittonum to Wales, and the emigration of large bodies of the Cymric population to Wales during the reign of Aneirin, and the termination of their kingdom in 946, when Hywel Dda, Prince of South Wales, occupied the throne of all Wales, probably made them acquainted with these poems, but they appear to have found their new home in South Wales. By degrees the memory of the northern Cymric kingdom passed away, the name of Wygogland was transferred from Cumbria to Gwynedd, and much of the traditionary history of the north, obscurely reflected in these poems, was applied to North Wales, while the warriors celebrated in them had new homes found for them in South Wales. To adopt the language of an able modern writer, to the inhabitants of the south, Gwynedd, of the past, was an unknown land. Their imagination filled it with giants, fairies, monsters, and magicians. The inhabitants exercised strange arts. They had cauldrons of like virtue with that which renewed the youth of Ezen. A red dragon and a white were buried as a palladium of their metropolis. Among their monarchs was a veritable cat, the offspring of a wandering sow. Their chief philosopher was of gigantic stature, and sat on a mountain peak to watch the stars. Their wizard monarch, Gwydion, had the power of effecting the strangest metamorphoses. The simple peasant, dwelling on the shore of Dyfed, beheld across the sea those shadowy mountain summits pierce the air, guardians, as it seemed, of some unearthly region. Thence came the mists and storms, thence flashed aloft the northern streamers, thence rose through the silent sky the starry path of Gwydion. It is to this period that I attribute the composition of the oldest group of the prose tales and romances, and especially those peculiarly called the Mabinogi, and while, soon after, a new school of Welsh poetry, which speedily assumed large dimensions and exercised a powerful influence, arose in North Wales. The literary spirit of South Wales manifested itself more in prose composition and in the gradual appearance of spurious poetry, written in the style and sentiments of this older poetry of Cumbria. The introduction of the Arthurian romance into South Wales from Armorica led to the appearance of the Bruts and to the later class of prose tales and romances, and when the kingdom of South Wales terminated by the death of Rhys ap Tudor, and the occupation of Glamorgan by the Normans, the extent to which the affections of the people seem to have centered upon Robert, Earl of Gloucester, as the son of Nest, the daughter of their last king, Rhys ap Tudor, by Henry I, manifested itself in the last phase of this poetry. There are therefore 4 years connected with these poems, each of which was succeeded by a period of confusion or national depression, the era of Cadwallon and Cadwallader, in which they were first brought into shape, that of Haldda when they were transferred to South Wales, and when some of the later poems in the Book of Taliesin may have been composed, that of Rhys ap Tudor and his grandson Robert mab Henry, when much of the spurious poetry was written, none of which, however, appears in the Book of Taliesin, and the reign of Henry II, when some of these poems, with others of the period, were first transcribed in the Black Book of Carmarthen. The translation of these poems contained in this work comprises the whole of the poems attributed to these ancient bards, whether genuine or spurious, as we find them in the 4 books, the Black Book of Carmarthen, the Book of Aneirin, the Book of Taliesin, and the Red Book of Hergest, but in these MSs, they do not appear in chronological order, or in any systematic shape. They are transcribed without reference to date, subject, or supposed author, and are interspersed with poems by authors of the later period. To print the translations in the exact order in which they appear in the MSs would be to present them in a confused and unintelligible shape, and where the same poem appears in more than one MS, would lead to double translations. It has been thought better, therefore, while the translation has been made as literal and exact a representation of the text in the MSs, as possible, to group the poems so as to bring those which relate to the same subject together, and thus afford the means of easy comparison as well as facilitate a sounder criticism, based upon a true conception of their character and their mutual bearing upon each other. The translations are therefore printed in the following order: the poems which are either, strictly speaking, historical, or which contain historical allusions, are separated in each of the 4 books from those which contain merely the sentiments of the poet, and the latter are classed under the head of miscellaneous poems. Those that may be called historical fall into 2 divisions. The first comprises those which contain allusions to early traditions or events prior to the year 560, when Gildas wrote, and to the time when the warriors fought with the kings of Bernicia, whose names are recorded by the author of the genealogia. This division contains the whole of those poems which contain allusions to the persons mentioned in the oldest class of the prose tales, or Mabinogion. There are, first, grouped together under letter A, 5 poems which refer to early traditions, under letter B, 4 poems which mention Arthur by name, and it is somewhat remarkable that out of this large body of popular poetry there are only these 4 preserved, and 1 other, placed in another group, which mention him at all. Under letter C, 8 poems, which refer to Lewin Gwydion, and the combination of the Brython and Gwydil, or to the Brythware. Under letter D has been placed a poem in the Black Book of Carmarthen relating to Gwydno Gyranhir and the mythic Gwyn ap Nudd. Under the letter E 4 poems in the Book of Taliesin, which belong to a later period. One of these, the Cadir Caratwin, mentions the books of Beta, and must have been written after his death. Another mentions the line of Anarot, who died in 913, and the other 2 contain allusions to the name of who belongs to a later school. 1 poem in the Black Book attributed to Gwydni was also included in this group, and under letter F are placed 5 poems, 2 relating to cities of the Cymry, either real or symbolical, and 3 relating to the legendary heroes generally, and consisting of the triads of the heroes in the Black Book of Carmarthen, the Song of the Horses in the Book of Taliesin, and the Graves of the Warriors in the former book. The second division comprises the poems more strictly historical, and alluding to events subsequent to 560. Under letter G are placed 4 poems attributed to Llywarch Hen, in which the war between his son Mechyd and Mwg Mardreffyd is referred to. Under letter H are 3 poems relating to Gwalog ap Linog, one of the 4 kings recorded to have fought against Hussa, who reigned from 567 to 574. Under letter I are 9 poems relating to Urien, another of the 4 kings, concluding with his death song. And under letter J are 3 poems relating to his son Owen, one of the sons who was recorded to have fought with their father Urien against Theodoric, who reigned from 580 to 587, and concluding with the death song of Owen. Under letter K is the first poem in the Book of Carmarthen, which relates to the Battle of Ardered, fought in 573, and the of Alana, which is placed appropriately after it. Under letter L are the poems relating to the Godden and the Battle of Catrith. Under letter M are 3 poems relating directly to Cadwallon, and concluding with his death song, and under letter N the 2 poems termed Arimes, or the Omen, and another prophetic poem relating to Cadwallader. Under letter O are 2 poems relating to events in Powys, one from the Book of Taliesin, and the other from the Red Book of Hergest. Under letter P the Savosi is first placed, which, as we have seen, ranges in its composition from the time of Cadwallader in the 7th to that of Robert, Earl of Gloucester, in the 12th centuries, and after it are placed 6 poems, which I conceive to have emerged from South Wales, and this concludes the group of poems which I denominate historical. The miscellaneous poems consist first of those in the Black Book of Carmarthen, and are placed in 3 groups. Under letter Q are placed 5 poems attributed to other bards, Megant, Cuchulainn, and Eleith. Under letter R 10 anonymous poems on religious subjects, and under letter S 2 poems, which seem connected, and the first of which is the curious poem relating to Escalon. There is only one poem in the Book of Aneirin, the Gorchan Adabin, which is not historical. It is placed under letter T. The miscellaneous poems from the Book of Taliesin are placed under 3 groups. Under letter U are 12 poems, containing allusions to the personal history of Taliesin, or expressing his opinions on philosophy or religion. Under letter 5 4 poems, containing allusions to the history of the Israelites. Under letter W 2 poems, relating to the legends connected with Alexander the Great. The miscellaneous poems from the Red Book of Hergest consist of 3 groups. 1. Under letter X, of 7 poems attributed to Llywelyn, which are not historical. Under letter Y, of 2 poems, beginning Erymined, one of which is called the Colloquy of Llewellyn and Grynerth, and under letter Z, of 2 other anonymous poems, the last of which is termed the Viaticum of Llewod Wynebler. I historical poems containing allusions to events prior to AD 560. A. Poems referring to early traditions. I. The reconciliation of Llud the Less. Book of Taliesin 54. In the name of the God of Trinity, of knowing charity, a tribe numerous, ungentle their arrogance, have overrun Prydain, chief of isles, men of the land of Asia, and land of Gaphis, a people of perfect prudence. Their country is not known, their mother country. They deviated on account of the sea, flowing their coats. Who is like them? With discretion let the work of foes be brought about. Europin, Araphan, Araphanist and the Christian unmindful was impelled certainly before the reconciliation of Lud and Livelies. The possessor of the fair isle trembled before the chief from Rome, of splendid terror, neither hesitating nor crafty the king, fluent his speech. Who has seen what I have seen of the strange speech? There were formed a square mast, the clarions of journey. Before the presence of Roman leader there is conflagration. The son of Gred, of fluent speech, retaliated, Kimmery burning, war on slaves 20. I will consider, I will deliberate who caused them to go. The Brythonic energy arose. 2. The death song of Caroi, son of Deiri. Book of Taliesin 42. Thy large fountain fills the river, thy coming will make thy value of little worth. The death song of Caroi agitates me. If the warrior will allure, rough his temper, and his evil was greater than its renown was great, to seize the son of Deiri, lord of the southern sea, celebrated was his praise before she was entrusted to him too. Thy large fountain fills the stream, thy coming will cause saddling without haste. The death song of Caroi is with me now. If the warrior will allure 3, thy large fountain fills the deep, thy arrows traverse the strand, not frowning or depressed. The warrior conquers, great his rank of soldiers, and after penetrating enters Townsend. The pure stream was promptly whitened, whilst the victorious one in the morning heats carnage. Tales will be known to me from sky to earth, of the contention of Caroi and Cuchulainn, numerous their tumults about their borders. Springs the chief o'er the surrounding mead of the somewhat gentle wood. A caer there was, love diffusing, not paling, not trembling. Happy is he whose soul is rewarded. 3. The death song of Erof. Book of Taliesin XL. Were changed the elements like night into day, when came the gloriously free, Earwulf chief of baptism. Earwulf said, that he valued not death, shield of the mortal upon him it broke. Earwulf the arranger, 10 determined, frantic, 4 columns of equal length, ruddy, gold along them. The columns of Earwulf will not dare a threatening will not dare. The heat of the sun did not leave him. No one went to heaven until when he, Earwulf the wall piercer. May 20th. The sand be my covering. May the Trinity grant me mercy on the day of judgment, in unity without want. IV. Book of Taliesin XLI. Madawg, the joy of the wall. Madog, before he was in the grave, was a fortress of abundance of games, and society. The son of Uther before he was slain, from his hand he pledged thee. Erith the cruel came, of impotent joy, of impotent sorrow. 10 Erith the cruel caused treacherous to Jesus, though he believed, the earth quaking, and the elements darkening, and a shadow on the world, and baptism trembling. An impotent stop was taken by fierce Erith, going in the course of things 20 among the hideous fiends, even to the bottom of Uffern v. Book of Taliesin 46. I am Taliesin the ardent, I will enrich the praise of baptism. At the baptism of the ruler, the worshipper wondered, the conflict of the rocks and plain. There is trembling from fear of Cunetta the burner, in Caer Weir and Caer Llywelyn. There is trembling from the mutual encounter a complete billow of fire over the seas. A wave in which the brave fell among his companions. 10 Ampères 100 received his attack on the earth, like the roaring of the wind against the ashen spears. His dogs raised their backs at his presence. They protected, and believed in his kindness. The bards are arranged according to accurate canons. The death of Cuneta, which I deplore, is deplored. Deplored be the strong protector, the fearless defender. He will assimilate, he will agree with the deep and shallow. A deep cutting he will agree to. His discourse raised up the bard stricken in poverty, 20 harder against an enemy than a bone. Preeminent is Cuneta before the furrow, i.e. the grave, and the sod. His face was kept 100 times before there was dissolution. A door hurdle the men of Brynight carried in the battle. They became pale from fear of him and his terror chill moving. Before the earth was the portion of his end, like a swarm of swift dogs about a thicket, sheathing swords is a worse cowardice than adversity. The destiny of an annihilating sleep I deplore. 30 for the palace, for the shirt of Cuneta, for the salt streams, for the freely dropping sea. For the prey, and the quantity I lose, the sarcasm of bards that disparage I will harrow, and others that thicken I will count. He was to be admired in the tumult with 900 horse. Before the communion of Cuneta, there would be to me milch cows in summer, there would be to me a steed in winter, there would be to me bright wine and oil 40, there would be to me a troop of slaves against any advance. He was diligent of heat from an equally brave visitor, a chief of lion aspect. Ashes become his fellow countrymen, against the son of Aneirin, before the supremacy of terrors. He was fierce, dauntless, irresistible. For the streams of death he is distressed. He carried the shield in the preeminent place. Truly valiant were his princess. Sleepiness, and condolence, and pale front, a good step, will destroy sleep from a believer. B. Poems referring to Arthur the Guiledig. 6. The Chair of the Sovereign. Book of Taliesin 15. The declaration of a clear song, of unbounded Adwin, about a warrior of 2 authors, of the race of the Steel Ella, with his staff and his wisdom, and his swift eruptions, and his sovereign prince, and his scriptural number, and his red purple, 10 and his assault over the wall, and his appropriate chair, amongst the retinue of the wall. Did not he lead from Carner horses pale supporting burdens? The sovereign elder, the generous feeder, the third deep wise one, to bless Arthur, Arthur the blessed. 20 in a compact song, on the face in battle, upon him, a restless activity. Who are the 3 chief ministers that guarded the country? Who are the 3 skillful ones that kept the token, that will come with eagerness to meet their lord? High is the virtue of the course, 30 high will be the gaiety of the old, high is the horn of traveling, high the kine in the evening, high is truth when it shines, higher when it speaks, high when came from the cauldron the 3 owens of Godjerwan. I have been Mynog, wearing a collar, with a horn in my hand. He deserves not the chair 40 that keeps not my word. With me is the splendid chair, the inspiration of fluent and urgent song. What the name of the 3 catters, between the flood and the ebb, no one knows who is not pressing the offspring of their president. 4 cares there are, in Prydain, stationary, chiefs tumultuous. 50 is for what may not be, it will not be, because it may not be. Let him be a conductor of fleets. Let the billow cover over the shingle, that the land becomes ocean, so that it leaves not the cliffs, nor hill nor dale, nor the least of shelter, against the wind when it shall rage. The chair of the sovereign 60 he that keeps it is skillful. Let them be sought there, let the munificent be sought. Warriors lost, I think in a wrathful manner, from the destruction of chiefs, in a butchering manner, from the lorcated legion, arose the Guiledig, around the old renowned boundary. 70 The sprouting sprigs are broken, fragile in like manner, fickle and dissolving. Around the violent borders, are the flowing languages, the briskly moving stream of roving sea adventurers, of the children of Seraphin, a task deep and pure to liberate Elfin 7. Black Book of Carmarthen 31. What man is the porter? Gluoid Gavielver. Who is the man that asks it? Arthur and the fair Kay. How goes it with thee? Truly in the best way in the world. Into my house thou shalt not come, unless thou prevailest. I forbid it. 10 Thou shalt see it. If Withnate were to go, the 3 would be unlucky. Mabon, the son of Midron, the servant of Uther Pendragon, Sisgaint, the son of Banan, and Gwyngadebrean. Terrible were my servants defending their rights. Manaudon, the son of Leir, 20 deep was his counsel. Did not Manaud bring perforated shields from Treord? And Mabon, the son of Melt, spotted the grass with blood? And Anwasadiniog, and Llwch Loinog, guardians were they on Eden Simonog. A chieftain that patronized them 30 he would have his will and make redress. Kay entreated him, while he idled every third person. When Shelley was lost Cooley was found, and rejoiced Kay, as long as he hewed down Arthur distributed gifts, the blood trickled down, in the hall of the Warnach, fighting with a hag. 40 He cleft the head of Palach. In the fastnesses of Desathach, in Minot Eden, he contended with Sinvan. By the 100 there they fell by the 100, before the accomplished Bedwyr, on the strands of Trerud, contending with Garwalwood. Brave was his disposition, 50 with sword and shield. Vanity were the foremost men compared with Kay in the battle. The sword in the battle was unerring in his hand. They were stanch commanders of a legion for the benefit of the country. Bedwyr and Bridlaw, 900 would to them listen, 600 gasping for breath. 60 would be the cost of attacking them. Servants I have had, better it was when they were. Before the chiefs of Emrace I saw Kay in haste. Booty for chieftains was Grahir among foes. Heavy was his vengeance, severe his advance. When he drank from the horn, 70 he would drink with 4. To battle when he would come by the 100 would he slaughter. There was no day that would satisfy him. Unmerited was the death of Kay the Fair, and Lachaw. Battles did they sustain, before the ping of blue shafts. In the heights of Estavangan Kay pierced 9 witches. 80 Kay the Fair went to Mona, to devastate Lune. His shield was ready against Cathpalag when the people welcomed him. Who pierced the Cathpalag? 90 before dawn would fall for its food. 90 chieftains. 8. Book of Taliesin XXXI. I will praise the sovereign, supreme king of the land, who hath extended his dominion over the shore of the world. Complete was the prison of Gwr in Caercedi. Through the spite of wile and prydery, no one before him went into it. The heavy blue chain held the faithful youth, and before the spoils of Anwulf woefully he sings, until doom shall continue a bard of prayer, thrice enough to fill Prydwen. We went into it, except 7, none returned from Caercedi. 2. Am I not a candidate for fame, if a song is heard, in Caerpedriven, for its revolutions, in the first word from the cauldron when spoken, from the breath of 9 maidens it was gently warmed. Is it not the cauldron of the chief of Anwulf? What is its intention? A ridge about its edge in pearls. It will not boil the food of a coward, that has not been sworn. A sword bright gleaming to him was raised, and in the hand of Lemonog it was left, and before the door of the gate of Uffern a lamp was burning. And when we went with Arthur, a splendid labor, except 7, none returned from Caervedwyd. 3. Am I not a candidate for fame with the listened song in Caerpedriven, in the Isle of the Strong Door? The twilight and pitchy darkness were mixed together, bright wine their liquor before their retinue, thrice enough to fill pride when we went on the sea, except 7, none returned from Caerrigger. IV. I shall not deserve much from the ruler of literature. Beyond Caerwydr they saw not the prowess of Arthur. 60 can have stood on the wall. Difficult was a conversation with its sentinel. Thrice enough to fill pride when there went with Arthur, except 7, none returned from Caergalad. I shall not deserve much from those with long shields. They know not what day, who the cause are, what hour in the serene day Cwy was born, who caused that he should not go to the dales of Devwy. They know not the brindle docks, thick his headband, 70 knobs in his collar. And when we went with Arthur, of anxious memory, except 7, none returned from Caervandwy. 6. I shall not deserve much from those of loose bias. They know not what day the chief was caused, what hour in the serene day the owner was born, what animal they keep, silver its head. When we went with Arthur of anxious contention, except 7, none returned from Caer-Ochran. 7. Monks congregate like dogs in a kennel. From contact with their superiors they acquire knowledge. Is one the course of the wind? Is one the water of the sea? Is one the spark of the fire, of unrestrainable tumult? Monks congregate like wolves. From contact with their superiors they acquire knowledge. They know not when the deep night and dawn divide, nor what is the course of the wind, or who agitates it, in what place it dies away, on what land it roars. The grave of the saint is vanishing from the ultra-tomb. I will pray to the Lord, the great supreme, that I be not wretched. Christ be my portion. 9. Geraint, son of Urban. Black Book of Carmarthen. 22. Red Book of Hergest. 14. Before Geraint, the enemy of oppression, I saw white horses jaded and gory, and after the shout, a terrible resistance. 2. Before Geraint, the unflinching foe, I saw horses jaded and gory from the battle, and after the shout, a terrible impulsion. 3. Before Geraint, the enemy of tyranny, I saw horses white with foam, and after the shout, a terrible torrent. IV. In Longborth I saw the rage of slaughter, and biers beyond all number, and red-stained men from the assault of Geraint. In Longborth I saw the edges of blades in contact, men in terror, and blood on the pate. Before Geraint, the great son of his father. 6. In Longborth I saw the spurs of men who would not flinch from the dread of the spears, and the drinking of wine out of the bright glass. 7. In Longborth I saw the weapons of men, and blood fast dropping, and after the shout, a fearful return. 8. In Longborth I saw Arthur, and brave men who hewed down with steel, emperor, and conductor of the toll 9. In Longborth Geraint was slain, a brave man from the region of Dyfnaint, and before they were overpowered, they committed slaughter. Under the thigh of Geraint were swift racers, long-legged, with wheat for their corn, ruddy ones, with the assault of spotted eagles. Under the thigh of Geraint were swift racers, long their legs, grain was given them, ruddy ones, with the assault of black eagles. 12. Under the thigh of Geraint were swift racers, long-legged, restless over their grain, ruddy ones, with the assault of red eagles. 13. Under the thigh of Geraint were swift racers, long-legged, grain scattering, ruddy ones, with the assault of white eagles. 14. Under the thigh of Geraint were swift racers, long-legged, with the pace of the stag, with a nose like that of the consuming fire on a wild mountain. 15. Under the thigh of Geraint were swift racers, long-legged, satiated with grain, grey ones, with their manes tipped with silver. 16. Under the thigh of Geraint were swift racers, long-legged, well deserving of grain, ruddy ones, with the assault of grey eagles. 17. Under the thigh of Geraint were swift racers, long-legged, having corn for food, ruddy ones, with the assault of brown eagles. 17. When Geraint was born, open were the gates of heaven, Christ granted what was asked, beautiful the appearance of glorious Prydain. C. Poems referring to Gwydion ap Don and his Gwydil and the Brithwyr, ex Darenwi, Book of Taliesin ex God preserve the heavens from a flood wide-spreading. The first surging billow has rolled over the sea beach. What tree is greater than he, Darenwi? I know not for a refuge around the proud circle of heaven, that there is a mystery which is greater than the light of the men of Gorenwi. Perhaps it may be known, the magic wand of Mathenwi, in the wood when it grows, fruits more profitable, on the bank of Gwylionwi, Sinan shall obtain it, at the time when he governs. There will come yet over the ebb and over the strand, 24 chief sovereignties, and the 5th not worse, men vehement, extensive, over Prydain their purpose. Women shall be eloquent, strangers shall be captive, a torrent of longing for meat and horsemanship. There will come 2 ladies, a widow, and a slender single one, 30 iron their wings, on warriors brooding. Chieftains will come, from about the land of Rome. Their song will harmonize, their praise will spread abroad. The nature of the oak and thorns in song will harmonize. A dog to draw, a horse to move 40, an ox to gore, a sow to turn up. The 5th fair young beast Jesus made from the apparel of Adam to proceed. The foliage of trees, fair to behold them, whilst they were, and whilst it was. When the Cymry shall commit transgressions, a foreigner will be found, who will love what was. I have leaped a leap from a clear leap. Good has been dispersed abroad. If a person finds no evil, the funeral pile of run, it is an expiation. 50 between Cairn and Cairwag, between Dunedin and Dunedin a clear glance and a watchful sight. From the agitation of fire smoke will be raised, and God our Creator will defend us. The praise of Lludd, the great book of Taliesin. 52. The best song they will dispraise, 8 numbers they will protect. Monday, they will come, devastating they will go. Tuesday, they will portion anger against the adversary. Wednesday, they will reap pomp in excess. Thursday, they will part with 10 the undesired possessor. Friday, a day of abundance, in the blood of men they will swim. Saturday, Sunday, certainly, assuredly there will come 5 ships and 500 that make supplication. O Brithy, co-occupancy or battle, 20 Brithy, Brythane, before battle, battle of spears in the field, son of the wood of Coney, there will be an adventuring of everyone to Udine, on the sword of one pay. An intimation they prophesy, a long cry against overwhelming, long the public harmony of Cadwallader and Sinan. 30 The world's profit is small, the heat of the sun is lost, the druid will prophesy what has been will be. Sky of Gerunid, I would go with thee gloomy like the evening, in the recesses of the mountain, when should be the full length. The Brithen in chasing 40 to the Brithen there will be blood of glorious strenuousness, after golden trinkets, the devastation of Moni and Lini, and Eryri, a dwelling in it. It is a perfect prophecy, with dwellings laid waste. The Cymry of 4 languages shall change their speech, until shall come the cow, the speckled cow. 50 That shall cause a blessing on a fine day lowing, on a fine night being boiled, on the land of the boiler, in the ships of the consumer. Let the song of woe be chanted, around the encircling border of Prydain. They will come, with one purpose, to resist a maritime disgrace. Be true the happiness 60 of the sovereign of the world. The worshippers adored together, to the dale of grievous water it was gone. A portion full of corn invites conflagration. Without Epa, without a cow stall, without a luxury of the world will be desolate, useless. The deceitful will be fated, activity through freshness. 70 small men are almost deceived by the white-bellied trotter. O hawk upon baptism, the swords of warriors will not pierce Ileller. They had not what they wished for. Violent is the grasp of the townman, and to warriors there is a love of blood. Cymry, Angles, Gwyddel, of Prydain. The Cymry, swift in mischief, will launch their ships on the Lake 80. The north has been poisoned by rovers of a livid hateful hue and form, of the race of Adam the Ancient. The third will be brought to set out, ravens of the accurate retinue, the sluggish animals of Sethan, on sea, an anchor on the Christian, a cry from the sea, a cry from the mountain, a cry from the sea, they vigorously utter, wood, field, dale, and hill. 90 Every speech without any one attending, high-minded from every place there will be confusion, a multitude enraged, and distress diffused vengeances through ready belief abiding, that the Creator afflicts, the powerful God of exalted state, a long time before the day of doom. There will come a day and the reader will rise, 100 in the pleasant border of the land of Iwarden, to Prydain then will come exaltation, Britain of the nobility of Rome. There will be to me a judge unprejudiced, void of guile. The astrologers, or diviners prophesy, in the land of the lost ones. Druids prophesy beyond the sea, beyond the Brithen. The summer will not be serene weather, the noblemen shall be broken. 110 It will come to them from treachery beyond the effusion of the father of Kid. 1,000 in the judgment of exalted Prydain, and within its united boundary. May I not fall into the embrace of the swamp, into the mob that peoples the depths of a fern. I greatly fear the flinty covering with the guladig of the boundless country. 12. Book of Taliesin. 14 I will adore the love-diffusing Lord of every kindred, the sovereign of hosts manifestly round the universe. A battle at the feast over joyless beverage, a battle against the sons of Lir and Aberhenvlin. I saw the oppression of the tumult, and wrath and tribulation. The blades gleamed on the glittering helmets. A battle against the Lord of Fame, in the dales of the Severn, against Brochwell of Powys, that loved my Awan. A battle in the pleasant course early against Urine. 10 There falls about our feet blood on destruction. Shall not my chair be defended from the cauldron of Sardwin? May my tongue be free in the sanctuary of the praise of Godjerwan. The praise of Godjerwan is an oblation, which has satisfied them, with milk, and dew, and acorns. Let us consider deeply before is heard confession, that is coming assuredly death nearer and nearer, and round the lands of Enlil the Divy is poured, raising the ships on the surface of the plain. And let us call upon him that hath made us. 20 That he may protect us from the wrath of the alien nation, when the Isle of Mona shall be called a pleasant field. Happy they the mild ones, the affliction of the Saxons. I came to Deganwy to contend with Mielgwyn, the greatest in delinquencies. I liberated my lord in the presence of the distributor, Elfin, the sovereign of greatly aspiring ones. There are to me 3 chairs regular, accordant, and until doom they will continue with the singers. I have been in the battle of Godu, with Lugh and Gwydion. 30 That changed the form of the elementary trees and sedges. I have been with Bran and Iwarden. I saw when was killed Mordwood Tellin. I heard a meeting about the minstrels, with the Gwyddel, devils, distillers. From Penrhyn Leth to Loch Rhiannon the Cymry are of one mind. Bold heroes, deliver thou the Cymry in tribulation. 3 races, cruel from true disposition, Gwyddel, and Brithen, and Romani. 40 Create discord and confusion, and about the boundary of Prydain, beautiful its towns, there is a battle against chiefs above the mead vessels, in the festivals of the distributor, who bestowed gifts upon me. The chief astrologers received wonderful gifts. Complete is my chair in Carcedi. No one will be afflicted with disease or old age that may be in it. It is known to Minoid and Prydery. 3 utterances, around the fire, will he sing before it, and around its borders are the streams of the ocean. 50 And the fruitful fountain is above it, is sweeter than white wine the liquor therein. And when I shall have worshipped thee, Most High, before the sod may I be found in covenant with thee. 13 The Battle of Godu. Book of Taliesin. 8 I have been in a multitude of shapes, before I assumed a consistent form. I have been a sword, narrow, variegated. I will believe when it is apparent. I have been a tear in the air. I have been the dullest of stars. I have been a word among letters. I have been a book in the origin. I have been the light of lanterns 10 amperes year and a half. I have been a continuing bridge, over 60 acres. I have been a course. I have been an eagle. I have been a coracle in the seas. I have been compliant in the banquet. I have been a drop in a shower. I have been a sword in the grasp of the hand. I have been a shield in battle. I have been a string in a harp. 20 Disguised for 9 years, in water, in foam. I have been sponge in the fire. I have been wood in the covert. I am not he who will not sing of a combat though small. The conflict in the battle of Godu of Spriggs, against the Guladig of Prydain. There passed central horses, fleets full of riches, 30 there passed an animal with wide jaws, on it there were 100 heads, and a battle was contested under the root of his tongue, and another battle there's in his occiput, a black sprawling toad, with 100 claws on it, a snake speckled, crested, 100 souls through sin 40 shall be tormented in its flesh. I have been in Carmarthen, thither hastened grass and trees, minstrels were singing, warrior bands were wondering, at the exaltation of the Britain, that would iron affected. There was a calling on the Creator, upon Christ for causes, until when the eternal 50 should deliver those whom he had made. The Lord answered them, through language and elements, take the forms of the principal trees, arranging yourselves in battle array, and restraining the public, inexperienced in battle hand to band. When the trees were enchanted, in the expectation of not being trees, the trees uttered their voices 60 from strings of harmony, the disputes ceased. Let us cut short heavy days. A female restrained the din. She came forth altogether lovely, the head of the line. The head was a female. The advantage of a sleepless cow would not make us give way. The blood of men up to our thighs. The greatest of importunate mental exertions 70 sported in the world, and one has ended from considering the deluge, and Christ crucified, and the day of judgment near at hand. The alder trees, the head of the line, formed the van. The willows and quicken trees came late to the army. Plum trees, that are scarce, 80 unlunged for of men. The elaborate medlar trees, the objects of contention. The prickly rose bushes, against a host of giants. The raspberry brake did what is better failed for the security of life. Privet and woodbine and ivy on its front, 90 like firs to the combat. A cherry tree was provoked. The birch, notwithstanding his high mind, was late before he was arrayed, not because of his cowardice, but on account of his greatness. The laburnum held in mind, that erewhile nature was foreign. Pine trees in the porch, the chair of disputation, 100 by me greatly exalted, in the presence of kings. The elm with his retinue, did not go aside a foot, he would fight with the center, and the flanks, and the rear. Hazel trees, it was judged that ample was thy mental exertion. The privet, happy his lot, the bull of battle, the lord of the world. 110 morag and morad were made prosperous in pines. Holly, it was tinted with green, he was the hero. The hawthorn, surrounded by prickles, with pain at his hand. The aspen wood has been topped, it was topped in battle. The fern that was plundered, the broom, in the van of the army. 120 in the trenches he was hurt. The gorse did not do well, notwithstanding let it overspread. The heath was victorious, keeping off on all sides. The common people were charmed. During the proceeding of the men, the oak, quickly moving, before him, tremble heaven and earth. A valiant doorkeeper against an enemy, his name is considered. 130 the bluebells combined, and caused a consternation. In rejecting, were rejected, others, that were perforated. Pear trees, the best and rooters in the conflict of the plain. A very wrathful wood, the chestnut is bashful, the opponent of happiness. The jet has become black. 140 the mountain has become crooked, the woods have become a kiln, existing formerly in the great seas, since was heard the shout. The tops of the birch covered us with leaves, and transformed us, and changed our fated state. The branches of the oak have ensnared us from the gorgon of mildew, laughing on the site of the rock. The Lord is not of an ardent nature. 150 not of mother and father. When I was made, did my Creator create me, of 9 formed faculties, of the fruit of fruits, of the fruit of the primordial God, of primroses and blossoms of the hill, of the flowers of trees and shrubs, of earth, of an earthly course. When I was formed 160 of the flower of nettles, of the water of the 9th wave. I was enchanted by math, before I became immortal. I was enchanted by Gwydion the great purifier of the Britain, of Urwes, of Huron, of Modern, of 5 battalions of scientific ones, teachers, children of math. 170 when the removal occurred, I was enchanted by the Guladig. When he was half burnt, I was enchanted by the sage of sages. In the primitive world, when I had a being, when the host of the world was in dignity, the bard was accustomed to benefits. To the song of praise I am inclined, which the tongue recites. I played in the twilight. 180 I slept in purple. I was truly in the enchantment with Dylan, the son of the wave, in the circumference, in the middle, between the knees of kings, scattering spears not keen, from heaven when came, to the great deep, floods. In the battle there will be 80 hundreds, 190 that will divide according to their will. They are neither older nor younger than myself in their divisions. A wonder, Canhark born, every one of 900. He was with me also, with my sword spotted with blood. Honor was allotted to me by the Lord, and protection was, where he was. If I come to where the boar was killed, he will compose, he will decompose. 200 he will form languages. The strong-handed lemur, His name, with a gleam he rules his numbers, they would spread out in a flame, when I shall go on high. I have been a speckled snake on the hill, I have been a viper in the linn, I have been a billhook crook that cuts, I have been a ferocious spear with my chasuble and bow 210. I will prophesy not badly, 80 smokes on every one what will bring, 5 battalions of arms will be caught by my knife, 6 steeds of yellow hue 100 times better is my cream-colored steed, swift as the sea-mew which will not pass 220 between the sea and the shore. Am I not preeminent in the field of blood? Over it are 100 chieftains. Crimson is the gem of my belt, gold my shield border. There has not been born, in the gap, that has been visiting me, except Goranwi, from the dales of Edrui. Long white my fingers, 230 it is long since I have been a herdsman. I traveled in the earth, before I was a proficient in learning. I traveled, I made a circuit, I slept in 100 islands, 100 cares I have dwelt in. Ye intelligent druids, declare to Arthur, what is there more early than I that they sing of 240? And one is come from considering the deluge, and Christ crucified, and the day of future doom, a golden gem in a golden jewel. I am splendid and shall be wont on from the oppression of the metal workers. 14. Book of Taliesin. I read Book of Hergest. 23. Primitive and ingenious address, when thoroughly elucidated, which was first, is it darkness, is it light, or Adam, when he existed, on what day was he created, or under the earth's surface, what the foundation? He who is a legionary will receive no instruction. Est qui peccator in many things, will lose the heavenly country, the community of priests. In the morning no one comes if they sing of 3 spheres 10 angles and galliwaddle, let them make their way. Whence come night and day? Whence will the eagle become grey? Whence is it that night is dark? Whence is it that the linnet is green? The ebullition of the sea, how is it not seen? There are 3 fountains in the mountain of roses. 20. There is a tower of defense under the ocean's wave. Elusive greeter, what is the porter's name? Who was confessor to the gracious Son of Mary? What was the most beneficial measure which Adam accomplished? Who will measure a fern? How thick its veil? 30. How wide its mouth? What the size of its stones, or the tops of its swirling trees? Who bends them so crooked, or what fumes may be about their stems? Is it Lu and Gwydion that perform their arts, or do they know books when they do? 40. Whence come night and flood? How they disappear, whither flies night from day, and how is it not seen? Pater noster ambulo gentis tunans and adjuvando sipilum signum rogans fortium, excellent in every way around the glens. The 2 skillful ones make inquiries. 50. About Carcerinde and Serindid, for the draft horses of Pector David. They have enjoyment, they move about, may they find me greatly expanding. The Cymry will be lamenting while their souls will be tried before a horde of ravagers. The Cymry, chief wicked ones, on account of the loss of holy wafers, there will long be crying and wailing. 60. And gore will be conspicuous. There came by sea the wood steeds of the strand. The Angles in council shall see signs of exultation over Saxons. The praises of the rulers will be celebrated in Sion. Let the chief builders be against the fierce Fichti. 70. The Morini Brithen, their fate has been predicted, and the reaping of heroes about the river Severn. The stealing is disguised of Ken and Maswifis Amila. Ffir, sell. Thou wilt discern the Trinity beyond my age. I implore the Creator, why, that the Gentile may vanish from the gospel. Equally worthy 80. With the retinue of the Walcor Nu Amenidur, I have been with skillful men, with Matteu and Gavanan, with Unit and Elestron, in company with Achwyson, for a year in Cargraffanan. I am old, I am young, I am Gwion, I am universal, I am possessed of penetrating wit. Thou wilt remember thy old Brithen 90 and the Gwyddil, kiln distillers, intoxicating the drunkards. I am a bard, I will not disclose secrets to slaves. I am a guide, I am expert in contests. If he would sow, he would plow, he would not reap. If a brother among brothers, didactic bards with swelling breasts will arise who will meet around mead vessels, and sing wrong poetry and seek rewards that will not be. 100. Without law, without regulation, without gifts, and afterwards will become angry. There will be commotions and turbulent times. Seek no peace, it will not accrue to thee. The ruler of heaven knows thy prayer. From his ardent wrath thy praise has propitiated. Hint. The sovereign King of glory addresses me with wisdom. Hast thou seen the Dominus Fortis? Knowest thou the profound prediction Domini? To the advantage of Uffern 110. Hic Nemo. In poor progeny he has liberated its tumultuous multitude. Dominus Virtutum has gathered together those that were in slavery, and before I existed he had perceived me. May I be ardently devoted to God. And before I desire the end of existence, and before the broken foam shall come upon my lips, and before I become connected with wooden boards, may there be festivals to my soul. 120. Book Learning scarcely tells me of severe afflictions after deathbed, and such as have heard my bardic books, they shall obtain the region of heaven, the best of all abodes. 15. Death Song of Dylan son of the Wave, Book of Taliesin 43. 1 God supreme, divine, the wisest, the greatest, his habitation when he came to the field, who charmed him in the hand of the extremely liberal, or sooner than he, who was on peace on the nature of a turn, an opposing groom, poison made, a wrathful deed, piercing Dylan, a mischievous shore, violence freely flowing, wave of Iwarden, and wave of Manna, and wave of the north, and wave of Prydain, hosts comely in force. I will adore the Father God, the regulator of the country, without refusing, the creator of heaven, may he admit us into mercy. 16. Black Book of Carmarthen 35 Horseman resorts to the city, with his white dogs, and large horns. I, who have not before seen thee, know thee not too. A horseman resorts to the river's mouth, on a stout and warlike steed. Come with me, let me not be refused. 3. I will not go that way at present, bear with the conduct of the Delaire, and may the blessing of heaven and earth come upon thee, IV, thou, who hast not seen me daily, and who resemblest a prudent man. How long wilt thou absent thyself, and when wilt thou come? When I return from Taliesin, from contending with Jews, I will come to the city of Llwyngudion. 6. Come with me into the city, thou shalt have wine which I have set apart, and pure gold on thy clasp. 7. I know not the confident man, who owns a fire and a couch, fairly and sweetly dost thou speak. 8. Come with me to my dwelling, thou shalt have high foaming wine. My name is Ugnach, the son of Midno. 9. Ugnach, a blessing on thy throne, and mayst thou have grace and honor. I am Taliesin, who will repay thee thy banquet. Ex Taliesin, chief of men, victor in the contest of song, remain here until Wednesday. Zai, Ugnach, the most affluent in riches, grace be to thee from the highest region. I will not deserve blame, I will not tarry. 17. Red Book of Hergest 22. How miserable it is to see tumult, commotion, wounds and confusion, the birth we're in motion, and a cruel fate, with the impulse of destiny, and for heaven's sake declare the discontinuance of the disaster. It is not well that a son should be born. 10. His youthful destiny will necessarily be unbelief and general privation, the Logrians declare it. Alice, for the utter confusion until the end of the 7th from the hard calends. True it is, deliverance will come by means of the wished for man. May he throw open the white mount. 20. And into Gwynedd make his entry. The forces of the Cymry will be of one course with the lightning. The signal of their deliverance will be a true relief to the bosom, the guarantee being regged, whose share will be glorious. Glorious will be our portion. To me has been given sway. I have become a predicting bard. 30. Camlin will be heard again. Scenes of groaning will again be seen, and dismal lamentations, and mischievous contention, and the child will grow strong in battle. Even when small, people will see battles, and the increase of fortresses. Many a banner will be shattered, a red banner I know there is. 40. It will be death to vanquish at a signal of their coming. The heroic warriors, who will defend their fame, active their swords before thee, before me their virtues, they shall receive their portion before death. The day of causing blood streams, the day of assailing walls, will come for certain. 50. In fleets on the water, neither tax nor tribute nor service will succeed, nor the entreaties of the weak will avail, under the sway of the rulers. May hens be relics from Mona to Manu. Believe in the living God for benefits, who will dispense us free blessings, by imploring saints. 60. In the thorough comprehension of books, may we obtain, and Thursday, a portion in the blissful region, the splendid place of rest. D. Poem referring to Gwydno and Gwynapnod. 18. Black Book of Carmarthen 33. Bull of conflict was he, active in dispersing an arrayed army, the ruler of hosts, indisposed to anger, blameless and pure his conduct in protecting life too. Against a hero stout was his advance, the ruler of hosts, disposer of wrath. There will be protection for thee since thou askest it. 3. For thou hast given me protection, how warmly wert thou welcomed. The hero of hosts, from what region thou comest? IV. I come from battle and conflict with a shield in my hand, broken is the helmet by the pushing of spears. I will address thee, exalted man, with his shield in distress. Brave man, what is thy descent? 6. Round-hoofed is my horse, the torment of battle, whilst I am called Gwyn, the son of Nud, the lover of Curdilad, the daughter of Lud. 7. Since it is thou, Gwyn, an upright man, from thee there is no concealing. I also am Gwydnu Garan here. 8. He will not leave me in a parley with thee, by the bridle, as is becoming, but will hasten away to his home on the Toy. 9. It is not the nearest Toy I speak of to thee, but the furthest Tory, Eagle. I will cause the furious sea to ebb. Polished is my ring, golden my saddle and bright, To my sadness I saw a conflict before Caerfandwi, Zia, before Caerfandwi a host I saw, shields were shattered and ribs broken. Renowned and splendid was he who made the assault. 12. Gwyn ob Nudd, the hope of armies. Sooner would legions fall before the hoofs of thy horses, than broken rushes to the ground. 13. Handsome my dog and round-bodied, and truly the best of dogs, Dormatch was he, which belonged to Mealgwyn. 14. Dormatch with the ruddy nose, what a gazer thou art upon me, because I noticed thy wanderings on Gwybr Vined. 15. I have been in the place where was killed Gwandalw, the son of Cedra, the pillar of songs, when the ravens screamed over blood. 16. I have been in the place where Bran was killed, the son of Gwared, of far-extending fame, when the ravens of the battlefield screamed. 17. I have been where Lacha was slain, the son of Arthur, extolled in songs, when the ravens screamed over blood. 18. I have been where Murig was killed, the son of Carethian, of honorable fame, when the ravens screamed over flesh. 19. I have not been where Gwalog was killed, the son of Gahalith, the accomplished, the resister of Logir, the son of Lenog, XX. I have been where the soldiers of Prydain were slain, from the east to the north. I am alive, they in their graves. 21. I have been where the soldiers of Prydain were slain, from the east to the south. I am alive, they in death. Poems referring to early traditions which belong to a later school. 19. The chair of Saragwyn, Book of Taliesin. 16. Sovereign of the power of the air, thou also the satisfaction of my transgressions. At midnight and at matins there shone my lights. Cyrtius the life of Minog ap Len, whom I saw here a short while ago. The end, in the slope of Lu. Ardent was his push in combats, of Agdu my son also 10. Happy the Lord made him, in the competition of songs, his wisdom was better than mine, the most skillful man ever heard of. Gwydion ap Dun, of toiling spirits, enchanted a woman from blossoms, and brought pigs from the south, since he had no sheltering cots, rapid curves, and bladed chains. He made the forms of horses 20 from the springing plants, and illustrious saddles. When our judge the chairs, excelling them, will be, mine, my chair, my cauldron, and my laws, and my pervading eloquence, meet for the chair. I am called skillful in the court of Dan. I, and Euron and Euron. I saw a fierce conflict in Nant Frangen on a Sunday, at the time of dawn, 30 between the bird of Wrath and Gwydion. Thursday, certainly, they went to Mona to obtain whirlings and sorcerers. Arianrhod, of laudable aspect, dawn of serenity, the greatest disgrace evidently on the side of the Britton, hastily sends about his court the stream of a rainbow, a stream that scares away violence from the earth, the poison of its former state, about the world, it will leave. They speak not falsely, the books of Beta, the chair of the preserver is here 40 until doom, shall continue in Europa. May the Trinity grant us mercy in the day of judgment. A fair alms from good men. XX. The death song of Uthyr Pendragon, Book of Taliesin. 48. Am I not with hosts making a din? I would not cease, between two hosts, without gore. Am I not he that is called Gorlasser? My belt was a rainbow to my foe. Am I not a prince, in darkness, to him, that takes my appearance with my two chief baskets? Am I not, like Coil, plowing? I would not cease without gore between two hosts. Is it not I that will defend my sanctuary? 10. In separating with the friends of wrath, have I not been accustomed to blood about the wrathful, a sword stroke daring against the sons of Carter? Have I not shared my cause, a ninth portion in the prowess of Arthur? Is it not I that have destroyed 100 catters? Is it not I that slew 100 governors? Is it not I that have given 100 veils? Is it not I that cut off 100 heads? Is it not I that gave to 120 the tremendous sword of the enchanter? Is it not I that performed the rites of purification, when Heardor went to the top of the mountain? I was bereaved in my sorrow, my confidence was commensurate, there was not a world were it not for my progeny. I am a bard to be praised. The unskillful may he be possessed by the ravens and eagle and bird of wrath. Evagdu came to him with his equal, when the bands of 4 men feed between 2 plains, abiding in heaven was he, my desire. 30. Against the eagle, against the fear of the unskillful, I am a bard, and I am a harper, I am a piper, and I am a crowder, of 70 musicians the very great enchanter. There was of the enamelled honor the privilege, who of the expanded wings, thy son, thy barded proclamation, thy steward, of a gifted father, my tongue to recite my death song. If of stonework the opposing wall of the world 40 may the countenance of Prydain be bright for my guidance, sovereign of heaven, let my messages not be rejected. 21. Book of Taliesin. 45. Disturbed is the isle of the praise of who, the isle of a severe recompenser Mona of the good bowls, of active manliness, the men at its door. I have drunk liquor of wine and bragget, from a brother departed, the universal sovereign, the end of every king, the ruinator. Sorrowful is the dean, since the archdeacon is interred. There has not been, there will not be in tribulation his equal. When Eden came from the country of Gwydion, the thickly coveted Cian, a pure poison came 4 fine night seasons. The contemporaries fell, the woods were no shelter against the wind on the coast. 10 Mathan Unid, skillful with a magic wand, freed the elements. In the life of Gwydion and Carmarthen, there was counsel. Pierced is the front of the shield of the strong, fortunate, strong irresistibly. The powerful combination of his front rank, it was not of great account strong in feasting, in every assembly his will was done. Beloved, he went first, while I am alive, he shall be commemorated, may I be with Christ, so that I may not be sorrowful, when an apostle, the generous archdeacon amongst angels may he be contained, disturbed as the isle of the praise of who, the isle of the severe ruler, before the victorious youth, the fortress of the Cymry remained tranquil. 20 The dragon chief, a rightful proprietor in Britannia, a sovereign is gone, alas, the chief that is gone to the earth. 4 damsels, after their lamentation, performed their office, very grievous truly on sea, without land, long their dwelling, on account of his integrity, it was, that they were not satiated with distress. I am blamable if I mention not his good actions. In the place of Lewi, who shall prohibit, who shall order? In the place of Eden, who shall support Mona's gentle authorities? May I be with Christ, that I may not be sorrowful, for evil or good. Share of mercy in the country of the governor of perfect life. 22. The praise of Taliesin. Book of Taliesin. 12 messengers to me are come, so numerously are they sent, we shall bring a mutual conflict, so great is my bosom, like the effect of the ore in the brine is the liquor of belly, like a light shield on the back of a shadow, like wrath and indignation from the protection of a canner, and 900 governors became dead. There will be a battle on Menry, a vehement retribution. There will be more on Conwy, the scar of angry strife shall cause a cold death, the destiny of the ready muse. 10 From the vehement blade by the stroke of Aneirin, 3 Elegant unrestrainable, fill, heavily laden with forces, their fleets in the stream, an omen of the day of gloom. 3 evenings of battle for 3 proper countries, a boat was made a burying place, 3 of every 3 sins and area a hill of judgment, a host of Saxons, the second they were, a third affliction, in Cymry widowhood awaits women. Before the presence of sin and fire broke out 20 Cadwallader will bewail him, he injured the country with pain, straw, and roof of houses, the house he burnt. There will be a wonder, a man with the daughter of his brother, they will cite what is steel of the lineage of Anarod, from him proceeded Cock, wise his prudence, he will not spare nor defend 30 either cousin or brother. At the voice of the warrior's horn, 900 were anxious, of universal affliction. Thou wilt be calling forth verdancy from affected praise, it will run to such as is oppressed in bosom. 23. Black Book of Carmarthen. 38 I Seethenhin, stand thou forth, and behold the billowy rose, the sea has covered the plain of Gwydion. 2. Accursed be the damsel, who, after the wailing, let loose the fountain of Venus, the raging deep. 3. Accursed be the maiden, who, after the conflict, let loose the fountain of Venus, the desolating sea. IV. A great cry from the roaring sea arises above the summit of the rampart. Today even to God does the supplication come, and after excess there ensues restraint. The cry from the roaring sea overpowers me this night, and it is not easy to relieve me, and after excess succeeds adversity. 6. A cry from the roaring sea comes upon the winds, the mighty and beneficent God has caused it, and after excess is want. 7. A cry from the roaring sea impels me from my resting place this night, and after excess is far extending destruction. 8. The grave of Seethenhin the weak-minded between Caer Senator and the shore of the great sea and Sinrin. F. Poems relating to cities of the Cymry and their legendary heroes. 24. Black Book of Carmarthen. 15 I Dinas Mar'on, may God the blessed sovereign defend it, what the sun will dry, Eder will moisten. 2. Dinas Mar'on, the dislike of sovereigns, where kings were hewed down in the obstinate conflict, what the sun will dry, Mervyn will moisten. 3. Dinas Mar'on, the security of the country, may the protection of God surround it, what the sun will dry, Nina will moisten. IV. Mad put his thigh on Merchant the grey steed, the fort of the brave will defend me, what the sun will dry, Mealgwan will moisten. 25. Book of Taliesin. 21. Black Book of Carmarthen. 14 I will pray God to deliver the people of the fair town, the owner of heaven and earth, ill-wise purveyor, a pleasant car there is on the surface of the ocean, may be joyful in the splendid festival its king, and the time when the sea makes great audacity, the crowns of bards are usual over mead vessels, a wave will come, in haste, speed unto it, that will bring them to the green sward from the region of the Fechti. and may I obtain, O God, for my prayer, when I keep the covenant of conciliation with thee too. A pleasant car there is on a broad lake, a fortress impregnable, the sea surrounds it, Prydain greets thee. How will these agree? The point of the lake of the son of Urban, be thine the oxen, there has been a retinue, and there has been song, in the second place, and an eagle, high in the sky, and the path of Granwyn, before the governing sovereign, that refuses not to start, the dispersed of renown, and a leader, they form themselves, 3. A pleasant car there is on the ninth wave, pleasant its denizens in guarding each other, they will not take them if it be through disgrace, it is not their custom to be hard, I will not speak falsely, upon my privilege, then the tenants of the two strands better the serfs have dived, an associate, if he gives a banquet of deliverers, will contain between every two the best multitude. IV. A pleasant canter there is, it will be made complete by meads, and praise, and mountain birds, smooth its songs, on its festival, and my intelligent lord, a splendid distributor, before he went into his grave, in the boundary of the land, he gave me meat and wine from a crystal cup. The pleasant canter there is on the shore of the gulf, pleasantly is given to every one his share. I know in Dinbich, white with sea mews, a mild associate, the lord of Erlison. He was my law, on New Year's Eve, his song, was, Solace, the king of splendid war, and a veil of green color, and possessing a feast. This may I be, a tongue over the bards of Prydain 6, a pleasant canter there is, that is supported with gifts, mine were its fords, should I have chosen. I will not speak of the progress of the law that I had kept, he deserves not a New Year's gift that knows not this. The writing of Prydain, anxious care, while the waves continue to be agitated about it, if necessary, far into a cell I would penetrate 7. A pleasant canter there is, rising up, may we have shares in its meads and praises, pleasant on its boundary the sending forth of its chieftains. A cormorant approaches me, long its wings, there comes to the top of the scream of the sea birds, wrath within fate, let it penetrate the sands and stones, and the grey wolf the best of conflicts. May there be derived from above the banquet accordant reasonings, the blessing of the beneficent ruler of heaven's harmonious heights be upon them, may he make denizens there the worthies of a wine. 8. A pleasant canter there is on the margin of the flood, pleasantly is given to every one his desire. Address thou Gwynd, be thine the increase, the dartings of the terrible spears were poured forth. Wednesday, I saw men in distress. Thursday, to their disgrace they returned, and there were crimsoned hair, and clamorous woe. Exhausted were the men of Gwynd the day that they came, and on 7 lech VOE shields they will break. They fell at the 7, a host of kinsmen. 26. Black Book of Carmarthen 8 I the 3 depredatory horses of the Isle of Prydain, Carnalog, the horse of Owain the son of Urien, Bucheslamsari, the horse of Gwangladivrid, and Tavwadhir Breachhir, the horse of Cadwaldon the son of Cadvan 2. The 3 draft horses of the Isle of Prydain, Arvel Melin, the horse of Pasjin the son of Urien, Duhir Terwanid, the horse of Selav the son of Sin and Garwin, and Dreglwyd, the horse of Rider Cheel 3. The 3 spirited horses of the Isle of Prydain, Gwynugogwhir, the horse of Kay, Rutherion Toughblade, the horse of Gilbert the son of Cadagithro, and Seen Kaeld, the horse of Gwalchme, IV. The 3 high-mettled horses of the Isle of Prydain, Luger, the horse of Caradog, and Melinless, the horse of Caswallon the son of Beli 28. Book of Taliesin 25. It broke out with matchless fury, the rapid vehement fire, him we praise above the earth, fire, the fiery meteor of the dawn, above the high gale, higher than every cloud, great his animal, he will not delay nor the wedding feast of Lear 10, his path is like a watercourse, thy rage in the chief streams, the dawn smiles, repelling gloom, at the dawn with violence, at every meat season, at the meat season of his turnings, at the 4 stages of his course, I will extol him that judges violence, of the strong din, deep his wrath. I am not a man, cowardly, grey. 20. A scum, near the wattle, the illusion of my 2 relatives, 2 groans of affliction without appetite, from my hand to thy hand God will give naught. Thrice 3 protections, returning to the old places, with a steed used to the field, and the steed of Genethog, and the steed of Caradog, perfect for travelling 30, and the steed of Gwither, and the steed of Gordor, and the steed of Arthur. Dauntless to cause an ache, and the steed of Taliesin, and the steed of Luhaf domesticated, and of Pebir, the dark grey of the grove, and Gruthi, the steed of Cunan, Cornan stubborn in the conflict, of ardent desires. 40. The black, from the seas famous, the steed of Berwin, betrayer of the country, and the 3 cloven-footed ones they will not go a journey conveniently, the terrible steed of Cedra, a hoof with bribery on it, Mottle-shouldered Yscydig, the steed of Lemonig, the horse of Rider Chrydig, of the grey colour of a pair 50, and Lammer, full of inherent vigour, and Fronval of a vigorous growth, the steed of Saturnin, and the steed of Constantine, and others handling, for the country, the smart of foreigners. The good Henwin brought a tale from Hiradug. I have been a sow, I have been a buck, I have been a sage, I have been a snout, 60, I have been a horn, I have been a wild sow, I have been a shout in battle, I have been a torrent on the slope, I have been a wave on the extended shore, I have been the light sprinkling of a deluge, I have been a cat with a speckled head on 3 trees. I have been a circumference, I have been a head, a goat on an elder tree, I have been a crane well filled, a sight to behold, very ardent the animals of Moriel, 70, they kept a good stock, of what is below the air, say the hateful men, too many do not live, of those that know me, 29, the verses of the graves. Black Book of Carmarthen 19 I the graves which the rain bedewes, men that were not accustomed to afflict me, Sirwood, and Sarad, and caught to, the graves which the thicket covers, they would not succumb without avenging themselves, Grian, Maureen, and Moriel 3, the graves which the shower bedews. Men that would not succumb stealthily, Gwen, and Green, and Griad, IV, the grave of Tydane, father of the Muse, in the region of Bron-Erin, where the wave makes a sullen sound, the grave of Dylan in Lanbuno, v. the grave of Sarigladivhair, in the region of Hen Egwys, in a rugged steep place Tarwa torment in the enclosure of Corber 6, the grave of Sethanhin the weak-minded between Caersenadir and the shore of the Great Sea in Sinran 7, in Abergwynoli is the grave of Pridery, where the waves beat against the land, in Carrig is the grave of Gwaloghere, 8, the grave of Gwalchmays in Peridon, where the 9th wave flows, the grave of Sinan is in Lanbadar 9, the grave of Grawad the Honourable is in a lofty region, in a lowly place of repose, the grave of Sinan the son of Clydnoedin, X the grave of Run the son of Pite is by the river Ergrid, in a cold place in the earth, the grave of Sinan is in Rydrion, Zai, whose is the grave beneath a hill, the grave of a man mighty in the conflict, the grave of Sinan the son of Clydnoedin 12, the grave of the son of Osvan is in Camlan, after many a slaughter the grave of Bedwyr is in Gouttrivan 13. The grave of Owain Oburin in the secluded part of the world, under the sod of Lanmorviel, in Abererk, that of Rider Chiel. 14. After wearing dark brown clothes, and red, and splendid, and riding magnificent steeds with sharp spears, in Lanhalad is the grave of Owain. 15. After wounds in bloody plains, and wearing harness and riding white horses, this, even this, is the grave of Sindala 16, who owns the grave of good connections, he who would attack Logir of the compact host. The grave of Gwen, the son of Luarchen, is the 17, whose is the grave in the circular space, which is covered by the sea and the border of the valley, the grave of Mejan, the son of Run, the ruler of 118, whose is the grave in the island, which is covered by the sea with a border of tumult, the grave of Mejan, the son of Run, the ruler of a court 19, narrow is the grave and long, with respect to many long every way, the grave of Mejan, the son of Run, the ruler of Right, XX. The grave of the 3 serene persons on an elevated hill, in the valley of Gwyngynunog, Moor, and Melir, and Madog 21, the grave of Madog, the splendid bulwark in the meeting of contention, the grandson of Urine, the best son to Gwyn of Gwynlug 22, the grave of Moor, the magnificent, immovable sovereign, the foremost pillar in the conflict, the son of Peridor Penwydog 23, the grave of Melir Malwynog of a sullenly disposed mind. The hastener of a fortunate career, son to Brewin of Brychinog 24, whose is the grave in Rydveen said with its head in a downward direction, the grave of Run, the son of Alndiwt 25, the grave of Alndiwt in his own region, a way he would not retreat from a difficulty, the son of Mejan, it was well when he was born 26, the grave of Leah the Whittle is in the retreat of Ardadwi, under the grass and withered leaves the grave of Epin is in the vale of Jewel 27, the grave of Dywel, the son of Urban, is in the plain of Kia. He would not be a vassal to a king, blameless, B would not shrink from battle. 28. The grave of Gwrgi, a hero and a Gwendodian lion, and the grave of Lar, the regulator of hosts. In the upper part of Gwanas the men are, 29. The long graves in Gwanas, their history is not had, whose they are and what their deeds. XXX. There has been the family of Oath and Anoth, naked are their men and their youth. Let him who seeks for them dig in Gwanas 31. The grave of Llwch Longan is on the river Cerdanin, the head of the Saxons of the district of Urban. He would not be 3 months without a battle. 32. The graves in the Long Mountain, multitudes well know it, are the graves of Grian, Grydangwad, and Lwydog the son of Llewellyn 33, who owns the grave in the mountain. one who marshaled armies. It is the grave of Firenvilhiel, the son of Hivlad 34. Whose grave is this? The grave of Edilwch the Tall, in the upland of Pennant Twrch, the son of Arthan, accustomed to slaughter 35. The grave of Lulodgifs under the protection of the sea, with which he was familiar. He was a man that never gave the truth to anyone. 36. The grave of Bedog the Ruddy in the vicinity of Ridlivna, the grave of Lewis Gurinseri, and at Redbrid the grave of Omni. 37. Far his turmoil and his seclusion, the sod of Macha conceals him long the lamentations for the prowess of Bedog the Ruddy. 38. Far his turmoil and his fame, the sod of Macha is upon him. This is Bedog the Ruddy, the son of Emerlidal. 39. The grave of a monarch of Prydain is in Luder Gwynysyd, where the flood enters the Lichre, in Chellybriafiel, the grave of Geirthmuil, XL, the grave in Istavicha, which everybody doubts, the grave of Gurthirn Gurthena, XLI, Keaton Wales in the waste of Cnud, yonder above the grave of the stranger, the grave of Sindalig, the son of Corknad. 42. Truly did Elfin bring me to try my primitive bardic lore over a chieftain, the grave of Ruavon with the imperious aspect. 43. Truly did Elfin bring me to try my bardic lore over an early chieftain, the grave of Ruavon, too early gone to the grave. 44. The grave of March, the grave of Gwither, the grave of Gwangladivrid, a mystery to the world, the grave of Arthur. 45. The grave of Elchwith is by the rain bedewed, with the plain of Muadog under it, Sinan ought to bewail him there. 46. Who owns this grave, and this? Ask me, I know it. The grave of U, the grave of Edu was this, and the grave of Edel with the lofty mien. 47. Edu and Edel, the unflinching exiles, the whelps of Silchwidre, the sons of Meagan bred war horses. 48. Whose is this grave? It is the grave of Brwino the Tall. Bold were his men in his region, where he would be, there would be no flight. 49. Who owns this grave? Not another. Gwifwch, the vehement in the conflict, while he would kill thee, he would at thee laugh. The grave of Silid the Intrepid is in the locality of Edrymfi, the grave of Lemonig in Lanelwy, in the swampy upland is the grave of Elanwy. 51. The grave of a stately warrior, many a carcass was usual from his hand, before he became silent beneath the stones. Latcher, the son of Run, is in the valley of the Cane. 52. The grave of Talon Talierth is at the contention of 3 battles, a hewer down of the head of every force, liberal was he, and open his gates. 53. The grave of Elisner, the son of Ner, is in the depth of the earth without fear, without concern, a commander of hosts was he, so long as his time lasted. 54. The grave of a hero vehement in his rage Latcher the ruler of hosts, at the confluence of noisy waters, where the Ton forms a wave. 55. Whose are graves in the fords? What is the grave of a chieftain, the son of Rigena, a man whose arms had abundant success. 56. Whose is this grave? The grave of Braint between Lewin and Lednaint, the grave of a man, the woe of his foes. 57. Whose is the grave on the slope of the hill? Many who know it do not ask. The grave of Cole, the son of Sinvalin. 58. The grave of Dehuaint is on the river Cluaint, in the uplands of Mathavarn, the support of mighty warriors. 59. The grave of Aaron, the son of Duinvan, is in the land of Guanel. He would not shout after thieves, nor disclose the truth to enemies. 60. The grave of Tavloglaw, the son of Lud, is far away in Trared, and thus to us there is affliction. He who buried him obtained an advantage. 61. Who owns the grave on the banks of Rydant? Run his name, his bounties were infinite, a chief he was. Ryagan pierced him. 62. He was like Sivnison to demand satisfaction for murder. Ruddy was his lance, serene his aspect. Who derived the benefit? The grave of Bradwin. 63. Whose is the quadrangular grave with its 4 stones around the front? The grave of Madog the intrepid warrior. 64. In the soil of the region of Uvinid, there is a tall man of fine growth, who would kill Owen he was greatly enraged. 65. The 3 graves on the ridge of Selvi, the Awan has declared them to me, the grave of Sinan of the rugged brows, the grave of Senville, and the grave of Sinvili. 66. The grave of Lewid Ludnace in the land of Semis, before his ribs had grown long, the bull of conflict brought oppression thither. 67. The grave of the stately Sion in Hyrule, a mountain between the plain and the oaken forest, laughing, treacherous, and of bitter disposition was he. 68. Who owns the grave in the sheltered place? Well he was no weakling, it is the grave of Ebedu, the son of Mealer. 69. Whose is the grave in yonder woody cliff? His band was an enemy to many, the bull of battle, mercy to him. 70. The graves of the sea marsh, slightly are they ornamented, there is Sanog, a stately maid, there is Run, ardent in war, there is Eowyn, the daughter of Henan, there are Ledin and Louis. 71. The grave of Henan Henben is in the heart of Denorban, the grave of Ergwil and Dived, At the fort of Sinanjahord 72, everyone that is not dilatory inquires, whose is the mausoleum that is here? It is the grave of Enaon, the son of Cunetta. It is a disgrace that in Prydain he should have been slain. 73. Who owns the grave in the great plain, proud his hand upon his lance? The grave of Beli, the son of Benligar. 2. Historical poems containing allusions to events subsequent to AD 560. G. Poems referring to war between sons of Luarken and MWG Mardruffid. XXX. Names of the sons of Luarken. Black Book of Carmarthen 39. I sweetly sings the bird on the fragrant tree over the head of Gwen. Before his covering over with sod, he used to fracture the armor of Luark, and 2. The 3 best men in their country, to defend their homesteads, Ether, and Earthair, and Argid. 3. The 3 sons of Luark, 3 intractable ones in battle, 3 fierce contenders, Lu, and Era, and Erin. IV. Better may it fare for my concerns, that he be left on the banks of the river, with a host of warlike men, the bull of conflict, conductor of the war, the support of battle, and the lamp of benevolence, Father of heaven, increase thou his energy. 6. The best 3 men under heaven to defend their homes, Pile, and Selav, and Sandev. 7. The morning with the dawn of day, when MWG Mardruffid was assaulted, the steeds of Mecca were not trained up. 8. They met around Caval, a corpses there and blood through injustice, from the rencounter of Run and the other hero. 9. A shout will be uttered on the top of Mount Lug over the grave of Sinlug. The reproach is mine, it was I that caused it. X. Let the snow descend and cover the vale. Warriors will hasten to battle. I do not go, infirmity leaves me not. Xi. Thou art not a scholar, thou art not a recluse, thou wilt not be called a monarch in the day of necessity. Alice. Sindalig, that thou wert not a woman. 12. Far away is Aberlu, further are the 2 Savedlings. Talon, this day thou hast paid me with tears. 31. Black Book of Carmarthen. XXX. Keen is the gale, bare the hill, it is difficult to find a shelter, the fort is turbid, frozen is the lake, a man stands firm with one stalk. 2. Wave after wave rolls towards the shore, loud the shoutings in front of the heights of the hill, if one but just stands out. 3. Cold is the place of the lake before the winter storm, dry the stalks of broken reeds, lucky is he who sees the wood in the chest. IV. Cold is the bed of fish in the shelter of a sheet of ice, lean the stag, the topmost reeds move quickly, short the evening, bent the trees. V. Let the white snow fall in deposits, warriors will not leave their duty, cold are the lakes without the appearance of warmth. 6. Let the white snow fall on the boarfrost, idle is the shield on the shoulder of the aged, the wind is very high, it has certainly frozen. 7. Let the snow fall on the surface of the ice, gently sweeps the wind the tops of thick trees, firm is the shield on the shoulder of the brave. 8. Let the snow descend and cover the vale, warriors will hasten to battle, I shall not go, infirmity will not let me. 9. Let the snow fall from the side of the slope, prisoner is the steed, lean the cattle, cold is no pleasure today. X. Let the snow fall, white is the mountain region, bear the timber of the ship on sea, a host of men will cherish many counsels. Xi. Golden hands are around the horns in agitation, cold the stream, bright the sky, short the evening, bending are the tops of trees. 12. The bees, live on their store, small the clamor of birds, the day is dewless, the hilltop is a conspicuous object, red the dawn. 13. The bees are under cover, cold also is the ford, let the frost freeze as long as it lasts, to him that is soft may dissolution happen. 14. The bees are in confinement this very day, how withered the stalks, hard the slope, cold and dewless is the earth today. 15. The bees are in shelter from the wet of winter, blue the mist, hollow the cow parsnip, cowardliness is a bad quality in a man. 16. Long the night, bare the moor, hoary the cliff, gray the fair gull on the precipice, rough the seas, there will be rain today. 17. Dry the wind, wet the road, the vale assumes its former appearance. 18. Cold the thistle stalks, lean the stag, smooth the river, there will be fine weather. 19. Foul the weather on the mountain, the river's troubled, flood will wet the ground in towns, the earth looks like the ocean. XX. Thou art not a scholar, thou art not a recluse, thou wilt not be called a monarch in the day of necessity. Alice. Sindalig, that thou wert not a woman. 21. Let the crooked heart bound at the top of the sheltered vale, may the ice be broken, bare the lowlands, the brave escapes from many a hardship. 22. The thrush has a spotted the breast of the thrush, the edge of the bank is broken by the hoof of the lean, crooked, and stooping heart. 23. Very high is the loud-sounding wind, it is scarcely right for one to stand out. 24. At All Saints it is habitual for the heath-tops to be done, high foaming is the sea wave, short the day. Druid, your advice. 25. If the shield, and the vigor of the steed, and of brave, fearless men, have gone to sleep. The night is fair to chase the foe. 26. The wind is supreme, soar and bear the trees, withered the reeds, the heart is bounding, Pallas the falls. What land is this? 27. If it poured down snow as far as Arvwellmelon, gloom would not make me said, I would lead a host to the hill of Tidewell. 28. For thou knowest, with equal ease, the causeway, the ford, and the ascent, if snow were to fall, when thou, Pallas, art our guide. XXX. Anxiety and priding will not cause me tonight to march upon a region where there is the greatest wailing, from following after a wine. 31. Since thou bearest arms and shield upon thee, defender of the destructive battle, Pallas, in what land wast thou fostered? 31. The man whom God releases from a very close prison, ruddy will be his spear from the territory of a wine, lavish of his entertainments. 32. Since the chieftain is gone to earth, pursue not his family, after mead seek no disgrace. 33. The morning with the dawn of day, when MWG Mardreford was assaulted, the steeds of Mechad were not trained up. 34. Joy will be to me of no benefit, owing to the news which apprises me that a wooden cover is upon Mechad. 35. They met around Cavall, a corpse is there and blood through injustice, from the rencounter of Run and the other hero. 36. For the staffers of MWG have slain Mechad, Drudwas did not perceive the day, Creator of heaven, thou hast caused me severe affliction. 37. Men are in the shout of war, the ford is frozen over, cold the wave, variegated the bosom of the sea, the eternal God give us counsel. 38. Mechad, the son of Liwarch, the undaunted chief, fine and fair was his robe of the color of the swan, the first that fastened a horse by the bridle. 32. Black Book of Carmarthen. 34. Though I love the strand, I hate the sea, how the wave covered the stone of Camar, the brave, the magnanimous, the amiable, the generous, and the energetic, are as stepping stones to the bards of the world, and an advantageous shelter. The fame of healing proved of benefit to the solicitous. To the day of judgment may his celebrity remain. Though I love the strand, I hate the wave. The wave has done violence, dismal the blow to the breast. He will complain as long as he believes on its account. 10. It is a cheerful work to bathe on my bosom, though it, the water, fills the cavity, it does not disturb the heart. And in the direction of Sahag did the wave arise. Sorry we are for his concerns, when Pebra from afar hastened to his death. The brave and courageous multitude will affect us both, as the water bearing the leaves shows it thee. Mechad is sad on account of thy coming. I will not receive thee to my receptacle. From my part I sold a horse for thee. 20. Sahag will revenge for the delay of his enjoyment, and for the sweet strains. O dwarf, for thy anger to me there have been enemies. 33. Red Book of Hergest. I was formerly fair of limb, I was eloquent in speech. What is not wonderful will be extolled. The men of Argod have ever supported me too. I was formerly fair of limb, I was bold, I was admitted into the Congress House of Powys, the paradise of the Kinray. 3. I was formerly fair of limb, I was comely, throbbing was concomitant with my spear, my back now curved was first in vigor. I am heavy, I am wretched. IV. Wooden crook, is it not the time of harvest, when the fern is brown, and the reeds are yellow? Have I not once disliked what I now love? The wooden crook, is not this winter, when men are noisy over the beverage, is not my bedside void of greeting visits? 6. Wooden crook, is it not the spring, when the cuckoos are brownish, when the foam is bright, I am destitute of a maiden's love? 7. Wooden crook, is it not the beginning of summer, are not the furrows brown, are not the corn blades curled? It is refreshing to me to look at thy beak. 8. Wooden crook, thou contented branch that supportest a mourning old man. Liwarch of pleasant talk. 9. Wooden crook, thou hardy branch that bearest with me, God protect thee, thou art justly called the tree of wandering. X. Wooden crook, be thou steady, so that thou mayest support me the better. Am not I Liwarch known to many far away? Xi, surely old age is uniting itself with me, from my hair to my teeth, and the glowing eyeball which the young ones loved. 12. Surely old age is uniting itself with me, from my hair to my teeth, and the glowing eyeball which the women loved. 13. The wind grinningly blusters out, white as the skirt of the wood, lively as the stag, there is no moisture on the hill, feeble is the age, slowly he moves. 14. This leaf, is it not driven by the wind? Woe to it as to its fate, it is old, this year was it born. 15. What I loved when a youth are hateful to me now, a stranger's daughter, and a grey steed, am not I for them unmeet? 16. The four most hateful things to me through life, have met together with one accord, cough and old age, sickness and grief. 17. I am old, I am lonely, I am decrepit and cold, after the sumptuous bed of honor, I am wretched, I am triply bent. 18. I am triply bent and old, I am thickly bold, I am rash, I am outrageous, those that love me not. 19. Young maidens love me not, I am visited by none, I cannot move about, death, that he does not seek me. XX. I am sought by neither sleep nor gladness, after the slaughter of Lar and Gwen, I am outrageous and loathsome, I am old. 21. Wretched was the fate decreed to Luark on the night he was born, long pain without being delivered of his load of trouble. 22. Array not thyself after waiting, let not thy mind be vexed, sharp as the gale, and bleak the spring, accuse me not, my mother, I am thy son. 23. Do I not recognize by my Alwyn, my descent, sway, and kindred, three themes of the harmonious Alwyn? 24. Sharp is my spear, furious in the onset, I will prepare to watch the ford, support against falling may God grant me. 25. Shouldst thou run away, I will weep for thee, shouldst thou be slain, I shall mourn thee, lose not the countenance of the men of conflict. 26. I will not lose thy countenance, prone to warfare, from the time that the hero puts on harness for the course, I will hear the pang ere I quit the spot. 27. Gliding as the wave along the beach, I perceive that the design of that battle will be frustrated, it is usual for the talkative to run away. 28. Of that which concerns me I will speak, there is breaking of spears about the place where I am, I will not say but that I may retreat. 29. Soft is the bog, the cliff is hard, before the hart's hoof the edge of the bank breaks, a promise not fulfilled is none at all. XXX. The streams will divide around the wall of the canner, and I will prognosticate, a shield with a fractured front before I skulk. 31. The horn given to thee by Erin, with a wreath of gold around its rim, blow in it, if thou art in danger. 32. For the terror of death from the base men of Loger I will not tarnish my honor, I will not dispraise maidens. 33. Whilst I was of the age of yonder youth, that wears the golden spurs, I was active in thrusting the spear. 34. Truly thy young man is faithful, thou art alive, and thy witness is slain, the old man that is now feeble was not so in his youth. 35. Gwen, by the Llawen, watched last night, and success did not fail him, the battle progressed on the green embankment. 36. Gwen, by the Llawen, watched last night, with the shield on the shoulder, as he was my son, he did not retreat. 37. Gwen with a lowering look, troubled is my mind, thy death greatly provokes my wrath, it is not kindred only that will speak of thee. 38. Gwen with eye of wide opening watched last night on the border of the fort of Morlis, and as he was my son, he did not retreat. 39. Gwen, I knew thy inherent disposition, in the assault like the eagle at fall of rivers thou wert, if I were fortunate thou wouldst have escaped. XL. Let the face of the ground be turned up, let the assailants be covered, when chiefs repair to the toil of war. Gwen, woe to him that is over old, for thee he is indignant. XLI. Let the face of the ground be turned up, and the plain be covered, when the opposing spears are lifted up. Gwen, woe to him that is over old, that he should have lost thee. 42. My son was a man, splendid was his fame, and he was the nephew of Erin, on the fort of Morlis. Gwen was slain. 43. The shrine of the fierce overbearing foe, that vanquished the circularly compact army of Loger, the grave of Gwen, the son of Luarchen, is this. 44. 24 sons have been to me, wearing the golden chain, leaders of armies, Gwen was the best of them. 45. 24 sons have been to me, wearing the golden chain, leaders of battle, Gwen was the best son of his father. 46. 24 sons to me have been, wearing the golden chain, leading princess, compared with Gwen they were but striplings. 47. 24 sons were in the family of Luark, of brave men full of the wrath of war, their march was a rush, immense their fame. 48. 24 were my sons complete, my flesh they have caused to wither, it is well that my budget of misfortune is come. 49. When Pyle was slain, gashing was the wound, and the blood on the hair seemed horrible, and on both banks of the Fra there was violence. Ella room might be formed for the wings of shields, which would hold one standing upright, that were broken in the grasp of Pyle. 51. The chosen man amongst my sons, when each assaulted the foe, was fair Pyle, impetuous as a fire through a chimney. 52. Gracefully he placed his thigh over the saddle of his horse, on the near and far side, Pyle, impetuous as the fire through a chimney. 53. He was gentle, with a hand eager for battle, he was second to no treasure, he was a bulwark on the course, fair Pyle, fearful is his covering of separation. 54. When he stood at the door of his tent, on the dark grey steed, at the sight, the wife of Pyle would recognize a hero. 55. There was fractured before Pyle a strong skull, seldom would the silent coward be concealed from him, the weak is satisfied without anything. 56. Fair Pyle, widely spread his fame. Am I not invigorated since thou hast existed as my son, and joyful to have known thee? 57. The best 3 men under heaven that guarded their habitation, Pile, and Selev, and Sanda. 58. A shield I gave to Pile, before he slept, was it not perforated? To promise it carelessly was to depreciate it. 59. Should Kimmery come, and the predatory host of Logar, and many from distant parts, Pile would show them conduct. 60. Nor Pile nor Madog would be long lived, if they preserved the custom. Would they surrender? They would not surrender, they would never ask for truce. 61. Behold here the grave of a faultless one and warlike, with the bards his fame went, where would not have gone, Pile, if longer he had continued. 62. Mean, and Madog, and Medel, valiant men, and brothers not refractory, Selev, Helin, Lar, and Liver. 63. The grave of Guel is in Rivavellin, the grave of Soil in Llangollen. Lar protects the pass of Lorraine. 64. The grave of Rudd, is it not covered with sods? The earth of Amart does not conceal the grave of Lingerlee, the son of Liwark. 65. Far from hence is Abelu, farther are the two Savedlos. Talon, thou hast repaid my tears today. 66. I have drunk wine from the goblet. He would rush forward against the lance-bearer, like the wings of the dawn were the gleamings of the spear of Duog. 67. I have repented of the time that I entreated that thou shouldst not have thy choice. It would have been generous to have life prolonged a month. 68. I know the voice of distress, when he descended into the Congress House, chief of men, a goblet of wine he deserved. H. Poems relating to Gwalog ap Linog. 34. Black Book of Carmarthen. 32. I on a fine night Pengethan heard the shout of a host, when he took a long leap, unless the ground be guarded he will not cease to, since Coagog is so rich as this in gold, close to the court of Gwalog I also shall be wealthy. 3. Accursed be the tree which pulled out his eye in his presence, Gwalog ob Linog, the ruler. IV. Accursed be the black tree that pulled out his eye from its place, Gwalog ob Linog, the chief of armies. The accursed be the white tree that pulled out his eye from his head, Gwalog ob Linog, the sovereign. 6. Accursed be the green tree that pulled out his eye when a youth, Gwalog ob Linog, the honorable. 31-35. Book of Taliesin. I in the name of the ruler of heaven, the mighty one, the supporter of his friends, shall keep possession of his towns. Splendid his princely spear, warlike king's spear scouting, he will defend the pleasant plain of Linog. The ruthless pushing shafts are broken, long they will experience the gratitude of Prydain. From the bush of Moa and Eden, 10 they would not take opposition, friendly the aid of Clayton, may I be satisfied. He supplied his fleet from spears until the shafts were heated, a coffin to every one his ambition. They cannot reckon the battles fought by Gwalog. Better is wild food than a she-bear, a battle in a Gavzin defense. Praise his active judgment caused, a battle in the region of Bretrawin with heat, 20 amperes great fire, limited is his vehemence, a battle, there was a rule of general benefit, a battle of trembling in Aaron, a battle in Ardunian and Aaron. Bring reproach to the youths, a battle in the wood of Bait at the close of the day, thou didst not think of thy foes, a battle in the presence of Mabon, he will not mention the contradiction of the saved. A battle in Gwenstory, and thou seduest Loger. 30 amperes darting of spears there is made, a battle in the marsh of Terra with the dawn, easily broken, was, the terrible arch, at the first littering of the word, of kings who were extinguished in the war, men with full intent to obtain cattle, he ardor and Hiviad and Gwalog, and Owen of Mon of Mealgonian quality, will lay the Peithwir prostrate, at the end of the wood of Cledafine, 40 from which there will be pierced corpses, and the ravens wandering about. In Prydain, in Eden, acknowledged, in Gaffrin, in the retreat of Brechinwalk, in energy, in exalted covering. He sees not a hero, who saw not Gwalog. 36. Book of Taliesin. 38. In the name of the ruler of the high powers of heaven, they sing of, they deplore the prince, he rejected uniform ranks of the rulers, of the hosts of Run and Nudden Withen. I will not praise contrary to the custom of the bards of the Brithen, wonderfully liberal of the knowledge of astrologers. One station of the complete songster, excellent of song, I ardently desire, I will sing to the Guladig, in the country where he was trembling. 10 He will not cause me to be unable to form the lay, it is difficult to utter odes, that will not be deficient to the Guladig that does not refuse, of looking at a heavy ode of sovereignty. In his life will not come the advantage of the grave, they will not be satisfied with the gratification of their lives, harder the torment of a liberal course, a multitude present beyond Prydain. Thy excessive care of the too sprightly is corrupted, let it be corrupted, he shall be cut to pieces, he shall be judged. 20 He will judge all, the supreme man, with his will as a judge, and let him be benefited, not the man that claims the mortuary, a youth violent that regrets the milky food, like the herald of Gwalog guiding on. Of a forbearing aspect is the countenance of Gwalog. He inquires of no one what he has done. Is he not my chief? Is there not sold to you thick mead in the end of summer? There will not increase save 6:30. Sweeter to thee is conversation from elders. Talkative is the privileged orator of King Ill, the luxuriant circle of the good mead. Like the sun, the warm animator of summer, let him sound the greatest song. I will sing the wise song, the song of the host of harmony. They will be, thou wilt be a druid in summer time, the aspect of the son of Lenog, with a flowing manly robe. Light, a robe of heat, vapor of heat, heat of vapor. Whilst it rose it was contained without disgrace. A sword will destroy the swordsman's horse. 40 His host will not break me to theft. The native country of a slave is not free to him. They will perforate the fronts of shields before the fronts of horses. From his steed of tumult, Moriel shall appear before the host fiercely impassioned. They shall pledge the rich plains from Caterclud to Catercaradog, the support of the land of Penpries and Gwalog, the king of the kings of tranquil aspect. Poems relating to Urine Reg. 37. Red Book of Hergest 17. I have freely greeted, I will freely greet, the familiar greeter of Urine Reg. May he diffuse his joy abroad. Gold and silver, how great their consumption and destruction, even, before they could come between the hands of the scatterer, who have caused loss and sorrow for horses daily. Senu his brother, dilatory in the conflict, was not skillful. Urine made retaliation for the dishonor of sin and the active. Ignominious was their execution. About Ervan, all uncovered precipice, there will come an army. 10 Selev has been captured. He was incensed for what was to come. It will fare worse with the free and the bond on their account. Blades will be reddened, through proud words for the fruit of their trees. The 4 men will maintain the place of 400, with the deepest water. I would bless the corrupt in the enclosure on their account, and whoever obtains it, may he be blessed forever. There will be follow loss from confiding in the claimant, and hands without thumbs, and blades on the flesh, and a poor muster. Puerile age will not be harmonious in the distraction. There will be no fellowship, nor confidence in any toward others. 20 Amperes dragon from Gwynedd of precipitous lands and gentle towns, to the Logrians will go, when the report of him will spread abroad. Stonework will be broken, with terrible destruction, in the encounter, and more will be lost than spared of the Gwendodians. From mutual counseling, there will be means of deliverance by sea and land. There will arise from concealment a man that will be a blessing to the Gwendodians, and the Brythian, though a remnant, will be victorious over the ungentle multitude. There will come a time when song will not be cherished, nor will it be elaborate. The ruler will love wealth, and one sister will be bearish to another. Killing and drowning from Ellery as far as Chwilvanad. 30 A conquering and unmerciful one will triumph. Small will be his army in returning from the action of Wednesday. A bear from the south will arise, meet the Logrians, and kill vast numbers of Powasians. The affair of Korsvokno, he that will escape from it will be fortunate. There will be 12 women, and no wonder, for one man. The age of youth will fare unbecomingly worse. After the tumultuous extermination, a bearded man in 100 will not be a warrior. Urine of Reged, generous he is, and will be, and has been since Adam. 40 He, proud in the hall, has the most wide-spreading sword among the 13 kings of the north. Do I know his name? Aneirin the poet with the flowing song, I being Taliesin, from the borders of the lake of Gerionite, may I not, when old, support my sore necessity, if I praise not Urine. Amen. 38. Book of Taliesin 31 The men of Catrith arose with the dawn, about the Guladig, of work a profitable merchant. This Urine, without mockery is his regret. He sustains the sovereignty in its demands. Warlike, the grandeur of a perfect prince of baptism. The men of Prydain hurtful in battle array, administered, continuously offerers of battle. Protected neither the field nor woods the people with shelter. When tribulation comes 10 like the wave loud roaring over the beach, I saw valiant men in battle array, and after the morning, battle mangled flesh, I saw a tumult of 3 limits slain. A shout active in front was heard. In defending Winistrid was seen a mound and slanting ground obstructing. In the pass of the ford I saw men gory tinted, dropping their arms before the pallid miserable ones. They join in peace as they were losers. 20 Hand on the cross they wail on the gravel bank of Garin Winayan. The tribes revel over the rising wave. The billows protect the hair of their captors. I saw men of splendid progress with blood that blotted on the garments, toiling energetically and incessantly in battle, the covering battle, where there was no flight, when drive, the ruler of Reged. I am astonished at what was dared. I saw a brow covered with rage on Urine, when he furiously attacked his foes at the white stone 30 of Galistum. His rage was a blade, the bucklered men were sustained in need. May a desire of battle come on you, Irwin, and until I fail in old age, in the sore necessity of death, may I not be smiling, if I praise not Urine. 39, Book of Taliesin. 32 Urine of the cultivated plain, the most generous man of baptism. Abundance has been given to the men of earth, as it has been gathered, it has been scattered. Joyful the bards of baptism whilst thy life continues. There is greater joy 10 for the high-famed, and liberal of praise. It is greater glory, that Urine and his children should exist, and he especially the supreme Guledig. In a distant city, a principal pilgrim, the Logrians know him, when they converse. Death they had, 20 in frequent vexation, burning their homesteads, and drawing their coverings, and loss, and great incomprehension, without obtaining deliverance from Urine. Reg, the protector of Reged, the praise of Ire, the anchor of the country. My inclination is on thee, 30 of every hearing, heavy thy spear throwing, when the battle is heard, when they resort to battle, a smarting is made, fire in houses before day, before the sovereign of the cultivated plain, the most fair cultivated plain, and its most generous men. The Angles are accustomed to be without homage. 40 From most valiant king, a most valiant progeny, thine is the best, of those who have been, or will be, there is not thy match. When he is looked upon, very great is the terror. It is usual to look for him, for an active king, around him a modest demeanor. 50 In the varied multitude, the splendid prince of the north, the choicest of princess, and when I fail in age, in the sore necessity of death, may I not be smiling, if I praise not Urine. XL, Book of Taliesin. 33 In rest, a song I kept, respect and plenty in mead I possessed. I possessed mead, his triumph, and fair lands, a great wonder, and golden hour, 10 an hour and treasure, and plenty and esteem, and giving a desire of giving it, to encourage me. He slays, he plagues, he cherishes, he honors, he cherishes, he slays. Before him 20 presents was given to the bards of the world. Ever certainly to thee they say according to thy will. God hath caused to thee the shoulder of kings against despicable fear, incitement of battle, the protection of a country. 30 The country protected battle of incitement usual about thee, the tumult of capering, the capering of tumult and drinking of ale, ale for the drinking, and a fair homestead, and beautiful clothing, to me has been extended. 40 The lofty Wivened, and requests open, in one dwell great and little. Taliesin's song thou comfortest it, thou art the best of those that have heard his vehement animosities. I also will praise 50 thy deeds, and until I fail in old age, in the sore necessity of death, may I not be smiling if I praise not Urine. XLI, Book of Taliesin. 34 In 1 year one that provides wine and bounty and mead, and manliness without enmity, and a musician excelling, with a swarm of spears about him, with ribbons at their heads, and their fair appearances. Every one went from his presence. 10 They came into the conflict, and his horse under him, purposing the affair of Mina, and more harmony, advantage flowing about his hand. 8 Score of one color of calves and cows, milch cows and oxen, and every fair need. I should not be joyful 20 if Urine were slain. He is dear before he went, a Saxon shivering, trembling, with hair whitewashed, and a bier his destiny, with a bloody face. For the blood of man a little protected, and a man of the entrenchment persevering, whose wife is a widow. Mine is the wine of the prince. 30 Mine is the wine of frequent parties, my chance, my aid, my head, since the rising up will not cause a striking fronting one another. Porter, listen, what is the noise? Is it the earth that quakes, or is it the sea that swells, whitened, clinging together, against the infantry? If there is a cry on the hill, is it not Urine that terrifies? 40 If there is a cry in the valley, is it not Urine that pierces? If there is a cry in the mountain, is it not Urine that conquers? If there is a cry on the slope, is it not Urine that wounds? If there is a sigh on the dike, is it not Urine that is active? A cry of a journey over the plain, a cry in every meandering vale. 50 Nor will one's knees or to protect from death. He would not be on famine with spoils surrounding him, over querulous, trailing, of a blue tint, like death was his spear, killing his enemy, and until I fail in old age, in the sore necessity of death, may I not be smiling. 60 If I praise not Urine. 42 Book of Taliesin. 36 Extol the career of the kings of Reg. Was I not an expense to thee, though I am thine? They brandish the blade of battle, and spears of battle, men brandish under the round shield, like white gulls trampled. It was not fail fought. A false king is not good. The Guledig will prepare himself against contusions. He will not drive the business of those that seek him. We shall have a nimble horseman, of Guirian's fame, 10 A leader of fair promise, wise as done. until Ulf came with violence on his enemies, until Urin came in the day to Aeron. He was not an aggressor, there appeared not the uplifted front of Urin before Powys, was not easily treated the heat of the compact elf the tribes, Hived and Goddardin and the Lion Prince, bold in patience, and journey of joint summons, without pollution he drew blood in his veins, he, that saw Wyvenid humbly will tremble. 20 Ampere's conspicuous banner in the second place, a battle in the fort of Alclad, a battle at the Inver, the battle of Cellar Bruin, the battle of Hyrrer, a battle in the underwood of Cadlu, a battle in Aberyd, he interposes with a steel loud and great, the battle of Cludveen, the affair of the head of the wood, a tribe attracted of dogs to a plenitude of blood. To destroy supreme felicity is the aim of the Angles, a hostile crew, ruddy stained from the conflict with Elf at the ford. 30 Better is born the Guladig, forward was born his lord, Prydane's chief proprietor, Harmonious his lord, he better not close, either blue or grey, or red or green, he will not honor the ground, he placed not his thigh over Moel Melor, on horses of the speckled race of Morgreediawel, summer until winter, and gently in hand, on ford, and course exercising them, and a guest under songs and exalting oneself, and until the end of the world was perceived the band 40 they arrange, they sweep about chainless for an image, uncowardly about lights did I not mangle, I strove against the fall of spears on shoulders, shield in hand, go to and reg protecting, did I not see a man folding cattle, a serpent of enchantment, a comely trampler of the ground, do I not know in war wherein he was lost, and how much I lose by his perishing? I shall not be extremely angry to possess mead liquor. From the heroic Hived, of hospitable course 50 wit not I that was permitted, to have, shelter of the battle, my kings were broken off from cheerful graces, shelter of the country good to the oppressed, and until I fail in age, in the sore necessity of death, may I not be smiling, if I praise not Urin. 43, the satisfaction of Urin. Book of Taliesin 29 The lion will be most implacable, I will not deplore him, Urin I will approach, to him I will sing, when will come my surety, I shall obtain admission, of the very best part, under the flow of melody, it concerns me not much, 10 The everlasting lineage which I see, I will not go to them, I will not be with them, I will not address the north and the kings of the plain, though there should be for many that I should see a mutual pledging. I have no need of affection, Urin will not refuse me the lands of Wyvenid, mine is their wealth, 20 Mine are the festivals, mine is the produce, mine are the metals, and its rich productions, meat out of buffalo horns and good in abundance, from the best prince, the most generous that has been heard of, the chiefs of every language, to thee are all captive. 30 For thee there will be lamentation when thy death is certain, though I should have preferred him after being benefited, I would grow old, there was not one that I loved better, of those that I knew before. At times I see the amount of what I shall have, except to God supreme, I will not renounce thy royal sons, 40 The most generous of men, their spears shall resound in the land of their enemies, and until I fail in old age, in the sore necessity of death, may I not be smiling, if I praise not Urin. 44, The spoils of Taliesin, a song to Urin. Book of Taliesin 27 In manliness he will greet my trouble, should I be bled, I should evidently get better, truly I saw, no one before, who saw not in me every indisposition, he will cultivate his business. I saw it feeding about a lion for plants, I saw leaves of luxuriant growth, I saw a branch with equal blossoms, did I not see a prince, most liberal his customs, I saw the ruler of Catrith beyond the plains 10 Be my oak, i.e. prince, the gleaming spirit, i.e. lightning, of the Cymry, the value of my cry great will be its advantage to degrees, the chief of men, shield of warriors, the extensive booty of the ashen shaft is my fair Adwan, a shield before a prince, bright his smile, heroic, aspiring, the most heroic is Urin, a merchant will not oppose me, tumultuous the slothful one, brightly shines the blue of the enameled covering, prolific and highly exalted every one, a step without scale on the side of the watery fronts of the Mordai, a chief excessively active to us, he will come and thou will 20 active the yellow-grey one in the hall, full of people, a protector in Arrow. Great his energy, his poets, and his musicians, very fierce his zeal against his enemies, may great strength of men be connected with Britain, like the wheeling of a fiery meteor over the earth, like a wave that governs Wyvenid, like the harmonious ode of Gwyn and Gwithan, like more the greatly courteous is Urin, in his early career an intrepid hero, 30 He is such a ruler of kings as dire, he is one, i.e. unequaled, as a chaser of the swift horses of the multitude, in the beginning of May in Powys, in battle array, he is one, coming when he visits his people, eagle of the land, extensive thy glance, I would have requested an active courser of vigorous trot, the price of the spoil of Taliesin, One is the violent course on the bottom and the summit, one is the gift of a baron to a lord, one is the herd of stags in their flight, 41 is the wolf Nogavitus of Broom, one is the country where a son is born, and of one form and one sound is the battle place of warriors. Of one sound they will evilly yoke and sinew and Nudheel, and an extensive country under him, and if I obtain for myself a smile, he will make the bards ever joyful. Before that I could wish dead the sons of Gwydon. May the happy country of Urine be filled with blood. 45. Red Book of Hergest 12. I let the furious unwatch lead me unto the front of the mutual conflict. 'Tis better to be killed than parley on terms. 2. Let the furious unwatch lead me on. It was said in the pass of Lech, Dunod the son of Pabo will not lurk. 3. Let the furious unwatch lead me on. Like the sullen agitation of the sea was the war-expanding tumult of Urine with the ardent grasp. IV. The eagle of Gal, unwatch, bold and generous, wrathful in war, sure of conquest, was Urine with the ardent grasp. V. The eagle of Gal, unwatch, the possessor of the energetic soul, the cell of the sea of smooth inlets with green surface. 6. A head I bear by my side, that has been in the salter between two hosts, the magnanimous son of Sinvark was its possessor. 7. A head I bear by my side, the head of Urine, the mild leader of his army, and on his white bosom the sable raven is perched. 8. A head I bear in my shirt, the head of Urine who governed a court in mildness, and on his white bosom the sable raven gluts. 9. A head I bear in my hand, he that was a soaring eagle, whose like will not be had, his princely breast is assailed by the devourer. X. A head I bear by the side of my thigh, that was the shield of his country, that was a wheel in battle, that was a ready sword in his country's battles. Xi. A head I bear on my sword, better his being alive than that he should go to the grave, he was a castle for old age. 12. A head I bear from the bordering land of Penog, wide extended was his warfare, Urine the eloquent, whose fame went far. 13. A head I bear on my shoulder, that would not bring on me disgrace, woe to my hand that my lord is slain. 14. A head I bear on my arm, he that overcame the land of Brynech, but after being a hero, now on the hearse. 15. A head I bear in the grasp of my hand, of a chief that mildly governed a country, the head, the most powerful pillar of Prydain. 16. A head I bear that supported me, is there any known but he welcomed? Woe my hand, gone has been it sustained me. 17. A head I bear from the ring, with his lips foaming with blood, woe to Reg from this day. 18. My arm has not flagged, my bosom is greatly troubled, ah, my heart, is it not broken? A head I bear that was my support. 19. The delicate white corpse will be covered today, under earth and stones, woe my hand, that the father of a wine is slain. XX. The delicate white corpse will be covered today, amidst earth and oak, woe my hand, that my cousin is slain. 21. The delicate white corpse will be covered tonight, under stones let it be left, woe my hand, what a step has fate decreed me. 22. The delicate white corpse will be covered tonight amidst earth and green sods, woe my hand, that the son of Sinvark is slain. 23. The delicate white corpse will be covered today under the green sward and the tumulus, woe my hand, that my lord is slain. 24. The delicate white corpse will be covered today, under earth and sand, woe my hand, the step that is decreed to me. 25. The delicate white corpse will be covered today under earth and nettles, woe my hand, that such a step could have happened to me. 26. The delicate white corpse will be covered today under earth and blue stones, woe my hand, the step that has befallen me. 27. A master feat of the world the brother has been in pursuit of, for the horns of the buffalo, for a festive goblet he was the depredator with the hounds in the covert of Reged. 28. A master feat of the world the brother has eagerly sought, for the equivocal horn of the buffalo, he was the chaser with the hounds with the men of Reged. 29. Yurtle will be joyless this night, and multitudes will be so. Besides, in Aberlou has Urine been slain. XXX. Yurtle will be sorrowful from the tribulation of this night, and from the fate that is to me befallen, that her brother should be slain at Aberlou. 31. On Friday I saw great anxiety among the hosts of baptism, like a swarm without a hive, bold in despair. 32. Were there not given to me by Run, greatly fond of war, 100 swarms and 100 shields? But one swarm was better far than all. 33. Were there not given to me by Run, the famous chief, Acantrev, and 100 oxen? But one gift was better far than those. 34. In the lifetime of Run, the peaceless ranger, the unjust will wallow in dangers, may there be irons on the steeds of Rapin. 35. The extreme I know of my trouble, is what all will hear in every season of warfare, no one can charge me with anything. 36. Dunod, the leading horseman, would drive onward, intent upon making a corpse, against the onset of a wine. 37. Dunod, the chief of the age, would drive onward, intent upon making battle, against the conflict of Pasgen 38. Gwalog, the horseman of tumult, would drive onward, intent upon trying the sharpest edge, against the conflict of Elfin 39. Bran, the son of Melair, would drive onward, collecting men to burn my ovens, a wolf that looked grimly by the banks of Abers. XL. Morgan and his men would drive onward, collecting a host to burn my lands. He was a mouse that scratched against a rock. XLI. I pushed onward when Elgno was slain. The blade which Pyle brandished would gleam terribly, if tents were pitched in his country. 42. A second time I saw, after a conflict, a golden shield on the shoulder of Urine. A second to him there was Elgno hen. 43. Upon the resolution there came a failing from the dread of a furious horseman. Will there be another compared with Urine? 44. Decapitated is my lord, his opponents are powerful, warriors will not love his enemies, many sovereigns has he consumed. 45. The ardent disposition of Urine, it is sadness to me, there is commotion in every region, in pursuit of love and Logdivra. 46. Gentle gate, thou art heard afar, there is scarcely another deserving praise, since Urine is no more. 47. Many a hunting dog and fine-grown hawk have been trained on its flow, before Erlean became desolate. 48. This hearth, deserted by the shout of war, Morton genial on its floor would have been the mead, and loquacious drinkers. 49. This hearth, will not nettles cover it? While its defender lived, Morton genial to it were those who made requests. This hearth, will it not be covered by the green sword? In the lifetime of Owain and Elfin, its cauldron boiled the prey. 51. This hearth, will it not be covered with musty fingers? Morton genial around its viand would have been the gashing sword of the dauntless. 52. This hearth, will not the slender brambles cover it? Burning wood used to be on it, which Reg was accustomed to give. 53. This hearth, will not thorns cover it? Morton genial on it would have been the mixed group of out in social retinue. 54. This hearth, will it not be covered over by the ants? More accustomed it was to bright torches, and harmless festivities. 55. This hearth, will it not be covered with dock leaves? Morton genial on its floor would have been the mead, and loquacious drinkers. 56. This hearth, will it not be turned up by the swine? Morton genial to it would have been the joy of men, and the circling horns of banquet. 57. This hearth, will it not be scratched up by the fowl? One would not approach it in the lifetime of Owain and Urine. 58. This buttress, and that one there, Morton genial around them would have been the joy of a host, and the tread of a minstrel. J. Poems relating to Urine and his son Owen. 46. Book of Taliesin 18. A rumor has come to Met from Colchvanad, a disgrace in the south country, a praiseworthy pillage, and he will give to a lion the fierceness of his baptism, full is his strath of joyful produce. The people are satiated with warfare, the strangers are satiated, a battle of encroachment, during the excessive heat of the country, a wonder of Kimry that related, let the cattle of the son of Ivno come to dive, and let no one dare not to come 10 to pay 100 cows. I will give 1 calf, the slaughter of thy foes about thy country, like fire it heats a vapor where it happens to be. When we made an expedition to the land of Gwydno, there was a corpse delicately fair between the gravel and the pebbles on the bank. When he returned in the autumn from the country of Clydesman, the cow did not low to her calf. We'll greet Mabon from another country, a battle, when Owain defends the cattle of his country, a battle in the fort of Alclad, a battle in the Gwen, 20 amperes battle, in conjunction of Demiltonum, a battle against Rodois of snowy white aspect, brandishing of spears in black, and bright sheets, a battle on this side of the gleaming guiding heart of oak, a shield in hand, the camp trembling, saw Mabon on the fair portion of Riedel, against the kine of Reg they engaged, if they had wings they would have flown, against Mabon without corpses they would not go, meeting, they descend and commence the battle. 30. The country of Mabon is pierced with destructive slaughter, when Owain descends for the kine of his father, there broke out lime, and wax, and hawthorn. Is it not fair prey for any one to take a bulb count, support each other against men with ruddy spears? Against the four-way spreading conflagration, against the mighty rising, against gore on flesh, against the dismal straining, a rumor came to me, 40 from the bright lands of the south, splendid and liberal chiefs declare that thou shalt not be addressed by vulgar ones, about the fort of the boundary, about the alders as battle places. When was caused the battle of the king, sovereign, prince, very wild will the kine be before Mabon, from the meeting of Gurgun, the resting place of the corpses of some was in run, there was joy, there will be for ravens, loud the talk of men after 50 battle, escape not the shield of Owain, with notched shield and opposing in battle tumult, cattle would not run about without crimson faces, crimson were the kine of Bender, and great his grace, gore surrounding the top of his head, and a white face conspicuous. The gasping, the golden saddle, was drenched in gore. As to its appearance, the Guanchans praise the booty. The booty was extended, the booty in front of the eager battle of the eager strangers, a booty of heads with forked branches. On the shield 60 awfully the blades are falling about the head, a battle in front of Owain. Great, great his rage, a fine day, they fell, men, defending their country. There rested the extreme impelling advantage of their father. 47. The affair of Argoed Llwyfain. Book of Taliesin 35. In the morning of Saturday there was a great battle. From when the sun rose until it gained its height, Llanddwyn hastened in 4 hosts Godu and Reg to overwhelm. They extended from Argoed to Arvenid. They retained not life during one day. Llanddwyn called out again, of great impetuosity, will they give hostages? Are they ready? Owen answered, let the gashing appear. 10 They will not give. They are not ready. And Senu, son of Cole, would be an irritated lion before he would give a hostage to anyone. Urien called out again, the lord of the cultivated region, if there be a meeting for kindred, let us raise a banner above the mountain, and advance our persons over the border, and let us raise our spears over the heads of men, and rush upon Llanddwyn and his army, and slaughter with him and his followers 20. And because of the affair of Argoed Llwyfain, there was many a corpse. The ravens were read from the warring of men, and the common people hurried with the tidings. And I will divine a year that I am not increasing, and until I fail in old age, in the sore necessity of death, may I not be smiling, if I praise not Urien. 48. The Death Song of Owain. Book of Taliesin 44. Text, Volume 2 p. 199. Notes, Volume 2 page 417. The soul of Owain son of Urien, may its lord consider its need. The chief of Reged, the heavy sword conceals him. His knowledge was not shallow. A low cell contains the renowned protector of bards. The wings of dawn were the flowing of his lances. For there will not be found a match for the chief of the glittering west, the reaper of the tenacious foes, the offspring of his father and grandfather. When Llanddwyn killed Owain, there was not one greater than he sleeping. A wide number of Loegr went to sleep with light in their eyes, and those that fled not instantly were beyond necessity. Owain valiantly chastised them, like a pack of wolves pursuing sheep. 10 Ampere's worthy man, upon his many-colored trappings, he would give horses to those that asked. Well, he hoarded hard money, it was not shared for his soul, the soul of Owain, son of Urien. K. Poems relating to the Battle of Argoed. 49. Black Book of Carmarthen. How sad with me, how sad, have Sedwiv and Cadvan perished? Glaring and tumultuous was the slaughter, perforated was the shield from Trerwyd. Taliesin 2. It was Maelgwn that I saw combating, his household before the tumult of the host is not silent. Myrddin 3. Before 2 men in Nevter will they land, before Erith and Gurth on a pale white horse, the slender bay they will undoubtedly bear away. Soon will his retinue be seen with Elgin, Alice for his death. A great journey they came, Taliesin, IV, Rhys, the one-toothed, a span was his shield, even to thee has complete prosperity come. Cinder has been slain, beyond measure they deplore, men that were generous while they lived have been slain. 3 men of note, whose esteem was great with Elgin, Myrddin, thee through and through, in excess and excess they came, from yonder and yonder there came to me Bran and Melgan, slay, in their last conflict, Dingwall the son of Urban, and his men, they did. Taliesin 6. The host of Maelgwn, it was fortunate that they came, slaughtering men of battle, penetrating the gory plain, even the action of Ardored, when there will be a crisis, continually for the hero they will prepare. Myrddin 7. A host of flying darts, reeking will be the gory plain, a host of warriors, vigorous and active will they be, a host, when wounds will be given, a host, when flight will take place, a host, when they will return to the combat. Taliesin 8. The 7 sons of Elifer, 7 heroes when put to proof, they will not avoid 7 spears in their 7 divisions. Myrddin 9. 7 blazing fires, 7 opposing armies, the 7th Sinvalin in every foremost place. Taliesin, X 7 thrusting spears, 7 rivers full of the blood of chieftains will they fill. Myrddin, Zai, 7 scored generous ones have gone to the shades, in the wood of Silidin they came to their end. Since I, Myrddin, am next after Taliesin, let my prediction become common. Black Book of Carmarthen 17. I sweet apple tree of delightful branches, budding luxuriantly, and shooting forth renowned science. I will predict before the owner of Macru, that in the valley of Matchai on Wednesday there will be blood, joy to Loegr of the blood-red blades. Rear, O little pig, there will come on Thursday joy to the Cymry of mighty battles, in their defense of Simonod, with their incessant sword thrusts. On the Saxons there will be a slaughter with ashen spears, and their heads will be used as balls to play with. I prophesy truth without disguise, the elevation of a child in a secluded part of the south too. Sweet apple tree, a green tree of luxurious growth, how large are its branches, and beautiful its form, and I will predict a battle that will make me shriek at Benguern. In the sovereign feast, meat is appropriate. 32-3, sweet apple tree, and a yellow tree, grow at Dollard, without a garden surrounding it, and I will predict a battle in Pryden, in defense of their frontier against the men of Dublin. 7 ships will come over the wide lake, and 700 over the sea to conquer. Of those that come, none will go to Senan, except 7 half-empty ones, according to the prediction. IV, sweet apple tree that luxuriantly grows, food I used to take at base to please a fair maid, when, with my shield on my shoulder, and my sword on my thigh, I slept all alone in the woods of Silodon. Here, O little pig, now ply thyself to reason, and listen to birds whose notes are pleasant. Sovereigns across the sea will come on Monday, blessed will the Cymry be, from that design. The sweet apple tree that grows in the glade, their vehemence will conceal it from the lords of Rydurch. Trodden it is around its base, and men are about it. Terrible to them were heroic forms. Gwendid loves me not, greets me not. I am hated by the firmest minister of Rydurch. I have ruined his son and his daughter. Death takes all away. Why does he not visit me? For after Gwendolen no princess honor me. I am not soothed with diversion. I am not visited by the fair. Yet in the battle of Ardred golden was my torques, though I am now despised by her who is of the color of swan 6. Sweet apple tree of delicate bloom, that grows in concealment in the woods. At break of day the tale was told me, that the firmest minister is offended at my creed, twice, thrice, 4 times, in one day. O Jesus, would that my end had come before the death of the son of Gwendid happen on my hand. 7. Sweet apple tree, which grows by the riverside. With respect to it, the keeper will not thrive on its splendid fruit. While my reason was not aberrant, I used to be around its stem with a fair sportive maid, a barrowgund of slender form. 10 years and 40, as the toy of lawless ones, have I been wandering in gloom and among sprites. After wealth and abundance and entertaining minstrels, I have been here so long that it is useless for gloom and sprites to lead me astray. I will not sleep, but tremble on account of my leader, my lord Gwendolen, and those who are natives of my country. After suffering disease and longing grief about the words of Silodon, may I become a blessed servant of the sovereign of splendid retinues. 8. Sweet apple tree of delicate blossoms, which grows in the soil amid the trees. The Sibyl foretells a tale that will come to pass. A golden rod of great value, will, for bravery, be given to glorious chiefs before the dragons. The diffuser of grace will vanquish the profane man. Before the child, bold as the sun in his courses, Saxons shall be eradicated, and bards shall flourish. 9. Sweet apple tree, and a tree of crimson hue, which grow in concealment in the wood of Silodon. Though sought for their fruit, it will be in vain, until Cadwallader comes from the conference of Cadfaeon, to the eagle of Tywee and Tiwi rivers, and until fierce anguish comes from Erin Winion, and the wild and long-haired ones are made tame. X sweet apple tree, and a tree of crimson hue, which grow in concealment in the wood of Silodon. Though sought for their fruit, it will be in vain, until Cadwallader comes from the conference of Rydrion, and Sinan to meet him advances upon the Saxons. The Cymry will be victorious, glorious will be their leader, all shall have their rights, and the Britain will rejoice, sounding the horns of gladness, and chanting the song of peace and happiness. L. The Gododin Poems. 51. Book of Aneirin. I. This the Gododin. Aneirin composed iti of manly disposition was the youth. Valor had he in the tumult. Fleet thick-maned chargers were under the thigh of the illustrious youth. A shield, light and broad, was on the slender swift flank, a sword, blue and bright, golden spurs, and ermine. It is not by me that hatred shall be shown to thee. I will do better towards thee, to celebrate thee in poetic eulogy. Sooner hadst thou gone to the bloody bier than to the nuptial feast. Sooner hadst thou gone to be food for ravens than to the conflict of spears. Thou beloved friend of Owain, wrong it is that he should be under ravens. It is evident in what region the only son of Mara was killed too. Ceog, the leader, wherever he came, breathless in the presence of a maid would he distribute the mead. The front of his shield was pierced. When he heard the shout of battle, he would give no quarter wherever he pursued. He would not retreat from the combat, until he caused blood to stream. Like rushes would he hew down the men who would not yield. The Gododin does not relate, in the land of Mordai, before the tents of Madog, when he returned, of but 1 man in 100 that came back 3. Ceog, the combatant, the stay of his country, whose attack is like the rush of the eagle into the sea. When allured by his prey, he formed a compact. His signal was observed. better was his resolution performed. He retreated not before the host of Gardin. At the close of day, with confidence he pressed upon the conflict of Menard, and regarded neither spear nor shield. There is not to be found a habitation that abounded in dainties, that has been kept from the attack of the warriors. IV. Keogh, the leader, the wolf of the strand, amber wreaths encircled his brow, precious was the amber, worth wine from the horn. He repelled the violence of ignoble men, and blood trickled down, for Gwynedd and the north would have come to his share, by the advice of the son of Ysgerin, who wore the broken shield. V. Keogh, the leader, armed was he in the noisy conflict, his was the foremost part of the advanced division, in front of the hosts. Before his blades fell 5 battalions, of the men of Dever and Brenage, uttering groans. 200 perished in 1 hour. Sooner did his flesh go to the wolf, than he to the nuptial feast. He sooner became food for the raven, than approached the altar. Before he entered the conflict of spears, his blood streamed to the ground. It was the price of mead in the hall, amidst the throng. Hyvid here shall be celebrated as long as there will be a minstrel 6. The men went to Gawdin with laughter and sprightliness. Bitter were they in the battle, displaying their blades. A short year they remained in peace. The son of Budget, by the energy of his hand, caused a throbbing. Though they went to churches to do penance, the old, and the young, and the bold-handed, the inevitable strife of death was to pierce them. 7. The men went to Gawdin, laughing as they moved. A gloomy disaster befell their army. Thou slayest them with blades, without much noise. Thou, powerful pillar of living right, causest stillness. 8. The men went to Catrith. Loquacious was their host, fresh mead was their feast, and also their poison. 300 were contending with weapons, and after sportive mirth, stillness ensued. Though they went to churches to do penance, the inevitable strife of death was to pierce them. 9. The men went to Catrith, fed with mead, and drunk, firm and vigorous. It were wrong if I neglected to praise them. Around the red, mighty, and murky blades obstinately and fiercely fought the dogs of war. If I had judged you to be on the side of the tribe of Brenage, not the phantom of a man would I have left alive. A friend I have lost, myself being unhurt. He openly opposed the terrible chief. The magnanimous hero did not seek the dowry of his father-in-law, the son of Keane of Mingwingwin. The men went to Catrith with the dawn. They dealt peaceably with those who feared them. 100,300 engaged in mutual overthrow. Drenched in gore they served as butts for lances. Their post they most manfully defended before the retinue of Mynadog Mwynfer. Zia. The men went to Catrith with the dawn, regretted their absence and their disposition. Mead they drank, yellow, sweet, and snaring. In that year many a minstrel fell. Redder were their swords than their plumes. Their blades were white as lime, their helmets split into 4 parts. Before the retinue of Mynadog Mwynfer. 12. The men went to Catrith with the day. Have not the best of battles their disgrace? They made beers a matter of necessity, with blades full of vigor in defense of baptism. This is best before the alliance of kindred. Exceedingly great was the bloodshed and death, of which they were the cause, before the army of Gawdin, when the day occurred. Is not a double quantity of discretion the best strengthener of a hero? 13. The man went to Catrith with the day. Truly he quaffed the foaming mead on serene nights. He was unlucky, though proverbially fortunate. His mission, through ambition, was that of a destroyer. There hastened not to Catrith a chief so magnificent as to his design on the standard. Never was there such a host from the fort of Eden, that would scatter abroad the mounted ravagers. Tudwilch here, near his land and towns, slaughtered the Saxons for 7 days. His valor remained until he was overpowered, and his memory will remain among his fair associates. When Tudwilch, the supporter of the land, arrived, the station of the son of Silig became a plain of blood. 14. The man went to Catrith with the dawn. To them were their shields at protection. Blood they sought. The gleamers assembled. Simultaneously, like thunder, arose the din of shields. The man of envy, the deserter, and the base, he would tear and pierce with pikes. From an elevated position, he slew, with a blade, in iron affliction, a steel-clad commander. He subdued in morte those that owed him homage. Before Ufg armies groan. 15. Of the battle of Catrith, when it shall be related, the people will utter sighs. Long has been their sorrow. There will be a dominion without a sovereign, and a murky land. The sons of Godibog, an upright clan, bore, streaming, long beers. Sad was the fate, just the necessity, decreed to Tudwilch and Sivulch here. Together they drank the clear mead by the light of the rushes. Though pleasant to the taste, its painfulness lasted long. 16. Before Echiching, the splendid cower, he shouted. Young and forward men followed him. Before, on the blood with a horn was poured out in the joyful morday. Before, his drink would be braggot. Before, gold and rich purple he would display. Before, high, Fed horses would bear him safe away. Grithlev and he, when he poured out the liquor, before, he would raise the shout, and there would be a profitable diminution. He was a bear in his march, always unwilling to skulk. 17. And now the early leader, the sun is ascending, the sovereign from which emanates universal light. In the heaven of the Isle of Prydain, direful was the flight before the shaking of the shield in the direction of the victor. Bright was the horn in the hall of Eden. With pomp was he invited to the feast of the intoxicating mead. He drank a beverage of wine at the meeting of the reapers. He drank transparent wine, with a daring purpose. The reapers sang of war, war with the shining wing. The minstrel sang of war, of harnessed war, of winged war. No shield was unexpanded in the conflict of spears. Of equal eye they fell in the struggle of battle. Unshaken in the tumult, without dishonor nor did he retaliate. His will had to be conciliated ere became a green sword. The grave of Greveling the Great. 18. Qualities they will honor. 3 forward, chiefs or bands, of Novant, a battalion of 500, 3 chiefs and 300. There are 3 knights of battle, from Eden, arrayed in golden armor, 3 lorcated hosts, 3 kings wearing the golden torques, 3 bold knights, 3 equal battles, 3 of the same order, mutually jealous. Bitterly would they chase the foe, 3 dreadful in the conflict, lions, that would kill dead as lead. There was in the war a collection of gold. 3 sovereigns of the people came from the Brithen, Sinri and Senan and Sinrain from Aeron, to greet with ashen lances. The Devere distillers came there from the Brithen, a better man than Senan, a serpent to his sullen foe. 19. I drank meat and wine in Morday. Great was the quantity of spears in the assembly of the warriors. He prepared food for the eagle. When Citadel sallied forth, he raised a shout with the green dawn, and dealt out tribulation. Splintered shields about the ground he left, with darts of awful tearing did he hew down. In the battle, the foremost in the van the son of Simno wounded, the astronomer knew it, he who sold his life, in the face of warning, with sharpened blades committed slaughter, but he himself was slain by crosses and spears. According to the compact, he meditated an attack, and admired a pile of carcasses of gallant men of toil, whom in the upper part of Gwynedd he pierced. XX. I drank wine and mead in Morday, and because I drank, I fell by the side of the rampart. The fate of Allurement, Colwood the brave was not without ambition. When all fell, thou didst also fall. Thus, when the issue comes, it were well if thou hadst not sinned. Present, it was related, was a person of a daring arm. 21. The men went to Catrith. They were renowned. Wine and mead from golden cups was their beverage. That year was to them of exalted solemnity. 3 warriors and 300, wearing the golden torques, of those who hurried forth after the excess of reveling, but 3 escaped by the prowess of the gashing sword, the 2 war dogs of Aeron, and Senan the dauntless, and myself from the spilling of my blood, the reward of my sacred song. 22. My friend in real distress, we should have been by none disturbed, had not the white commander led forth his army. We should not have been separated in the hall from the banquet of mead, had he not laid waste our convenient position. He who is base in the field, is base on the hearth. Truly the Goddardin relates that after the gashing assault, there was none more ardent than Livu. 23. Scattered, broken, of motionless form, is the weapon, to which it was highly congenial to prostrate the horde of the Logrians. Shields were strewn in the entrance, shields in the battle of lances. He reduced men to ashes, and made women widows. Before his death, Grade, the son of Hoaji, with spears, he caused the effusion of blood. 24. Adon was the hero of the 2 shields whose front was variegated, and motion like that of a war steed. There was tumult in the mount of slaughter, there was fire, impetuous were the lances, there was sunshine, there was food for ravens, for the raven there was profit, and before he would let them go free, with the morning dew, like the eagle in his pleasant course, he scattered them on either side as they advanced forward. The bards of the world will pronounce an opinion on men of valor. No ransom would avail those whom his standard pursued. The spears in the hands of the warriors were causing devastation, and air was interred under his horses. One who had been energetic in his commands, his blood had thoroughly washed his armor. Budvan, the son of Bleedvan the Bold. 25. It were wrong to leave him without a memorial, a great wrong. He would not leave an open gap through cowardice. The benefit of the minstrels of Prydain never quitted his court. On the calends of January, according to his design, his land was not plowed, since it lay waste. He was a mighty dragon of indignant disposition, a commander in the bloody field after the banquet or wine. Gwenabui, the son of Gwen, of the strife of Catrith. 26. True it was, as songs relate, no one steed overtook Marklew. The lances of the commander from his prancing horse strewed a thick path, as he was reared to bring slaughter and support. Furious was the stroke of his protecting sword. Ashen shafts were scattered from the grasp of his hand. From the stony pile, he delighted to spread destruction. He would slaughter with a variegated sword from a furze bush, as when a company of reapers comes in the interval or fine weather, would Marklew cause the blood to flow. 27. Isaac was sent from the southern region. His conduct resembled the flowing sea. He was full of modesty and gentleness. Wenby delightfully drank the mead, but along the rampart of Offer to the point of Maddon, he was not fierce without heroism, nor did he attempt scattering without affecting it. His sword resounded in the mouths of mothers. He was an ardent spirit, praise be to him, the son of Gwydnew. 28. Ceredig, lovely is his fame, he would gain distinction, and preserve it, gentle, lowly, calm, before the day arrived in which he learned the achievements of the brave. May it be the lot of the friend of songs to arrive in the country of heaven, and recognize his home. 29. Ceredig, amiable leader, a wrestler in the impetuous fight, his gold-bespangled shield